definition of two flats. Like both surfaces would have to be flat. If one has textures, then the surface distance, right? It isn't going to be the same.
Sure, but that's kind of a tangential point that's irrelevant to what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it wouldn't map one to one. Is my point.
If you're trying to map the outlines of continents, which irregardless of the topography or the elevation of the terrain, then it should be a one-to-one thing. That's one of the unique properties of a flat Earth.
Have you ever heard of the coastline paradox?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Flashy. I'm going to take a break. I've been on for quite a while, so I'll take a break for a couple minutes.
Oh, I was just asking him if he's ever even heard of the coastline paradox.
Yeah, how you try to measure the coastline, and the finer the ruler, the more longer the coastline becomes.
Right, exactly. So
yeah, that's right. It's a fractal problem.
Yes, exactly. So doing some sort of rough outline isn't going to be a representation of the terrain. You're never going to be able to do that.
I mean, think that wouldn't
not quite the same thing, but sure.
Yeah, I don't. The reason why there wouldn't be the same thing is, I mean, we would know how. Like, for instance, if you were going to measure the coast of the UK to find out how the UK exactly looks here and there, whatever method they use to measure, whatever scale, whatever measurement they use, would be applied elsewhere, right? The only problem with it is just that in reality, is that different countries sometimes use different sorts of methods, and so sometimes if you were going to use one method another country uses, one coastline might seem a bit longer, one might seem a bit smaller. But either way, we know the rough dimensions of all countries. On their coastlines at least, and certainly on their borders, right? Because nobody pays taxes twice, right? The two different countries, that is. So that wouldn't exactly create a problem for understanding the configuration of land masses.
It would for mapping. Well, it would because that's what he said. Mapping the edges of continents. So what is that? That's coastline, right?
Problem is that the lengths of the coastline is dependent on the unit of measure that you're measuring it with, but the area is not. The area remains the same, so it doesn't matter.
The area can't remain the same, obviously.
That's what the math is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, if the coastline extends in distance, then obviously the freaking area has to extend in distance because
it's counterintuitive.
It's the perimeter, right?
You would think, but it's not true. You can have infinite perimeter with finite area.
Okay, sure, dude. How would you even do that equation?
How
are you going to calculate the area in the first place?
The topic that you need to read into.
Well, how are you going to calculate the area? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. So this is where I'm out of my own depth. Okay. I just know that I've watched videos about this very topic.
But we don't need to worry about infinite.
I'll tell you, I'll solve this. Hold on.
In mathematics,
can solve this.
Horseshit.
Can solve this. It's so freaking easy. Here's how you solve it. The perimeter of any area is 1. You can then subdivide 1 with an infinite amount of subdivisions. It doesn't change the fact that the perimeter is still the same actual distance, 1.
Yes, and then you multiply 1 times 1, and then the area is 1, and everything is 1. We are all 1. We are the monad.
Yeah, I think India, your final proposition, it's certainly a good challenge, and I have been having fun trying to figure something out. The one I gave you has been, I mean, the actual argument was made quite quickly, but then when I spoke to Heretic,
the second premise is flawed, dude.
Yeah. Well, when I spoke
to MC Dixit, dude.
When I spoke to Heretic, I'm not going to get into an argument about the thing because we already did earlier, but I spoke to Heretic about it, and obviously he introduced the idea of some sort of, it's kind of a vague objection with alternative possibilities, and so I had to start do truth tracking to figure out what do you guys claim that has to imply some scope of what kind of Earth we're talking about, or possible Earths. But I don't think it's possible though to actually do it in 2 premises. I think that's a big ask. It's like
Oh,
I don't
what
even
do
think
you-
the Black
whoa,
Swan.
whoa, bro.
I don't think the Black Swan does
Whoa.
either.
What are you talking about, dude? You trying to commit the fallacy of 4 points?
No,
Oh, you didn't know that one?
no, I'm not.
I think you do two premises, right? But you'd have to so to prove the final two premises, you would probably need a series of propositions to even get to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think just having two premises alone, without having. I mean, synthetic claims are always going to have that sort of nature, where you're going to have a lot of evidence and reasoning for your a lot of support for each premise, right? And it's a lot. So.
Okay, so let me tell you what the problem is. The problem with the whole thing, why it can never be done. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the cheat code to stop trying. Because it's an inference. Because looking at the sun and drawing a conclusion about something else that's not the sun is always going to be an inference. They're inferentially connected. They're not intrinsically connected. It's extrinsic, so they can't. You can never actually make a deductive syllogism.
No, it's more useful the other way, where you have a model that would predict an observation, and then you correlate that
Utility is great, dude. I'm not against utility. Believe reality is whatever you want if it's useful. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree that if I was going to. So the point of my argument, without all of the other stuff, just the argument alone, was designed to force the person I'm talking to present the debunk, right? Because that's at least how I understand where the burden of proof changes in a debate, right? Obviously, some people disagree, but that's how I understand it. If you present something, you give support for it, then it's the person who's objecting's turn to then support their objection. But the reason why I did it that way was because I thought that it would be the case that someone would do that. Then I realized that isn't the case, right? Obviously, no one's going to do that. So the next, when I started to do the warrant of the argument, it was to then say, well, look, if you're not going to tell me what are the what is the available possibilities, then I will do it for you, right? Based on things that you've said before. And so that in that case, these can be falsified and can be done deductively.
And that's kind of frustrating to me. If the flat Earth is in a position where they're saying we won't make claims that are falsifiable, then what's the point of even believing in a flat Earth?
Believing.
I mean, but if it's not falsifiable, you're basically admitting that it's just not. Reality doesn't matter to you.
It's the inconceivable flat Earth.
But the observation wouldn't have falsified a globe either. But you don't have a problem with that. It would only have falsified the heliocentric model. That's all it could ever do. It could have only falsified the heliocentric model. Because whatever the sun does, ostensibly, is a heliocentric model prediction that's independent of a globe or flat Earth or any other thing. Now you can say flat Earth doesn't work within the heliocentric model. Fine. You just come up with some other fucking stupid model.
So, I want to know, why would it bother anyone that we don't want to make claims that we can't back up? It's so weird to me. It's bizarre that the frustration comes from the opposing side because we don't make claims that we cannot back up.
It didn't used to be that way. The thing that initially drew me into flat Earth, the one that, I saw some videos initially. It's like, wait a second, I don't have the answer to these things. This is interesting. They're making claims
totally
about provable claims. The most famous video at the time was 100 proofs of the flat Earth or whatever, right? By the Eric Dubé, right? That was the line of thinking of most flat earthers, as far as I could tell from back then, is everybody had a pursuit of truth. And then somewhere along the line, people stopped saying that, say, hey, actually, we don't support a model. We don't care to make claims. We just observe the thing is flat, and we're cool with just leaving it there. And that's weird to me, because that's not what was interesting to me. I guess it's fine to other people, and that's whatever. But
that's complete mischaracterization.
I'm just giving you my anecdotal personal perspective.
Okay, well, my perspective is that your way of thinking is weird. So we could go back and forth like, no, not me, you, or you, not you,
That's
me.
So this is what you don't understand, Dan. We think it's over. We thought it was over 2 years ago.
Okay.
There's nothing left to investigate. We've done the tests. We've measured the surface of the Earth. Nothing the sky can do, or any freaking concepts you guys can come up with in the sky, could ever falsify it. It's not even possible.
Yeah, but
as a logic, all you could ever do is go out and say, "Hey, we actually went out and we measured curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but
your measurements must be wrong, or we'll do a third measurement and split the difference or something. Like,
yeah, but to your point about it not falsifying the globe, you're right. It would disprove our heliocentric model, but I would find that just as interesting. You're right, but that's awesome. You guys should be just as excited about learning more about the flat Earth model. It's like, okay, accept that it's flat. You believe it's flat, but now what's next? Why isn't that next question interesting to you?
Why isn't what he
My
just
next
said
question-
interesting to you?
So
Sorry.
it'll always, anything we can say about the sky will always forever be an inductive inference. We can believe whatever, right? We can come up with any number of models, right? We can come up with an arbitrary number of freaking models that will fit any arbitrary data set. And you know what? We're still no closer to the truth. We just have a model that works. Great, fantastic. We can always freaking jerk off to that. But we're not going to know the truth because those things, sun, star, moon, planets, I know you think they're accessible, but I don't think they're accessible. Stars, certainly not. Even within your paradigm, ain't no human being ever going to a fucking star and hanging out. Okay? So, like, that, you can never actually know. You can believe in whatever the fuck you want about them, right? The stars. Think about it. For all of human history, we've been telling stories about the stars. No one's ever going to know. No human being is ever going to fucking know. If whatever story that they heard through all human history, any individual, they grew up in Rome or they grew up in Greece or they grew up in China, whatever story they told then or at any period of time, they're never going to know if that story was true. Even though they could believe it with all their fucking heart. And we could have all these fucking, predictions and models and fucking explanations or whatever, they're never going to actually know. It's never going to be able to be proven because they're never going to be able to go there and test their theory. You see what I'm saying? It will never be falsifiable. So, I figure it as a waste of time. That's why I don't care. Sun can do whatever. I don't care because I can never actually know. I've accepted. I know the idea is like the spirit of exploration, and we're human beings. We can discover everything. I don't believe that bullshit. That's a bullshit story. We can't know everything.
No, I think you're right. Like, models are useful in that they could extend beyond what is actually observable, right? So into the place where it's it works. It's not necessarily falsifiable outside observation, but it does. If it does apply to observation, you have the great thing about models is that they are supposed to be a reflection of reality in some sense. There are things you can say about reality from models.
Hey, Dan, have you started with observing curvature?
Yes.
Really? All right, let's start with that. All right.
Do you want to? I'm not interested. I've done this 1,000 times.
It's a bit of an old thing. I'm enjoying this conversation we're doing already. I don't think we need to.
You're doing the thing that always happens in flat Earth, where you will drag through the whole. I've done that conversation thousands of times. I'm not interested in that one.
Oh, you're into theoretical shit. Oh, okay.
It's important to point out that there is some sort of agreement here where we all agree, I think, that you can use deduction to get closer to the truth, right? Even if you're not going to say the Earth's a sphere, you can definitely discount what definitely can't be the case, right? With falsification, like any falsified claim, we can eliminate as possibility and get closer to the truth down that method. Now, obviously, what me and Fesler seem to be agreeing on is that when nothing is presented and nothing is falsified, that a flat Earth, basically will never move anywhere because you're not presenting anything for us. Like, even if you do inevitably become a glober because of all of this, all these presentations that you could give us, if we never even get a chance to look at them, then you're never going to get closer to the truth.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, no shit. So let's start with observing curvature.
Well, what I'm saying, AI.
Dan doesn't want to talk about it.
What I'm saying, AI is that the whole point, the whole principle of science is that, when you affirm something, you're trying to support something or confirm, it's all tentative. But one thing we can do pretty confidently, not completely, but is eliminate possibilities, specific possibilities. And flat earthers seem to not give us the opportunity to eliminate, not flat earthers, people in this sphere don't give us the opportunity to eliminate their possibilities because they never present anything.
Well, dude, who cares? Why would you want to put forth possibilities that are conjecture to be eliminated on the fact that they're conjecture in the first instance? You don't need to eliminate them. You could dismiss them out of hand.
Well, I'm not asking for conjecture. I'm asking it would have to be supported, right?
This is the problem with this conversation.
Yeah, I did one. Yeah, go ahead, Flatsy.
Sorry, I just want to point this out, and then you can have it. So this is the problem with this discussion. It's like everyone is always expecting, like, what's next? Flat earthers are flat earthers, so what's next? See, that's not the way that the flat earthers are thinking. We don't take for granted the basics and fundamentals. So we go and master those because those are taken for granted and aren't mastered by the majority of people. So we're not looking for what's next. We're looking to hone our fundamentals, our axioms, our like logic, the principles of logic, the laws of nature, the scientific method. These things we've mastered.
Yeah, well, look, what I would say is if it is the case that the things you're examining seem to point in the direction of a flat Earth, and whenever you try to build on that, each time you try to build on it, it seems to always contradict reality or fall apart, then maybe what you're taking from those fundamentals is misunderstood, right? And then maybe it was never flat to begin with. You're in.
Oh, you mean like when people make claims? You mean like when people make claims about 17 pixels that are supposedly 17 trillion light years away, and then they say, "Oh, this is a water-bearing planet." You mean like that baloney?
I'm not here to defend any of that shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to either.
I'm specifically talking about how you would go about narrowing down whether or not flat Earth is true or not, and it certainly isn't going to be by establishing if the globe is true or not.
It's establishing that the surface is not curved. It's establishing that the surface isn't curved. That's the entirety of the proposition. There's nothing more to it than that.
Well, AI, I've been here for about maybe a year and 2-3 months, right? So not as long as you guys. But I've heard basically all of the basic arguments, right? From Black Swan to water is level and so on. At this stage, right, I still find it all interesting and I like watching the debate. But at this stage, I know that there'll be nothing new that could possibly change my mind because those are the limits of the debate, right? And so why is it the case that lots of people can cycle through this conversation, hear the same thing, and not be persuaded by it? It's because they know. I mean, whatever you're imagining is a good reason for flat Earth isn't sufficient.
They get persuaded by shit Goldberg arguments. Listen. From what I've seen and people I've talked to, that first started they started trolling flat Earth. That's how they started. So they heard a bunch of shitty Glover arguments and the inability to form fucking logical statements and to have like literally zero fucking rational basis for their statements. And they're lying, which is also a factor. And they're actually having no evidence for the stories, which is also a factor. So like, it's the Globers that make flat earthers. It's not us. We're not doing anything. We're just trying to teach people how do you even determine what truth is in the first place? As you've seen from the final proposition, these fuckers don't even know how to discover what is the truth.
I agree. I think Globers have... one thing I've discovered is that all of these science nerds, and I don't like science, I think science is for losers, I've said this many times, a lot of these science nerds don't know how to string a logical syllogism together or anything like that, right? Or even, if I asked them what a proposition was, they probably wouldn't even be able to tell me, right? That's true. And it certainly has made me realize it certainly has made me realize that maybe the boundary of who I consider intelligent is maybe a bit more, I don't know, like, I used to think scientists were all knowing, but now I know they're quite limited sort of in scope of how much they can tell me, right? They have their own sort of lane, let's say, right? Whereas I thought before when I was a kid, they were in every lane. You know, science could tell you everything, which I don't think is the case anymore. But their pursuit, the reason why there are people like even me who don't like science and other people who are interested in science and they come here every day to have the same conversation day in, day out, knowing they won't be convinced, is because I think that they want to test
whether or not their test whether or not their arguments are good, and so in that sense, at least they're moving towards that direction.
Not even close, dude. Not even close.
There's a bit of entertainment in it as well.
Let me tell you what I think it is.
Psychosis.
They want to feel comfortable that we are not proving it to them in the sense that they could say, I'm trying, but I'm still believing what I believe. It's essentially a coping mechanism because they don't like the idea that flat earthers are convinced that the earth is flat against their worldview. So just like butthurt atheists that show up to Christian things to be like, how dare you tell me that your God is God and I can't, this or that. It's all the same thing. They're just a bunch of copers, dude.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I've experienced on my side, right? You remember GF6 when that was the thing? Like, there was a whole, we sort of meme about the fact that we would be, discreet and, just not tell everyone what we're doing, but make it seem like we're doing something. All we would do is we would hear an argument from a flat earther, we would go back and we'd try and find a new way to argue against it, right? How could we argue against it in a way that they haven't heard before? And that was the fun for us, that was the fun of it, right? It wasn't so much like some sort of insecurity about whether or not you guys think the Earth's flat or not, right?
Look, you Glover's been doing that for years, man. Back in the day, like back in 2018, end of 2017, motherfuckers had a spreadsheet on a Google Sheets, and they would come into the other Discord, and they would do trial balloons, right? So they would come in with an argument, report back to all the idiots on Gempeer and the server, be like, yeah, this is what they said about it. And they would come back the next day, another person on another stock account with a modified version of that. That's why we have it in every argument, because we've heard every argument and every iteration of fucking every argument and every change and little manipulation here and a change here and change a word there and then present it this way. We've heard it all. At least I have. And
I don't know. I think
just heard it all.
I don't know.
And the majority, before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious, non-contingent. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together, though. There's no problem with that, and that's part of the fun as well, right? But it's not. But I don't think it's anything to do with trying to convince you that the Earth isn't flat, because I personally don't think I have the ability to do that. No matter what I could say, how smart I am, I don't think that's possible.
You could with the empirical evidence.
Yeah, empirically direct surface curvature measurements rather than excuses of why it's not to be found.
So I have a lane, right? And science and maths isn't my lane, but I do. So what I have heard is that people like Shoebill and Jesse have both different methods for showing the curvature, right? Measuring curvature. And
whatever, dude.
As far as I'm aware,
Jesse's path of light, dude.
Yeah, just give me a second, because I think this is going to, I know what you're going to say, and I think I'm going to anticipate it. The way that Jesse prepares his tools for that measurement seems to be the thing in contention. But what I've heard is that the way that Shoebill does it is too, but they seem to be doing exactly the opposite of each other, which would make at least one of them correct.
Well, they both could be wrong.
I was about to say they could both be incorrect.
Probably are.
What's the measurement that they're doing? I'm curious. I haven't heard of it.
I'd have to link you up with them. I don't know exactly how they do it.
Well, we do.
So they make these fundamental presuppositions about what the flat Earth should see and what a globe Earth should see, right? And they just make these presuppositions about, hey, man, everything should be at this elevation. If, I like my crosshair on my theodolite should be here if the Earth was flat, and there if the Earth was a globe. There's no basis for them saying that. But because we know from observation that things off in the distance, the further away it is, the more compressed it looks. This isn't like a theory, because you have things like flattening of the sun. So the sun is observed when it sets to flatten out. It distorts, right? So why is it flattening out? Why isn't it being picked up like they say with refraction? Hey, it's being picked up over the curve. Well, it's not getting picked up over the curve. It's being fucking smushed. Vertically smushed. And but it's not just that. We have actually measurements of this, right? So we have long distance observations. Mount Jacinto, where you can measure items or features on the mountain, and you can put it into GeoGebra and measure them out. And then you look at the features, and then you look at how they should be in proportion to each other. I'm counting the pixels, and it doesn't match a globe or a flat Earth. Or fucking the infrared photography we got, where you compare the vertical, so you can count, like you can, because there's features, you can say, okay, these two features, they're 2 miles apart. Oh, 2 miles apart? Okay, that's freaking, 100 pixels. So, okay, so 100 pixels should be 2 miles high. Right? That's how it should be. 100 pixels are horizontal, right? So this is 2 miles horizontal. This is 2 miles vertical. Up in the center of the image, all that crap. And then we see that they don't match. The vertical is 10% missing. Why is 10% missing? It isn't because of Earth pair, because you're not comparing it to like what you don't see. You're comparing it to what you do see, and then what you do see, if you count the pixels, is 10% smaller than what the pixels say it should be. So we know, and then you compare infrared to visible light, and then you go, okay, here's a photo they took of the same thing, same time, visible light, infrared light. One appears smushed, the other one doesn't. We know things appear smushed in the distance. So his conclusions, based upon a presupposition, which is known to be false.
I think just because I'm about to mute up in a second, just want to say one last thing, which is whilst I can say Globers, so most of the time, 99% of the time, can't string a logical sentence together, I do think the emphasis on the Black Swan, I think it is a trash argument. I think it doesn't even come halfway into persuading or being convincing or even doing what it's supposed to do.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but there's more than just one Black Swan. There's a shitload of them. I think the most irrefutable argument is reflections, really.
The whole point of the Black Swan was to get Globers to say refraction, so they'd give up their geometric horizon.
It's funny that you say that. I was just telling this dude that. Like, he didn't really understand the Black Swan. Like, refraction, that's a concession. That's admitting that fucking we're right. Like, literally, you're conceding the argument as soon as you say refraction. You concede it.
I mean, it would be conceding if, like, you're someone like me who's never said otherwise, right? It would be more just like, that would be my response to it. But I understand the rhetorical device, right? If you're saying that it is designed for those people who do assert that the horizon is geometric and that there isn't any refraction every single time you look at the horizon, there is this distance, which is you could never see it further than this. This is the distance, right? And then in which case that would be a good use of the argument. But I don't think it doesn't debunk the globe. It's like the final conclusion doesn't really follow.
Well, you need to go on X, right, and look around, because I swear to God, 10 times a day someone says ships go over the geometric horizon. Like, every day. Like, some of you guys are hip on the Black Swan, but the vast majority of Globers have never heard of it. They still say ships go over the horizon. They still say the same stupid shit that's on, if you Google flat Earth debunked, ships go over the horizon. They still been spewing their shit out. They haven't stopped. So, like, you may know about it, and maybe the people in this server may know about it, the Globe Earthers, but the average normie has no freaking clue about any of that. If I say to them, they go, ships go over the horizon, I go, oh, so is the horizon geometric again? They're like, what? They don't even know. They never even heard the Black Swan.
And it's just an example of how the rhetoric of the paradigm that we're given today, that we're taught, and I mean, there are people that go against it and they're still believing in the globe Earth, but we still have a narrative of claims that aren't substantiated, that are being put out to the public as information.
Yeah, so I could talk to this dude. I could talk to you about the Black Swan or the geometric horizon or the horizon, whether it's refracted or not, or where it's supposed to be. And you know what it is. But, like, these dudes I literally have to start from scratch every time. Oh, ships go over the horizon. This horizon is geometrical physical. I have to explain what that means. They have to explain that the horizon moves around. They have to explain that it can't be physical. Like, I literally have to start from scratch every single time I talk about it because they have no idea about what the argument even is. They don't have that clue.
I wouldn't mind that. Like, I think that's fine. But I do take umbrage with one thing, and that's that when people do sometimes explain the Black Swan, they present it as if it's like, okay, this is all there is to it, right? And this is the debunk. And they wouldn't even, like, if I was going to have that debate, I would say, okay, now you've heard the Black Swan and you're confused. Now's the part where you talk about, right? And sort of, because it would just seem dishonest if you know what the objection is, but you just never say it. You know what I mean? I don't know. That seems dishonest.
Well, also, like, they've tried to model. So Walter Bisman has the Black Swan, like the oil rigs, and he's tried to match to his model, and he's had to fudge his model, right? So what he does is he puts a fog in past the oil rigs because he has to use such a custom refraction that the water appears like it's a fucking waterfall. So if you take away the fog that he obscures that with, it's literally, there's water that's higher than the oil rigs, behind the oil rigs. CJ made a little graphic with somebody surfing down it. Dude, it's ridiculous. And the camera's tilted, and there's a bunch of other problems. And the rays in the ray tracer, they invert, right? So the image should actually be upside. It's actually an upside down image of a fucking waterfall. Right? This is to get it to even look like the way it looks like. Right? They have to model a ray trace that is just absurd and non-physical. But nobody talks about that. They just say refraction. As if that explained anything. It doesn't mean anything. They can't even model refraction using essentially what Bisman, a lot of people use, Bisman's calculator. And there's a ray tracer part of it, and the ray tracer can't model it like no matter what you do. So you can create custom gradients.
It definitely doesn't predict anything.
To get it to work, and you still can't get it to work.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't predict anything. It uses already existing observations.
Well, I mean, you can't even post. What I'm saying is, though, Betsy, is that you can't even post-dict it. Well, think about that. You can't even post-dict it with fucking refraction sliders.
Right. Yeah, because even when they try to replicate the observation in the model, it doesn't match it at all. It's so warped and disfigured.
And we're supposed to take refraction as a plausible answer? I mean, it's bad enough they're using, like, some freaking ray tracer, but, like, they can't even get that to work.
It's not based off of prediction either, so no, that should be an alarming factor for you to push on us, because we don't have to claim that.
And then there's other oil rig videos, right? So there's an oil rig video, it's taken at dusk, so the lights of the oil rig are on, and they're reflecting off the surface of the water. So how are you seeing the reflection off the surface of the water that's supposed to be on the other side of the curve? Now, you could say, yeah, the water's refracted up so you can see the water because the water's a mirage. But what is the light reflecting off of? The light has to reflect off a real surface. It can't reflect off a refracted surface because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how can it reflect off a real surface to your eye when the surface you see is an optical illusion of the surface and not the actual surface? So that angle can't exist. That means you're seeing actual water. You're not seeing the refracted image of water. Then there's the Bolivian sulflex and their reflections. Like no one can answer any of the reflection shit. There's no. I've never even heard a Glober even try.
What reflection stuff?
The symmetrical reflection. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So. You like if you have the Bolivian salt flats, the Salt Lake salt flats, when they fill with water, they make a mirror, right? And that reflection is perfectly symmetrical. I should say perfectly. perfectly fine. I hate nobody should be using that word, but it's symmetrical. Symmetrical, within you can't tell that it's not symmetrical. Well, if it's a curved surface,
if the Earth was curved, it would be bent.
Yes,
it would be compressed.
And you can calculate how much, like the rays would diverge and when they would start diverging, like what distance, right? So I got the sky and the reflected image of the sky, right? And I can compare them.
Do you have a photo? I've never heard of this one. I'd love to look into it. Is there a specific photo?
The Bolivian salt flat? There's tons of them, dude. If you just go on Google, if you type in Bolivian salt flats and click images, you'll get hundreds of images.
I mean, just thinking off the top of my head, I would need to know what the field of view was of the camera, because the narrower the field of view, the less curvature would be present in the shot.
No, I'm talking about with distance, right? So you're looking at the reflection of the sky in the water.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Right, and you can go, hey, that's the reflection of the sky. There's the sky. There's a dividing line that makes them look like they're a mirror image of each other, and you can compare them. Compare if they're symmetrical, right? As if the clouds are bigger, distorted in the reflection versus in the sky, right? You just compare. Hey, do the clouds in the reflection look the same size and proportions as the ones in the sky? And they're identical proportions. So it should, like, distortion should begin as something like should start to be visible according to the globe. And you go by the angle resolution AI, which is 0.02, right? So with 220 feet, that's when the 0.02 limit is hit. So after that, that angle distance increases. The Bolivian salt flats are 30 miles. You can see 30 miles. So if you can see 30 miles, the difference in angle is like half a degree. So that means you have a cloud. You have the top of a cloud and the bottom of a cloud. Its rays hit your eye. Well, the reflection of that cloud will reflect off the water, and because the rays are going to diverge because of the curved surface, that difference will be like 1 degree from what you, or half a degree at 30 miles from what you see in the sky. It should be easily visible. And the thing is, it gets worse with distance. So you would see an increasing distortion as it got further and further away because the surface is curving exponentially, and you have like I said, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you're always the angle of the ray hitting the surface is constantly changing. It's increasing and increasing and increasing. But we don't see any distortions like that. So this is like one of the things. And people say, "Oh, that's just the Bolivian salt flats. Like that's some magical place." But you can try to find other images of like calm water, lakes, ocean, even ocean, a calm ocean in a bay in, I think it was Iceland, maybe it's Finland or something. But that has like a perfectly symmetrical reflection in the sky. It's like these are other indicators, like refraction. Like an indicator of refraction is not happening is lack of dispersion. No chromatic aberration. None of those things that should happen because refraction's wavelength dependent. You should be observing some of those optical effects as well, right? Especially the more refraction it is, the more dispersion there is. So if something's being super refracted, you should see, this dispersion effect. You see it in astronomy, but you don't see it terrestrially, which is like another big question.
Yeah, and with your what you were talking about with reflective surfaces, you can go around any surface of your house and find the angle of incidence where you see the reflective properties of any surface, even asphalt. You can go out there and find the reflective surface on asphalt too at the angle of incidence. You have to get low to the ground.
That's called a Fresnel.
But just you know that everything has a reflective property at an angle of incidence. That is happening out there at the horizon as well.
Cool. This gives me a lot
angle. Anything, no matter how rough the surface is, there is an angle where it will be reflective. Now that angle might be so exceedingly small you can't ever reach it, or you can't resolve it, but it will have an angle where the light reflects off it, even if the surface is rough.
Yeah, I would like to try to find. There's so many things that my mind went to in this moment. Like, first of all, double checking if the claim is true, that it would be, at first blush, it seems true what you're saying, that a curved surface should compress the reflection. But so I'd have to think more about that. I'd have to think if the scales are such that it would be apparent. Then I'd have to find a photograph that I can trust that accurately reflects reality, because a lot of these people that take photos of things like the sky reflecting beautifully on they're photoshopping afterwards to
I know.
You know, so I don't know. There's a lot of
also some videos of it, right? So there are some videos. There's a particularly good one on YouTube. I think it's called "The World's Largest Mirror," and a particular segment of that.
Bolivian salt flats.
Yeah, so there's a particular segment of that where it's like at sunset, right? So you got a pretty good. So they're like in a Jeep. They're like outside the Jeep looking at the sunset, but you can see the sun and then the reflection of the sun. But because, you know, sometimes the sunset's got shitloads of colors, right? And kind of like some streaming clouds. Like, it's a very good image for like comparison, because there's a lot of features that are really easy. Like, you can go, man, that is like literally like a perfect reflection. And it's from a video, so it isn't even from like a Photoshop photo. Now, of course, they can, you know, color correct a video and do a bunch of bullshit. But I don't, it doesn't seem like they did that. Though they might have, but I don't rule that out.
My thought,
it is
though,
like, you know,
thinking out loud, though, is that the distortion would be so far away, given the scale of the Earth, that the distortion would only be apparent at the very near the horizon. And would that even be noticeable? Right, the vast majority of the reflection near you would certainly not be noticeable. So, like, the question is, like, how much is a reasonable angular distance from the horizon to even be able to perceive this distortion that you're looking for on the scale that we're claiming it? I'd have to do some math.
I mean, all I know is if you do the math right, if you go, like, okay, they say the globe is 24,000 miles in circumference, right? So 0.02 degrees of that circumference is like 220 feet.
Yeah. Wait, did somebody already do the math on this? Can you link me to?
No, I mean, no. I can just give you what's in my head. What I just gave you. That's it. So if you like just subdivide, you know, it's like 69 miles per degree, right, or whatever, right? So you just subdivide that, you know, to 1/100ths of a degree.
Wait, say that again. What is your assumption? What per degree? At the beginning?
It's like 69 miles per degree.
But wouldn't that be? That's not a constant, right? Per angular degree, like for every degree towards the horizon is going to have more and more miles towards it as you look into the distance.
No, what I'm talking about is like the difference in angle, right?
Uh-huh.
So the difference in angle between I have a spot 220 feet away. The difference in angle, like the normal to that surface, is going to be 0.02 degrees.
Right. But yeah, so that's not quite the angle I'm looking for. I'm looking for like the projected angle, like how much of how far from the horizon down into the reflection would the distortion be even apparent to the naked eye? You know, does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense to me.
Like, because if it's less than a degree, like if it's in like point something degrees,
I'm just thinking there's an angular difference, right? That's the way I'm thinking of it. There's an angular difference. So one ray, so say both rays come in at the same angle, right? And one hits in one spot and one hits in a spot 220 feet away. Their reflection angle is going to have a difference of 0.02 degrees. Because the intersection angle is 0.02 degrees. So they have to have a reflection angle. There's going to be a difference. Now, something I've thought about, but I'm not sure. Does that get worse if like the source of the ray is like more parallel to the surface, right? Because you have it like that, like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm getting tired, actually. So, you know what I mean? There's a difference between the ray coming straight down versus coming from the side, right? So it's coming from the side of the sphere. Yeah, like, is that? I think there'd be more distortion, like if it's coming like tangent to the surface as opposed to kind of like at a 45-degree angle or something.
Maybe.
I just think it would be worse because of the surface area thing.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like for every pixel of the image from starting from the horizon, every pixel is gonna closer to the horizon is going to encompass more miles, right, vertically.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Than the pixel below it. So obviously, like the pixels in the bottom half of the image are just going to be, you can't tell like the 0.02 you said. You're not going to be able to tell that in the bottom half. You're only going to be able to tell in the last few pixels next to the horizon. I mean, is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably tell. Well, because the angle. I mean, I think a normal human being could see like a tenth of a degree difference, and that wouldn't be that far away.
I mean, and then also you have to deal with the fact of all of the horizon effects, right? With refraction and stuff, it's going to be distorting shit anyway, right there at the edge.
I mean, it's best. I would just look at the images and judge for yourself if that looks like a curved surface. I mean, really, that's really. I mean, yes, you can go in. You can probably model it or something in 3D, maybe.
I'm just trying to say, like, think this through with you because you said nobody's even attempted to, and I don't know. The more that I'm thinking about it, the more it's not even an issue.
Yeah, well, everyone says scale, right? So, yeah, scale is an argument, but, like, no one can actually quantify it. Like, what is the scale?
Yeah.
All I know is
it's worth
I can go by what the Earth is, right? And if we have a difference of within the resolvable angle at 220 feet, it seems logical to me that, say, 2,020 feet away, so now you're going to have 10 times that difference, right? At a spot, and that's not even a mile away. That's a quarter mile away. And you could see across this salt flat 30 fucking miles.
Yep. Well, I'll try to do some math and see what comes up.
So, Indio, AI wanted you to see something in the chat. He asked something to start a discussion. How is it possible the water in Half-Life 2 looks better than modern games?
Oh, yeah, I brought that shit up. They flipped the level or something. Fuck, dude.
It was because of they had to render the image twice because of the reflection.
Yeah, that's how they did mirrors in Doom as well.
Mirrors is that the main character is a female doing like all of this parkour stuff, right?
That's Mirror's Edge, but yeah, I just meant mirrors, like literal mirrors.
Mirror's Edge. I played that back in the day. I forgot what it was.
I think that's mirrors in Doom, in the Doom engine. I remember Build, like Duke Nukem had it. Like,
you know what? Maybe I might be thinking of Duke Nukem, not Doom.
Thinking of what's his name's Build engine.
Yeah. Thanks for correcting me.
No worries. What's
John Romero?
Made Build. That was really amazing when it came out.
Yeah.
Because he also had like an editor. They like the dev tools they used to make Duke Nukem were his. Like it was boxed with the game too. All those tools. Ken Silverman, was that it? I don't think it was his name.
I thought wasn't it Carmack?
One guy developed that all on his own, you know. One guy.
I thought it was Carmack, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up too.
No. I'm talking about the Duke Nukem engine.
Oh, right.
That was John Romero.
Oh, that's right. Because he left. They were working together, and then they left. They split.
Yeah, and then he made Katana, which is fucking horrible. And I remember Duke Nukem. They used to call it Duke Nukem Never, because this fucking shit took 15 years to come out.
Right. It was Vaporwave. Or it did come up.
I wasn't even gonna unmute, but I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Duke Nukem resembles Quake.
Yeah.
Remember that old game?
The graphics engine's more akin to Doom than Quake, because it didn't have 3D models. The enemies were still sprites in essence, right?
I remember Quake, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4.
Oh yeah, I love Quake.
That's how I feel about God of War. Like all of those games, I played them all. I had the cherry red PSP to play the 2 PSP games that God of War released.
I met
it had a Kratos on the back of it. Dude. It's so cool.
Mesquite, Texas. A bunch of friends of mine went down there. One of my friends went down there to play for John Carmack's Ferrari. A bunch of people I knew from Victoria, British Columbia.
What do you mean play for his Ferrari? He was doing a contest?
That's right.
Dude, who was it that won? I think I know the
Mike Thresh. J. Or Thresh won against Mike J.
Dude, Thresh! I know Thresh! He is a startup here in the Bay.
I know Mike J.
I had to come on to let you guys know
the tools that were used to make Half-Life. He was also
wait. So, I'm still not over this. You've met Thresh? You were in the same competition with him?
I wasn't in the competition. No, I wasn't good enough to fly down to Mesquite. I didn't meet the cutoff, so I was 42nd at that time.
I had to come on to correct a major error going on here. Right?
1 month in the late 90s, I hit
Doom was not a true 3D engine. Duke Nukem was, okay? They're light years apart.
I don't even know how to draw the line between what is true 3D and not, right? Like, all of it is fake 3D to me. So I don't know.
Is Paper Mario 3D?
Yeah. I suppose. You're using a 3D engine.
Yeah, but see, if you go back to the way they had
go ahead.
If you go back to the way they created Doom, like it was like a 2D integration represented as 3D, whereas Duke Nukem was an actual like floating point 3D Z points and stuff. Like it's completely different. And to say that they're the same is to discount.
I think you're wrong, buddy. Like you're confusing the models of like objects like enemies.
No, dude, I'm not, dude. How about go back and watch how they had to do it to make Doom, dude. They had like this 2D layout that the computer saw as 2D, and then they had this this effect that they did to do it as 3D. It's a huge achievement, dude.
But that has to do
call it 3D.
That has to do with like the sky and.
I don't know, dude. You're just gonna have to go research it, dude. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
Well,
it's not a true 3D engine, and the way that it looks like a true 3D engine isn't a change.
Neither are true 3D engines.
Yeah. They're both saying that they're iterations of the 2.5D, the BSP format, the binary space partitioning render.
That's
right. Though not true 3D, it simulates overlapping rooms. So it did improve upon it because it did overlapping rooms. Doom could not do second story stuff, whereas the build engine could. That is, if we trust ChatGPT here. It could be wrong as fuck.
Dude, the AI told me that a 10 square metal roof you can install for $1,000.
Are you paying for the pro, or are you just using the free shit?
Dude, the metal itself costs more than that.
Yeah, I know, but the dumb one, the free stuff is really dumb. Like the people who don't pay for AI they're missing out.
Anyway, the more of the story is, if you're interested in graphics, don't listen to some stupid ChatGPT. Go back and watch the documentary that they did on Doom and how they made the engine, dude. It's amazing.
I think how they made gravity in Super Mario Galaxy is fucking amazing.
You guys sorry to interrupt. You guys know that John Carmack was trying to do the same thing that Elon Musk did?
What?
He had a space company and he was trying to write the software to be able to land rockets or whatever. What's that?
Recently or a long time ago?
No. This is the late 90s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He started a rocket company back in the day. Yeah.
He was trying to solve the problem that SpaceX solved with the boosters returning, right?
Who did Carmack partner with? Who was his freaking partner in crime? He didn't do it by himself.
I thought it was
He spent a lot of his own money on it. He spent a lot of his own money on it, but he did have some people that threw money at him. He just didn't have enough money.
Was it Gates or I'm trying to remember? Was it Gates or fucking?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It might have been a hedge fund guy. Fuck, I can't remember.
Something like that. Yeah. God, is it ever?
Because back in the day, man, like especially in those days, there was two kinds of rich people. Rich people that, well, other than like athletes and shit, but the rich people that started like freaking tech companies, and then like the fucking hedge fund thieves that like worked at Enron and shit, and like they were all in cahoots. Cahoots are ripping everyone off. And Walmart, so the Sam Walton, and all that crap. So they were rich. There was just so much money flowing back then, man. I could tell you why, but you think I was lying. They changed the Federal Reserve Act. That's your clue. It's okay. You're still paying for it. No, everybody go sleep, man. Go back. Put yourself back into the Matrix, man.
The other guy leave? I was going to ask him a question about AI and game development. Oh, he left. Too bad.
Who? Me?
Oh yeah, you.
What's up?
How is AI influencing game development and software development?
Well, that's literally what my startup is trying to do right now. So you're asking. It's weird because there was a gold rush. There was a lot of investment dollars thrown at everything AI. That included games. But games has always been a tough thing for VCs. It's like one of the most risky VC type investments.
Oh yeah, it's like funding a motion picture, right?
Yeah, it's stupid, and in a lot of ways, VC funding for games does not make any sense. But that's what I'm trying to pursue anyway. So, but what happened is everybody kind of exhausted their funds. They threw all of their money at all these different things, including games, and there has not been a success story yet. So now the money is kind of like dried up. So most of the money that's still going out there is for development tools, like things that can make images faster or animations faster or whatever, but not so much into game companies, which I'm more interested in the latter. I'm not as interested in the tool side stuff because I like handcrafted stuff myself, but I'm more interested in making new types of games that weren't possible before.
So in other words, like large language models connected to NPCs?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So you can have the game that we're working on is, you can think of it as kind of like a Sims-like sort of game, but the NPCs are just way more intelligent. They can talk to each other, have real conversations. They're motivated. Their personalities are driven by the language model. What was that?
It can drive the storyline, kind of like a Which Way book or something like that.
I mean, yeah, it's emergent narrative, but I wouldn't say it's driving the storyline. It's doing it emergently through the decisions of each agent, right? They're reacting to each other in real time based on who they are, what they want, and everything.
So if you ran the game again, you could get a completely different outcome.
Yeah, it's completely different every single time.
I believe in strong emergence.
Yeah. I love narrative emergence, and it's exciting to me. In games, there's very few games that do even attempted emergent narrative stuff. Like RimWorld, for example, was probably one of the best examples, but it's so inaccessible to most people.
What game?
Sorry, I said RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is what I mean.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it, it's like
you're talking to an old boomer here. So when you said RimWorld, I think Larry Niven's RimWorld, which makes me think do a Polarium game on the C64.
Yeah, no, not RimWorld. RimWorld. That is another game that does emergent narrative stuff. That's similar, but more casual. But Dwarf Fortress is all just ASCII art. It's like the deepest, like craziest game. The stories you hear people tell from that game are insane, and then you go and look at it. It's like, how the hell is this even possible? But yeah, now with language models, you can do much more accessible emergent narrative in a way that is just really compelling to me.
So,
here's one that since I read Eudora, Neil Stevenson, when do you think the first AI celebrity is going to emerge, or like, is it going to be a Korean pop star?
It's already happening, dude. If you just spend some time on freaking Instagram, like half of my suggested feed are just like these stupid AI models.
Really?
And they have huge followings. It's insane.
Really? Are they Korean pop stars, or they're just like Instagram babe?
I think they're more in the realm of just
Instagram babe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, those ones aren't interactive, though, right? Outside of passively being able to look at the imagery and perhaps some pros.
So what are the AI skanks, basically?
Yeah, that is the biggest market for AI right now, and that tends to be the case with all of technology. Porn comes first.
The internet wouldn't exist without porn.
Totally true.
I think AI is like, I mean, right? Like my biggest. I mean, I don't like the AI art. I mean, like, look, I don't mind it sometimes, but generally, I'm like, there are whole YouTube channels dedicated to and Twitter profiles dedicated to showing you AI art, which I could very well generate myself if I wanted to. Don't need to look at them. But one thing I find really annoying is that people, and I think it's going to have like a long-term problem, that people have stopped thinking and have started to ask ChatGPT, like to a degree where, you know, it used to be the case you'd have to Google something, which doesn't require much thinking, but you'd have to read something, you know, think about it, source it, all those sorts of things. And now it's like people default to ChatGPT for their reasoning, you know, just to think about anything beyond surface level.
That's frightening. Do you think that cargo cults are going to form around these AIs down the line? Like humans worshipping like a cargo cult kind of dynamics?
I have a friend that's kind of going off the deep end, and he's holding AI to be almost to the status of deity. So, like, if it's happening to somebody I know personally, I could totally imagine that happening at scale.
Is he an EAC or is he a D-cell?
I just thought of a new grift. Thanks for that, man. I'm going to just fake being an AI, right? So if the AI is going to fake being humans, I'm going to fake being AI and just grift these dudes.
Honestly, like if flat earthers like had like a serious,
because AI is so real.
Yeah, like if flat earthers want to like make a real critique about the state of people's sheep mentality, just like how someone can ChatGPT something and just believe whatever ChatGPT said on the fly, is kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like demonstrating sort of like that most people do have that sort of inability to.
It's interesting stuff. The sociology and psych going on with all this. But when do you guys think it, like the moment then humans are the majority or a sizable percentage see these AIs as being truly objective, that there's no bias, right, in it?
I don't think they'll ever. That can't happen. Even if it was.
I know. I agree. But that's the fear for me. As maybe I'm a D-cell. I'm not sure though.
But our psychology doesn't even allow for that, right? We wouldn't, like, even if it was perfectly objective and told the truth and whatever the prevailing thought was, it would tell us that then like you'd still have a sizable group of people who would be skeptical of it. I mean,
it will never be objective in the sense that it was only trained on the subjectivity of all the input data that it was trained on, right? So, but I would say it's probably, at least it has the capacity to be, the most objective source of information we have, right? Because any one source of information that is somewhere on the internet, it has some individual specific bias. It was tainted with a specific bias, whereas an AI is the conglomeration of all subjective biases. So what it could be delivering is something that is the most unbiased thing that we can do, even though it is biased. However, they train it out of the same things.
Let Dan finish.
They do these post-training things. What do they call it? The fine-tuning stage. They train out the objectivity and make it more liberal, for the lack of a better term.
Seems to be the case.
The funny thing about ChatGPT as it is right now, because some people already do think it is like. I mean, we've all seen someone in a debate post ChatGPT has told them, right? And the one thing that ChatGPT sucks at, and I know it, is logic, right? If you ask it a question, it
can't string a bloody syllogism together.
Well, it can't just. It's not just that, but it can't. There was a debate I was having with someone, and he used ChatGPT, and it seems like if you just without inspecting it too harshly, it seemed like ChatGPT was going against me until you just changed like a couple of words around, and then ChatGPT was totally on my side, and it was just and that. But like if it wasn't for someone who is able to decipher where ChatGPT has actually gone wrong, that person could have gone away and just taken what ChatGPT probably would have taken what ChatGPT said as law, right?
It's like a new atheist who grew up Christian who has to go on the internet and argue with all the theists, or somebody, a failed science major who wants to go argue with flat earthers. Gotcha.
Yeah. So check this out. You can just tell ChatGPT, "Hey, you're freaking wrong. Give me the right answer," and it'll just give you the opposite answer
every single time. It's probably the mental model that I use when I work with ChatGPT or any sort of AI is to treat it like an improv partner. When you do improv, they teach you the golden rule is yes and. Somebody says something and then you say, "Oh, yes, and this." You just go along with the flow, and that's what it does. It almost never argues with you. It's sad.
It does, and I force it to, right? Like when I write an argument, my arguments are mine. I never use ChatGPT for an argument, but what I do use it for is to say, look, this is the person I'm talking to. So it's a flat earther who does not hold that there's a specific model or anything like that, doesn't support the AE model, so don't to avoid them bringing up all of that sort of stuff. I don't want to hear stuff like the globe contradicts gravity. Forget all that shit. Pure logic. What would be a good flat Earth response to this argument? And in that sense, it's useful. But
because a syllogism follows doesn't mean it's correct, though, by virtue of the following, right?
If I make an argument, what I'm saying is if I make the argument, I've already tested if it's sound, right? Or I know it's. We all know how to make it valid. We all know how to make
it. It isn't necessarily true then, right? That's all I'm pointing out.
Well,
are you really using ChatGPT for this topic? ChatGPT, when it comes to flat Earth, is fucking cooked, bro. It will straight lie to you. Like straight. It said, yes, numerous laser tests have proved curvature, like the laser test that Lake Valaton measured the surface of the Earth that showed it was that was the opposite of the result they got. It just straight lied to me.
Yeah, I think that it helps with if you remove all the sort of like synthetic stuff about it and say like, look, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm not talking about flat earther that happens to exactly believe in the AE model or anything like that. I just want some purely logical critique of my argument. Where could you sort of find your way out of my argument? What kind of loops can you get? And I force it to pick something, right? So that I know at least when I go to argue the flat earth with a flat earther in a debate, that I know I can expect what they might say, right? And that's very useful.
See, the thing is I don't think it requires analytical refutation of any type, right? Because for it to be true that the Earth is flat, that would mean that SpaceX is in on it. That would mean that all the space agencies are in on it. All the private industry that launch satellites are in on it. Like, it just entails a grand conspiracy, which I just don't think is feasible.
Nonsense, dude. That is utter nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
Non-fucking sense.
But have you talked to anybody that works? Hold on. You talk to anybody that works as like a satellite company doing any of that shit? We talk to any of the people? I have. They don't know anything.
You don't sound like you have.
They literally don't know anything, dude.
To be fair, Indio, though, when you say it's nonsense,
but they have to lie, but they don't know anything. They go to their job. The job says, here's the fucking schematic. Make this fucking widget. And that's what they do. They don't know anything. Oh, they put this widget in the fucking satellite. They launch it into space. They don't know any of that crap.
But to be fair, India, when you say that, I mean, that is true. Probably a lot of them have a small part to play and probably don't know what's going on.
It's all super compartmentalized, dude.
When I hear the phrase "they're lying," right? If sometimes people will say they meaning the government, they mean the people who control the government, they meaning this conglomeration of people, including astronauts and so on and so forth and so and I don't even know if a flat earther knows who they're referring to when they say they.
I don't say they. I actually ask who's they. Let's be specific. Who is they? Who must? This is the question I ask when they say, why would they all lie? Okay, who is required to be in on the conspiracy? Not like maybe the frickin' janitor at SpaceX. He's in on the conspiracy. He works at SpaceX. No, not that guy. Who's required? Who must know? Now, you got to say, what is it required to be lying, right? So, what is lying? Intentional deception. You know the truth, and you intentionally deceive. So, A, they have to know the Earth is flat. B, they have to say something that's different. Now, who's that? Who's that group of people? That group of people is going to be pretty fucking small. People that claim the Earth's the globe from personal experience. Those people are lying. So that's the 27 astronauts, right? 27 Apollo people. People in the ISS, they wouldn't know. They don't go high enough. If you don't believe me, ask Chris Hatfield.
The reason why this is a problem, Indio, I think, is that...
but that's the thing. Even if you say, this group, they lied, they wouldn't lie, that's a sociological, subjective opinion. Doesn't fucking mean anything. Yeah. Literally, you can't prove the surface of the Earth with human sociology.
Well, that's true, but there is... Because there's always...
Okay, I'll give you a conjecture. Would sign confessions, everybody that's in on the live, they all sign confessions, would that prove the Earth is flat?
No, but it would definitely...
Okay, then there's the pointless questions, the pointless inquiry.
Hold on. There is
even if we knew and we had them admit it, it wouldn't do anything.
There is a point to the inquiry, and I think that if it is completely not feasible that someone could lie in this particular way, or whoever it is, however we imagine it would happen, then it could just be the case that whatever reason that got you into flat Earth was flawed somehow, right? I mean, it could happen that way around as well, you know.
It's a psychological need to feel privy to special knowledge.
Oh, that's stupid.
I mean, there is evidence.
This is typical fucking politics server bullshit. Sociological nonsense, dude. Now you're a fucking psychic. You know what flat earthers think.
Oh, no,
we're going to not talk about you, the other idiot. So we can know what the shape of the Earth is if we fucking think about what human beings would do. It's fucking so stupid. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but just to even think about this topic in the terms of social psychological behaviors of human beings. It's so silly to me.
Do you admit you do like the idea of being privy to special knowledge that the rest of us ignorant?
No, dude, no. You don't know me. You don't know how I think. Stop fucking speculating, dude. You're not a psychologist and you don't play one on TV.
See, I am a political scientist, right? And I think that because of that, I do think there is a lot to be answered for in that realm of the debate, right? Like,
you're working on a graduate.
But nobody wants to talk about it because it's so. It feels abstract, but it really isn't. right, we can grasp onto that question of who's lying and why. Right, there's something to be had there.
Well, we want to know too. So when you guys find out why they lie, tell us.
I think 301.81, though I'm uncertain, but I'm leaning 301.81 with a bit of histrionic. What is it? 301.
Yeah. Is that like from the DSM-5 or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Just make shit up. So beliefs in any particular idea are not psychiatric disorders. Nice try, though.
I don't think flat earthers have. I mean, I'm going to actually like push back on whoever said it, right? But I think the flat earthers obviously don't have anything. Just between globers, that they don't have any sort of mental problem, right? And I've heard like a lot of people say that it's some sort of symptom of schizophrenia and stuff like that, which is bullshit. I think whatever drives a flat earther towards flat Earth is completely open to every person. Like, let's say it is like they're the ones being controlled or whatever, like into thinking this sort of bullshit. It could happen to anyone. Right? Anyone is basically a flat earther, so they don't have any sort of special mental illness that we wouldn't have anyway.
Or predisposition, perhaps.
Yeah, well, like, look, you probably held a belief before, right? Which was absurd, but you were convinced by it. So, you know.
And those are the types of people that come to terms with that type of thing. One of their coping mechanisms is to go out. A lot of theists that become atheists like to go out and argue, new atheism shit on the internet, right?
It's possible for anyone to have this sort of like flat earthers think it's all of us. I'm sure they don't think we're all schizophrenic and crazy. I'm sure they don't think we're all stupid either. So and vice versa, I think that they're not all stupid, they're not all crazy, and they're not all schizophrenic, right? The truth is that whatever is causing either side to be duped somehow, which one side is definitely being duped one way or another. That capacity is available to happen to anyone, even the most sensible person.
That's why when a person holds a belief, whenever I hold a belief, I like to think of the accompanying emotional aspects to holding it. And I like to take account of any of those emotional needs to hold a particular belief when I hold it, right?
You know that everything you're saying is just your subjective bullshit and says more about your psychology than anything else. You realize that, right? That you have no self-awareness. That you telling us how you like to think about other people and what they think is telling us what you think. You people, man, like something, dude, is wrong with y'all.
Although
I do think this follows the bell curve. So, like, we got plenty of nutballs. Goldberg has plenty of nutballs. People think all sorts of stupid things. There's probably people right now on the internet arguing about fucking Graham Hancock and the fucking Sphinx and Göbekli Tepe and fucking monoliths and fucking ley lines and all sorts of shit, right? There's people arguing about fucking black holes and fucking Einstein-Rosen bridges and all sorts of bullshit. But for some reason, this guy thinks that, hey, flat Earth's ridiculous. When what we're saying is, all you ever do is observe that Earth is flat and motionless, and maybe that's the way it is. But we're somehow delusional. But you believe in black holes and big bangs and fucking monkey people and there's something from fucking nothing.
Directed at
me. The universe expanding into just people in the modern cosmology that you think that ostensibly I think you believe in, right? You believe in the whole modern cosmological story, right? Big Bang, evolution, black holes, dark matter, dark energy.
I don't know about dark matter and dark energy though. For the most part,
Okay, so how are any of those things on any more of a solid foundation than, hey, the Earth might be what it looks like? I might be able to just believe my own eyes, and that's what it is. That's ridiculous. But black holes is fucking not ridiculous.
India,
like
do these
what I
guys?
don't understand with you guys. I just don't understand. I don't understand it. Like
So true,
what you guys
India.
believe in is that it's so fantastical and so conceptual with so
Fabrical
little empirical
space-time.
shit, dude. It blows my mind, dude. And that you guys have the gall to call us like or imply that we're delusional or that we have some fantastic ideas and just some other fucking weird motivation going on. No, we just go outside. It is what it is. What's fucking hard about that? That's
secret
ridiculous
knowledge.
for some reason. Yeah, there ain't no fucking secret knowledge. Nobody's hiding the flat Earth. It can't be hidden. Some people, you saw the Earth was flat. Some other people came along and said, that's not really flat. That's an optical illusion. It's really a giant ball. You were like, okay. That's literally what happened.
Get in there, Fletchy. Go on.
It's a big ball. Okay. Okay, Daddy. Okay, Mommy. It's a big ball because the teacher said so. There's a globe in the corner. It's a big ball. I saw a TV show. This dude's floating around. It's a big ball. That's what you guys are doing. Like, and you have no self-awareness about the fact.
Or when you get high or on mushrooms and you talk about the fabric of space-time like you just figured it out when all you did was do drugs.
Yeah, it's fucking deep, man. What if this crazy star, man, that's so deep? There's no external world. We're stardust, dude. It's inside of us, man.
Exactly. It's silly.
Do these guys think that flat Earth is a belief? Is that their issue?
Yes.
They are implying it. They didn't explicitly say it. I'll give them credit.
Look, can I ask them directly? Do you think flat Earth is a belief, you guys?
I would say it's as much of a belief as believing in the globe.
The loss of a belief. That's what flat Earth is.
The claim.
If you're working with me on site and you ask me to measure up a 2 meter length of duct, and I cut that duct and I hand it up to you, and you measure it as 2 meters. Do you believe that duct is 2 meters, or do you know it's 2 meters?
Both. I would say those are not exclusive concepts.
So you're saying that you both believe and know?
To any degree that somebody can know something, yes.
Do you believe that flat earthers both believe and know that the Earth is flat?
People would say they know because they have reasonable belief in their minds, right? In the same way that a globe would say globe.
So with that bit of duct, what part is the knowing part?
I guess, are you talking about subjective knowing, or are you talking about objective truth? Because I don't know.
We're talking about you asked me to measure something and cut it, and I hand it to you, and you check the measurement. Is which part of you knowing that duct is 2 meters? Is which part is the belief and which part is the knowing?
I would have reasonable belief to know because I measured it, but we can never truly know because there could be anything that happens to the piece of thing. Like maybe the temperature changed and it grew a millimeter. Like
you measured it. You measured it, yeah?
I know, and then it changed or whatever. My point is, you could, to the extent that you can know something that is known.
If it changed, you wouldn't be measuring it 2 meters, would you? It would be something different than 2 meters.
If you measured it 2 meters and it changed, and then I measured it as 2 something else, where's the knowledge?
Yeah, so what you're saying is that at some point when I cut something, it changed. If I handed it to you and you checked the measurement, and it was exactly what you asked me to cut, and you checked the measurement, so do you know that measurement is correct, or do you believe that measurement is correct?
Belief to say that I know, yes. But I wouldn't ever, about nearly anything in life, say that there is like an objective truth that you could know.
Except if I measure something and cut it, hand it to you and you check the measurement.
Like, for example, dude, I could come up with 1,000 reasons why I could be wrong. Maybe my measurement device is wrong.
We're using the same measuring device, both of us together. You hand me measuring tape. I measured 2 meters.
Maybe I misread the fucking number.
That's why we both double check. So
I'm just coming up with random things off the top of my head, and there is an infinite number of these things. There's not a finite set of these things. There's an infinite set.
This is very, very. I don't know why you're going off on a tangent. Maybe too many psychological studies. We're talking at just a basic thing here. We measure something, we cut it, we double check the measurement together. Do we know or do we believe that that particular thing that we cut is the distance that you asked me to cut it?
I would say we have a very damn good, reasonable belief or to say that we know. Yes. Is that not an acceptable answer to you?
No. So if you're going to build, belief and knowing is two separate things. You can't have a really high assurance of some kind of belief which alludes to a knowing. You either know that it's 2 meters, or it's not 2 meters. So we just measured it, we cut it, we checked it together. I measured 2 meters, you measured 2 meters. You give me the thumbs up.
Yeah.
You're just about to put this thing that we measured into some kind of a building. If you're not going to put, if you don't really know that it's 2 meters, you're not going to put it in.
I would be comfortable saying no. Yeah, sure. In that context, I would be.
Right. So flat earthers measure the earth flat. We know it's flat.
Yeah. The problem is we're in one of those situations where other people saying they measured it to not be flat, and there's a disagreement about the measurement.
How do you measure not flat?
Oh, you had handed me the thing and I measured it differently.
Okay, so how do you measure not flat?
I mean, well, you guys straight up disregard lots of evidence of it measured.
No. I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about how do you measure not flat?
Well, like one way that I've done it, that I've already mentioned earlier in this call, was measure the curvature of high altitude balloon footage.
So you're saying that you have a camera device on a balloon, and you measured the curvature from that camera?
Yes. It was not my camera, but I have sourced this from many cameras, and each time I've also modeled the predicted curve of what it should be, and it aligns every time.
Okay, so if we're going to measure from a image device, which is transposed onto another image device, and then using a particular measuring tool on the image device, would you say that that was more accurate or less accurate than a simple triangulation of an azimuth?
How are you calculating your curvature? Will you explain it to me?
I'm not calculating curvature.
With the
what I'm saying is we calculate the Earth being flat by angle measurements to celestial bodies and their ground position.
Are you going to make the argument when I hear time and time again that you cannot determine anything about the ground you stand on by making observations in the sky?
No, you're not a mind reader.
No.
Just listen to him.
No, I'm genuinely curious.
No, so we are measuring the ground because when we view a celestial object using an almanac, we know where that celestial object's ground position is.
Yeah.
So when we measure the azimuth angle, that is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, we have a horizontal plane from our vertex position to the vertex position of the ground position of the celestial object. We determine the angle of elevation based upon the horizontal line. You cannot do that if the horizontal line or the adjacent is curved.
Right. So if I understand,
now, not only do we do that once, we do that 3 times in regards to sea navigation. We do that 3 times, and we create 3 circles of equal elevation, and we create 3 rectangular boxes back to our position. That is 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees back to our position. That's 3 times. That's a lot of flat. And that gives us our prime position within meters on any map system. And that's how we know that the Earth is flat. We don't believe it. It's just measured that way.
I'm a little, slow at grasping exactly what you are saying. Is there something I could read or visuals that you can provide
Celestial navigation.
Of a specific observation I'm talking about.
Oh, there's many. It's how the latitude and longitude lines.
Sure. I just want to The reason why I'm asking is because I don't fully grasp what the argument is, but what I think I'm hearing, I've also measured.
The simplest one is Polaris.
Uh-huh.
So if I take my azimuth to Polaris or my angle measurement to Polaris, that dictates my latitude.
That's right.
So as I move further away from Polaris, the angle of Polaris gets lower, so therefore my latitude increases. Now, each degree of latitude is 60 nautical miles, so we get up to 39, 59 nautical miles. All right, so I'm at one point, and I'm measuring Polaris to its 0 azimuth, 39, 59. Now, let's say someone is standing on the plane directly opposite me, 180 degrees. They're also measuring Polaris's azimuth at 0 degrees, 39, 59. That's a whole lot of flat there.
Wait. So let me see if I understand. I followed you up until the last part. So you are looking up at Polaris, and you have somebody standing to your right or to your left, also looking at Polaris.
No. Someone standing directly 180 degrees. So someone's facing me.
Someone facing you, and how are they measuring?
On the other side, but on the other side of Polaris. So if you take Polaris' position as the center, and someone's standing directly opposite me at their 0 degrees and I'm at my 0 degrees, that's 2 lots of 39, 59 nautical miles. Now, the reason why we know it's flat is because if it was curved, we would have to draw 2 tangent lines from each of the observers to Polaris, and both ground positions wouldn't meet.
Well, of course, because they'd be. I mean, the star is so freaking far away that the angle would be so minute that would be indiscernible.
No, the ground position of the star is inconsequential to its height.
The ground position.
Yeah, it has no bearing on the height of the star whatsoever. They're all treated like they're the same distance away and a parallel plane to the plane of the horizon.
I just don't see where this disagrees with the globe, because I can draw the same picture on a globe and it works just fine.
2 parallel planes, the sky being the one plane and the surface being the other, the plane of the horizon being the other. You don't think that that's a problem in the globe?
Unless I'm visualizing it wrong in my head, which, again, I would do great with pictures here. I'm a very visual guy. I could draw a picture of what I think I'm hearing you guys say.
So what you need to do is, if you're on a globe, is the ground falls away from you at a certain distance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we can't use an angle measurement. We can't use a curved adjacent. We must draw a tangent from our feet, pointing out towards Polaris.
Yeah.
Now the other guy that's 180 degrees away from me, facing me, looking at Polaris, he has to draw the tangent pointing away from his feet as well.
Yep.
Now, we need the ground position of the celestial bodies, in this case Polaris, all right? We need that ground position to draw what's called a celestial box or celestial rectangle. That is
a cosmic rectangle. But yes.
That is a straight line from my feet to the ground position of Polaris, up to Polaris, to its circle of equal altitude, back to the vertex on top of my head, and down again.
Okay.
And the other gentleman has to do that. Now, if you were to draw tangents on a curve, the ground position of Polaris will never match. It'll be some other different place. It won't be the azimuth angle. That's why we know it's flat, because we use angle measurements to measure the Earth. And it's been done like that forever.
Yeah. I mean, the star that you're measuring is Polaris, is so much larger than the Earth that if you were to draw a tangent line from a globe, from your feet, a tangent line from your feet on one side of the globe and a tangent line from the other side of the globe towards Polaris, they would be parallel lines and still intersect with the star. So those two parallel lines, obviously by nature of being parallel, would never meet. But they would intersect with the star.
Listen, you're not listening to what we're saying. We're talking about the star's ground position, not the star.
No, I understand.
The azimuth angle is taken from our visual perspective to the star. but the actual measurement is taken from the ground position of that celestial body.
Yeah, I understand the ground position on a flat Earth model, but what I'm trying to say is that on the globe model, the ground position would encompass the entire Earth. It's larger than the Earth.
No, there's only one spot where you're standing directly under a celestial object. That's called the GP, ground position.
Okay, well, let me see if I can do a thought
he's
exercise.
using the celestial. You're talking about the celestial sphere, where the Earth is a point, because you're only using like angles to the center of the Earth. It's as a point. So you're telling us by what you're implying by saying such a thing is that the Earth is a point and not the location that you're measuring from. You are measuring from the surface of the Earth with these instruments, like a sextant. A Mariner sextant, you're using the surface of the Earth. You're not using the Earth as a point.
I agree. I'm using the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point. If you think that I'm trying to...
what you're talking about would have to use Earth as a point.
No,
yes, but
that's not.
Yes, the center.
Well, if I could post an image, I'd show you what I mean. But as a thought exercise, again, put your head in the mindset of a glober for a second, and would you not agree that Polaris is bigger than the Earth according to the globe?
Yeah, okay, but that's baseless.
Okay, hold on. Let me walk through this whole train of thought. Okay,
I already know your position. I've already.
Well, it doesn't seem like it, because somewhere along the line, either I don't understand what you guys are saying, or you guys don't understand what I'm saying, and I'm trying really hard to figure out which is which. Okay, but anyway, if Polaris is bigger than the Earth, then imagine you just brought it close to the Earth. You know, really, really close. It's like right next to it. Instead of being light years away, it's right next to the Earth. Where is the ground position?
That's what we do. That's what we do when we do the ground positions.
I'm so just the ground now position, telling you. I mean, honestly, you're using the celestial sphere, which means you're only using the sky and the way that we perceive the sky. And it is modeled to where you can utilize it as a means of traveling the surface. But the measurements from that come from flat Earth measurements where they're utilizing the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point like you would have to do. The Earth would have to move in around that point for you to find a ground position of a star. So it's like you're already presupposing the Earth is a sphere to begin with, and you're not doing that in real life with a Mariner sextant on the sea. You're not doing that.
I agree. I am presupposing but that's my point. My point is that it doesn't disagree with the observations or the prediction that a globe would make. So, and that's what would be useful to me, is if there is, you're saying we know the Earth is flat because this observation would disagree with the globe, but I'm not seeing the disagreement.
Yeah, but it's supposed to ad hoc. That your explanation of how it could work with a globe presupposes the globe in the first place.
That's really weird. We are trying to argue against two different models. You have two presupposed models. You have the flat presupposed, you have the globe presupposed, and you're saying we know
Stop, Dan. Yeah. You're affirming the consequent, mate. You're supposed to be using this to prove the globe.
I'm not making the claim to prove it. It was him. He said this proves the flat Earth. I'm not making any claim here.
So why are you talking about your globe model to compare it to your globe model?
Yes, because he's contrasting
so
it
you're
to a
affirming
globe
the
model.
consequent.
That's not affirming the consequent. I'm trying to.
So okay, then how do you know you've got a globe in the first place?
I'm trying to apply. He's saying it disagrees with the globe, so I'm trying to apply it to the globe and see if it disagrees. That's all. I'm just trying to verify his claim.
No, so look, let's speed it up a bit, because sometimes we just hate playing games like this, and so your globe is based upon angle measurements to Polaris to create latitude, and it's also based upon solar noon to create lines of longitude. You put those both together, you blow it up, and you have your globe. But all the measurements are angle measurements. Angle measurements can only take place with two straight lines, not tangents. Two straight lines.
If you have tangent is a straight line.
I'm nearly finished. If you have a tangent, right, that means that underneath the tangent, there's a deviation from the tangent, which is your Earth surface, the globe surface. If you were to draw a vertex from the point of the celestial body to its ground position, it will not meet the tangent. It will meet the tangent, but it won't match up with the curved surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that is a nonsense. Yeah, you're right. It's nonsensical on the globe, but it doesn't disagree with the globe.
Yeah, no worries. Now that we've got that out the way, now as an engineer that's been involved with communications for many, many years, you had a question about communications? I'm happy to answer.
What? I don't have any questions about communications.
One of you was talking previously about communications. If it wasn't you, sorry. I'm wrong, but anyway.
I think it's you need two straight lines for an angle, but the elevation angle measurements that you're taking with a Mariner sextant is a right angle triangle where the right angle is opposite from you. You're the observer. You've got
I don't know. I think we're just going to go in circles on this. But one other thought about the Polaris thing that's interesting to me from a flat Earth perspective is that you can do it from the hypothetical you guys gave, which is somebody that's at the equator. Two people that are at the equator on opposite sides of the Earth, looking at Polaris. You're right that those would have the same azimuth angle and so on. But what gets more interesting is if you have a third observation or three observations at different latitudes. At that point, you cannot calculate a ground position. They would all disagree with each other. They intersect at different points. And the only one that makes sense is when they're all parallel on the globe model.
No, it's because it's observer dependent.
Well, that's just weird. That's just magic voodoo that you guys invented.
No, that's what the celestial sphere is even based off of. It's based off of you being the center, you being the point.
You would say it's the celestial, but why? How does it operate that way? You're just invoking, this is just how it works. At least the globe model provides a mechanism for why that works.
Why do you don't need a why. You just need to know how it's done from the source.
Well, and by the way, I think you were the one earlier that said that, knowing why or getting to the bottom of truth is not your thing. And that's fair. But
what I said.
Oh, sorry. If I'm misrepresenting you, please correct me.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I'm not saying anything like that. I love innovation and having new. I'm a songwriter. I play guitar and I sing, so I love inspiration and coming up with new things myself. But I'm not going to go into speculation land and make claims that I can't back up. And neither am I going to accept somebody claiming something without some extraordinary claim without the extraordinary evidence to go along with it. Because if it can be presented without sufficient evidence, it can be dismissed the same.
Sure. But weren't you the person earlier when we were talking about Antarctica and I said, well, isn't it useful to know that the Earth, because it tells you more and then you can find out, and you said, well, we don't need to know more. It's just flat. Isn't that?
No. I didn't say that. See, this is a very big misrepresentation of what I was saying. No, the direction that some people are going, which is wrong, it would be considered a wrong direction to go, is to make claims that you can't back up. And that goes for the globe Earth side too.
Sure,
I mean, if you're going to come in here and you're going to die on the hill of globe and you can't even give us sufficient evidence for anything that you're claiming, I mean, how are we supposed to go on with the conversation? You act like it's our fault, but we're keeping you held to a standard.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for misrepresenting you. I must have gotten a completely different thing out of it.
It's fine. But I was saying that the direction that we went is going back and honing and becoming strong in the fundamentals of how to actually process information and disseminate it. So if you're going to be over here on the flat Earth side, you've got a lot of work to do. It's not just some walking. You're going to sound like an idiot if you talk.
I've been here for 6 years. I understand.
So most of the time, I can't even listen in because of the flat earthers. Not even the globe earthers. They're not the ones making me mad. It's the flat earthers talking, and they're talking a bunch of smack that they can't back up, or they result to logical fallacies themselves. And I'm like, how have you not gone and honed the skill of being able to spot logical fallacies and also the cognitive biases and spot all of these things and be able to also self-reflect on yourself? Like, you need to be able to reflect on yourself and see these flaws in your own character and hopefully correct them, because that's just the way that you should this is the problem. People don't know how to process information anymore. They just take the authorities, and they don't think that they think that, flat earthers are telling you you've got to research everything before you. No, when you're presented with a claim in your life, you'll be able to identify if it's something like valid or if it's invalid on the spot. You don't have to just you can just learn the fundamentals and be able to do this on your own. And most people don't do that.
Yeah, for sure. I likewise. I also get really frustrated with a lot of globe debaters, and how they approach things. So I share your sentiment. I try to be as honest as I can be, and just try to seek understanding. But the point that I was originally going to make is about the what I was saying about the celestial sphere, right? It's like, yes, you can call some concept like a celestial sphere, but unless I will always prefer a model that predicts something that has good justification for it over a model that has no justification for it, even if they purport to say the exact same thing. It's the way it works. That's how the celestial sphere works. Okay, but that's not. It doesn't carry weight for me if we have another version that gives you a perfectly reasonable reason, whatever. It gives you a perfect reason why that is the case.
Yeah, but you've got to consider the source information. This is something else that people don't know, and you guys were kind of touching on it when you were talking about how people use ChatGPT or something like that to come in here and talk about the subject. Yeah, so and people don't know how to research things. They don't know how to find source information, like primary source information for anything at all whatsoever. They don't then they have a bias. When they go into researching, they always use confirmation bias. So when you have something that's presented to you that seems sufficient enough as an explanation for what's going on, yeah, but where is the source that came from? And why was it proposed? And is it back engineered from what we actually experience in reality, or is it something legitimate? You need to find some sort of source for the information, and don't just take it on faith.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's why I loved the Antarctic thing, and I find it strange that people are so dismissive of it. That aids towards what you're saying. It's a direct source that can give us some information, useful information, one way or the other.
I'll say that it's very interesting that I'm a ball buster over on the FED server, and it's interesting the footage that we got from that whole thing. I'm loving that we're going through it, and they have my point of view because I have a very nuanced point of view. And like the whole green screen thing, I dismissed that because it's a filter. So I don't think there's anything to look into. So people freaking out about the green screen.
Wait, Dan,
thing.
Can you tell us? One second, Dan. Can you tell us why? Dan, can you tell us why the sun was moving anti-clockwise in Antarctica?
Sure. And see, that was crazy. Like we were talking about that on the last Ballbusters because Betty was there with us, and it was really fun. So you guys should go check out that episode of Quantum Erasers or QE Live, the last one that we did Tuesday.
So Dan, do you know why the sun was moving counterclockwise in Antarctica, contrary to the globe model? Why was that, Dan?
Well, because it's not contrary to the globe model. That's exactly what you expect on a globe model.
So in the globe model, the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth, yeah? In the globe model, you're saying, yeah?
No, in the northern hemisphere, it would be appearing to move clockwise, in the southern, anti-clockwise.
In the northern hemisphere, it appears to move anti-clockwise, east to west.
No.
In the Antarctica, it also moves east to west. So how do you explain
east to west would be anti-clockwise, north. Yeah. Yes.
So how would you explain that?
Well, I can show you a video.
Do I have?
But you just said northern hemisphere. You just said just now that northern hemisphere is clockwise, and it's not clockwise.
Appears. This is
appears.
It's an apparent thing. So
yeah, it's an apparent thing. That's right.
Clockwise.
Yeah, it goes east to west, so it doesn't matter how it appears. East to west.
Subjective.
It goes east to west, so it's anti-clockwise.
Yeah. Right, but objective directions, you would use the cardinal directions.
Right.
The crazy part about this, the crazy part about this is the elephant in the room is being ignored. The actual pole, what they say, the place they're standing at, the ground. People are not looking at it. And quote from the explorers of the pole. This is a quote. The pole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level, probably surrounded by a ring of high mountains, although it's preferably still largely unexplored, right? Largely unexplored. The nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. So
that's
the South Pole.
So Dan, can you explain why the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere we look? Why is it doing that?
The South Pole is flat.
I'll wait.
Dan, can you tell me why the sun is moving anti-clockwise, northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? Can you answer that?
What do you mean why, bro? Why are you asking why?
Maybe nearest the sphere would wish flat at Antarctica.
I don't know why these guys are interrupting. I don't know why Dan is silent. I really don't know.
I'm trying to answer. I'm just waiting for people to stop talking.
The ground is not curving. The ground is described as a flat plane, 200 miles across.
Are you hearing us, Gemsy?
Are you hearing that the ground?
Yeah, but you totally interrupted a flow here. So if you don't mind,
can you let Dan answer the question for God's sake, man?
Anyway, you're stating a premise that I don't believe in. That the apparent, like the observed rotation from the northern hemisphere, like in the north, near the North Pole, would be clockwise. And observed rotation. And to answer your question about can I demonstrate why? Yes, I can, and I can send you a video if you'd like. Can I?
Listening, Dan.
You asked me a fucking question. You want me to answer?
You're not listening. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong direction. Stop. Wrong. Misunderstood already. So if I go outside now, I'm in Europe now. If I go outside now, the sun will be in the east in the morning. In the evening, the sun will be in the west. That's anti-clockwise, Dan.
That's right. But you're not in a situation where you can get circling around you, right?
In Antarctica, I'm going to have the same thing. I'm going to see the sun in the east in the morning. I'm going to see it in the west in the evening. So how's that, Dan? Explain that.
The further north you go, or the further south you go, the more the northern or southern the rise and set.
If we were on a globe, it should be flipped, shouldn't it? If we were on a globe, wouldn't it be flipped?
Okay, I can shortcut this whole conversation.
You're not answering my question, Dan.
Yes, I'm trying to. If you shut up and I can answer it. God damn, man. Okay. If you want a very visual demonstration about how that's true, I could send you a video that literally during this conversation, I opened up my 3D modeling software. I put a camera on the near the North Pole, and I put a camera near the South Pole, and I set them on a gyroscopic, what do they call them? The ones that track the sun. And I simulate it, and you can see geometrically why this is true. Would you like me to send you this video?
Do you agree or disagree that the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth? Do you agree or disagree?
It does from an external perspective, yes. I do agree.
What are you talking about from an external perspective? It either moves east to west or it doesn't move east to west everywhere.
You want to actually see it for yourself.
So why are you avoiding the Dan then? What's the matter with you, dude?
I didn't avoid it. I made a fucking simulation and animation to send you, and you just would rather use words.
Listen very carefully, Dan. Listen very carefully. If the sun moves counterclockwise, just listen. If the sun is moving counterclockwise everywhere, whether it's at the North Pole, Antarctica, Equator, doesn't matter. If it's moving east to west everywhere, then you can't be on a globe, Dan.
Okay, wait. So if you are, where'd you say you were?
Europe.
Okay, Europe. Isn't moving. Like, do you see any sort of rotation, like the anti-clockwise? You don't, from your perspective. You see it rising.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, I do. In the morning, it's in the east. In the evening, it's in the west. That's anti-clockwise.
Yes, that's linear. That's linear, not radial. Right? You're describing one cardinal direction.
No, I'm just. If I do a time lapse, I'm going to see the sun moving from east to west during the day.
That's a line across the sky in one singular direction. Westward.
Yeah, and it's funny how that happens everywhere on Earth.
And so that's the point. That's the difference between the apparent movement of the sun and the actual rotation of the sun. From an external perspective, you're right. The Earth is always rotating counterclockwise. Thus, the sun is going the opposite direction relative to it. But from your perceived location, it will be different. And if you want to know why, I can send you a literal animation I made during this conversation, and you can
agree?
Yeah, this is getting painful. You guys are both fucking this up. It's if you face north, it'll appear to be counterclockwise. If you face south, it'll appear to be clockwise. And your location doesn't matter for that.
It's moving from east to west.
An animation, if you guys want.
It doesn't matter about your position because in the end you have a compass, so that standardizes the position. It's going to go from east to west everywhere.
Here, okay. I'm just going to record this. If somebody wants,
How is that possibly shown? Tell me.
I will show you. Would you rather be shown?
Well, if it's moving from east to west everywhere, that's not possible on a globe, is it?
Would you want to be shown why it's true?
Right. But I'm going to need. I don't want any software. I want to see video cameras. I want to see actual.
I mean, this is
I don't need your software to tell me something. I don't need that.
Model of how it would work on a globe, and would you want to know?
Right. That's great. That's great. But that's not actual explanation of how it could be.
You just want to dismiss it. Okay.
No, I want you to show me actual evidence, actual substantiation, actual data of some kind that you measured or took photographs even. I'll take that.
It's geometry, man. It's just fucking geometry. It's not a tough question.
I know, but according to geometry, you're wrong.
I don't know why you're dodging just looking at the geometry I have. I don't know why you don't want to see it. You've asked me time and time again for this very thing, and you just don't want to see it.
How can someone is upside down in Australia, upside down in relation to me?
How can? Let me show you, for Pete's sake.
Let's stop talking. So if someone's upside down right now in Australia, and I'm upside up in Europe, right? When we look at the sun, it's like, if he's upside down, he's going to see everything flipped, isn't he?
Yes.
Right. So, well, we don't see anything flipped. We see everything the same. So, it can't be a globe.
The sunspots, the moon is flipped, depending on your observer location.
I'm not talking about the moon. We're not talking about the moon, mate. We're talking about the sun, yeah?
Same thing. The sunspots are going to be...
Therefore, if the sun is moving anti-clockwise, it can't be a globe. You see that?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know why we're having a geometric conversation or argument without us looking at the geometry.
Right, but you're looking at computer software, bro. You're looking at computer game.
Software that models geometry, you fucking fuckwit.
Right, but it's real life. That's the interesting thing.
Oh my gosh, it is a... Do you disagree that we can model geometry in a computer?
I'm suspecting that your model doesn't match real life.
It's 3D. It's a 3D software. It's how we model everything in 3D. I'm in 3D graphics as a profession.
Right, yeah, you do everything with it, but doesn't match real life, though.
Oh my God! Unless you have a very specific reason why it does not align with the model that you're trying to argue against, then this is a stupid conversation.
I'm just suspicious that your model doesn't match real life. So how do we check if it matches real life?
I just modeled exactly what the globe would say it should be, and then when I rotate the fucking Earth, it does exactly what I'm saying it does.
Is there any way we can check? Is there any way we can check your model against real life to see if it comports? Is there any way we can do that, or should I just trust your model?
Look at this animation. Say, hey, look, it's moving clockwise in the northern hemisphere. It's anti-clockwise in the southern. Let's see if it purports to actual observations. Okay, let's look at a time lapse of the sun that somebody put it on YouTube from the northern hemisphere. Let's look at a time lapse of the sun from the southern hemisphere, and guess what? It's gonna align.
You know, you're getting everything all screwed up here.
But if the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere, then it means it can't be a globe.
Oh my God!
It's just counterclockwise or clockwise, depending which way you're facing. It's got nothing to do with hemispheres.
No, it does.
Yes, it doesn't. And the claim, anyway, you got the claim wrong. You just said counterclockwise from the southern hemisphere. That's not even what Professor Dave put out there, which is what everybody parrots for this. He said clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Well, they just did a time lapse of the sun going across the screen from right to left, and that's what it's supposed to do in the so-called northern hemisphere, according to these guys. Because all along, it's just been a matter of which way the observer is facing.
Exactly. And we standardize that with a compass.
How can that be the case when you're standing in the center of where it's circling?
That's how it's the case. You're facing north.
You're in the center of where it's circling.
You're facing north.
Around you.
Yeah, you're facing north, and it doesn't matter where you do that from. The sky's going to appear to have counterclockwise motion facing north. Doesn't matter where you do it from.
You got a big problem, Dan.
Some kind of thing here. You guys have trouble visualizing this in 3D.
No, you're just an idiot who has trouble visualizing turning around.
It's really funny because a minute ago, this guy was telling Flatsy, he was telling her, oh yeah, man, I don't like on the globe side, man, people are disingenuous, man, you got to be honest, man. And then now he's being dishonest. Look, the very thing
I'm being disingenuous when I literally did work to try to answer your specific question, and instead of accepting the work that I did to see it visually, you just keep on deflecting, and I don't know why.
Did you do work to answer his question, or did you do work to reify your own consequent?
No, what I did is like, hey, I wonder. Here's literally the thought process in my head as it happened, because this happened a while ago when somebody made the claim, oh, you know what, in the north it rotates the same way both ways. Like, wait, would it? I actually don't know. I couldn't quite picture it in my head.
It's not a race, it's 24/7 flat earth, not 24-second flat earth.
What is that even supposed to mean?
Slow down, it's not a horse race.
Oh, okay.
We're not going anywhere.
I'll slow down for you, okay? So I thought, okay, let me try it. I'm just going to build the globe the way that they say the globe is. And I'm going to put a camera where the camera should be for the northern winter and the southern winter. And I'm just going to rotate the goddamn thing and see if the apparent rotation is different or not. I had no predisposition about which way it should be because I didn't know what to expect.
Why did you build a ball then? If you had no anything about it, you would have walked outside and went, "Oh fuck, I see it as flat." You would have.
I don't live in a place where I can observe the 24-hour sun.
See if that's what happens.
Well, wait. So did you record the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I modeled the sun. I modeled the Earth where the globe model says it should be.
Okay, but
and does your model comport with reality? How can we check if it does?
I'd like to know how you guys sit there and claim that the direction you're facing affects if what you're looking at is rotating clockwise or counterclockwise.
Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way. Who's
stand
talking?
under a disco ball.
Shut
and
up.
The disco ball is spinning.
Shut your mouth. I'm answering you. Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way you stand. You should know that, right? You turn around. Left is going to switch with right. Right?
That's true.
Barry.
Oh, he's been going the whole time, huh? You don't want answers, you just want to go off. Okay. Well, you can just sit on mute then.
Your number.
The problem with that, and you're right, if you're at the equator and you look south, then you're right. The sun is going to rise to your left and set to your right, and vice versa, whatever it is.
Where are you when you do this? You said where?
The problem with doing it,
where?
in places
Where are you when you're seeing that?
I just said on the equator.
Okay, well, it depends where you are with respect to the sun's latitude.
Whatever. I specifically gave you a latitude, right? So
but where's the sun at that time? What's the sun's latitude?
You're missing. I'm trying to make a point that you're hanging on something that I'm not trying to make.
No, because if it's the June solstice or towards that time of year.
Okay, let's say equinox. Okay, let's just say equinox.
Okay, then it's going to be overhead. But if it's depending on what tropic it's at, you're either going to have to face north or south to see it, and that is what's going to determine whether it goes from left to right or right to left.
Sure.
East to west. Why can't you guys just use compass points? East to west.
If you say east to west, it will always be east to west when you're at the equator.
It's always going the same way. But the relative directions change depending which way the observer is.
But left to right will be inverse depending on which you look. But the problem that lies, and the point that I'm trying to make, is that when you are
on a globe, that's only the case on the globe, Dan.
No, it's not. You're completely a moron, Hyro Pro. Just be quiet.
When you're at the pole, in fact, you can see this in the time lapses that they did. They're rotating every single direction. They're not facing south or north. They're facing every single direction. And so the whole notion of relative direction is meaningless.
No, Dan, do they have a compass down there? Dan, do they have a compass down there?
Yes, and they're rotating.
Oh, wait. So they can find north and south, right?
Oh, my God.
Can they find north and south? Yes or no?
Every direction is north from the South Pole.
So you're talking about the time lapses that they just did, the Dave McKeegan thing of the sun?
Yeah, or the one
across the screen, bro. Dude, the claim has always been from Globers, clockwise in the southern hemisphere. That's what they've thought has been going on for years. Clockwise.
I don't know about that claim.
That's what they've said for years. Clockwise. Okay. That video that Dave McKeegan just put out, the time lapse of the sun, he's facing north to see the sun because you have to from down there, obviously. It's going from right to left, the exact opposite of what they've said all this time. In the southern hemisphere, it goes clockwise.
Did you say that they're facing north to see the sun? No, they face every direction. It circles them.
Yeah, facing away from the south.
Oh my God!
They were facing south. I think they were facing south.
Hey, you're retarded, or I'm thinking.
How could they be facing south to see the sun?
These guys are still thinking compass points work on a 3D globe model. They still think it's possible to have compass points in a 3D system like that. You can't. You can only have it when there's a plane below you. Then compass points work. You idiots.
I don't even know what's being argued anymore.
You don't understand that compass points disprove what you're saying here. The compass points show there's east to west everywhere. So no one flipped upside down in Australia to see it differently. They all see it the same. So it's not a globe, is it?
What I'm saying is that the compass direction of the sun does a full 360 when in places where you can see the 24-hour sun.
Yeah. Yeah,
always moving east to west, brother.
That's true. Yeah,
it's always moving east to west, and you're coping, dude.
No, it goes. When you see 24-hour sun, the definition of seeing 24-hour sun is that you point a compass at it, and it goes a 360 degree across all of the cardinal directions.
East to west, yeah, anti-clockwise, east to west, yes. And you're too stupid to understand that means it's not a globe, because Europe has the same. If I go out now in Europe, in my garden now, I'm gonna see it go east to west too.
When something is circling above your head,
think about
how
this.
do you? Both directions are east to west. When something is circling above your head, how do you get from east to west? You can go either direction and get there.
Yeah, when something is circling above your head, it's not the ground.
The reason you can't. One second. The reason you can't understand this, bro, is because you're still imagining everything to be on a globe, and that's why your head is getting screwed up. Imagine you're on a plane. Imagine there's a North Pole. Imagine there's a ring, a southern Antarctica ring around that North Pole. Then everything makes sense. But you can't imagine it that way for some reason. You're blocked.
Or
you're right. The whole point of what I'm trying to argue is you're saying it can't work on a globe. So yes, I am thinking about the globe when I'm making this argument.
But it doesn't work on a globe. It's impossible on the globe.
You say it's impossible, yet I demonstrate that it's possible. You just don't want to see it, and so I don't know what to tell you.
You just have some computer graphics. That's all.
Yes, computer graphics that use geometry. Unless you want to argue with me that geometry is just wrong, just period.
Does your model comport with the reality? If so, show how it comports with the reality.
Yes, you line it up with what we see in footage.
Show me now all the real life data that you've obtained to show that comports with reality.
24-hour from the northern hemisphere. Take a time lapse of the 24 from the southern hemisphere, and that aligns with
moving east to west. Yeah, but it's moving east to west, and so it proves I'm right. Then.
Oh my God. Okay. So the time lapse that just happened in Antarctica. How do you know it's not moving east? How do you know it's moving east to west?
Well, don't you have a compass? Can't you work it out? No.
You are rotating on your compass. But how do you know you're going east to west? Is nonsensical when you're following something that's
rotating on my compass. What is rotating?
It makes sense compass-wise to say anything about something that's circling around you is to say if it's moving clockwise or anti-clockwise. The notion of saying east to west is a nonsensical notion when something's circling around you.
But if it's moving in the same direction in all places, there's no one who's upside down, dude. Simple.
Okay, can you visualize something for me, Dan?
I would love to. Can somebody share what I actually did?
It's going to be really quick. Imagine like you have one of those bar weights with the dumbbells on the ends.
Uh-huh.
Okay, think about it being light and you don't have it's not a struggle to hold it, okay? And you rotate it in one direction. Say that you start rotating it away from you. And if you look at the dumbbell on your right, it would be rotating anti-clockwise. The one on your left would be rotating clockwise. If you can see, you can visualize this, right? So
before you can move on, I just want to make sure I'm visualizing it correctly. You are holding a dumbbell, in front of you.
Well, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology for the exercise equipment, but if you're holding a bar with the weights on each end, they're circular, and you're spinning away from you. If you look to your right, you would be looking at one side going anti-clockwise, but the one on your left would be going clockwise from your perspective, right?
From my perspective, they're both rotating away from me, so I don't
exactly know. But if you look at one of the weights to your right, when you look
so if I move my perspective to be at one end,
right? Okay, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's still all spinning in one direction. But if you look to your right, in your perspective, you see one going anti-clockwise, and then the one on your left would be going clockwise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can use that kind of visual to understand what's going on in the sky. It's all going in one direction.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said, and that's all true. I do agree that there is an objective rotation, but also, just like what you said, there is a perceived rotation, clockwise versus anti-clockwise, depending on which direction you're looking at it.
Yeah, that's it.
That I don't know where that's fine.
If it's circling around you, it's either going left to right or right to left. It's circling around you. Like, what the hell?
Right to left, now you're going back to the confusing thing. Right to left does not make any sense when something's circling around you. God damn it, man. Imagine there's literally a fly rotating around your head. Let's say it's moving clockwise. Is it going right to left? Or is it going is it going
okay, well, let's say 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left.
And an increment of change occurs. Is it moving to the left or the right? It's that simple.
1 second, Dan. Why are you pretending?
3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left. And so then the rest is obviously going to be left to right. So then that's called counterclockwise.
Wait, Dan, why are you pretending you can't find north on some point of the earth?
You look at the ground, what's the point here?
Yeah, there isn't really a point. Like,
let me ask you a question, Dan. Dan, why do you think that on some parts of the earth you can't find true north? Why are you saying that?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying here, I'll extend my hypothetical. Imagine you are facing north, okay, and there is a fly rotating around your head.
No, that's a false equivalence. Sorry, that's a false equivalence because in your paradigm, it's the Earth that's rotating, not the fly.
The Earth.
Exactly. Good point.
You guys get caught on. It's inconsequential to the point that I'm actually making.
No, it's not inconsequential. The fly is not rotating. It's you that's rotating. That's your model.
Okay, so you're on a swivel chair and there's a fly hovering in front of you.
Well, it doesn't make sense because now you're changing your direction. Okay. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now we're talking because
the
if the sun
with rotating, it makes it a difficult analogy because on the Earth, yes, the Earth is that you're standing on is rotating, but your reference to north is rotating with you.
The Earth is not. That doesn't make sense.
And which way does the Earth rotate, son? Which way does the Earth rotate?
That's nonsense.
Counterclockwise.
Use cardinal directions. Which way does the Earth rotate?
Clockwise? My God damn! What? Yes, the Earth rotates counterclockwise. If you want to say which direction the sun rises and sets, it's from east to west.
So which way does it
go? Ours would be spinning west to east, right?
Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know? Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that? Wait. Watch this. Watch how he hangs himself. Dan, how do you know the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that?
I'm just going off of the model right now. We're arguing models.
Nonsense.
Why do you think it's rotating anti-clockwise? Maybe it's rotating clockwise. How would you know the difference?
It depends on your observer. Like if you look at it from the South Pole, then it would be the other way.
All right, so the Earth rotates in a different direction depending upon which spot you're on. If on the lower part of the Earth, it rotates one way.
If you want to give it a cardinal direction, it's rotating east. Okay.
It'd be going from west to east.
Okay.
How would you know that?
Back to your swivel chair. Go back to your swivel chair.
No, wait, Dan, explain, please. Dan, please explain why do you think it's rotating in one direction, not another? If in the northern hemisphere things appear one way, in the southern area they appear another way, well then how do you know which way the Earth's rotating?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on. How do you know it's rotating? You said the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise. How would you know that? How would you decipher that?
Like objectively, how would I observe that?
Yeah, well, you're saying it rotates anti-clockwise. Well, how do you know that?
Yeah. If you want to, so first of all, I'm not talking about observations right now. I'm talking about models. But if I were to make an observation, I mean, you could go into space and have a reference point of what is north, and then
wait. So does your model have an objective?
Wait. If you're in space, what do you mean the reference point of north? If I'm in 4 billion miles away from the Earth, north.
Hang on, dude. Does your model have an objective up and down? Does your model have an objective up and down?
It's one that we've invented. Yes. As a reference, yes.
So there's a top and a bottom.
Yeah.
There was no direction in space.
What?
Relative to? What's relative to?
Freaking Dan Fessler, dude. I haven't seen Dan Fessler in it's been 4 years.
It's been crazy long, yeah.
Miggy, come back.
Anybody?
Well, anyway, if somebody would like to post a video for me, I would be very appreciative.
I just did. I just did.
Oh, no. Sorry. A video that I've recorded.
What's Dan coming? Dan, you coming in there a little bit spicy tonight, man? What's going on?
I didn't start this way, man.
You didn't start
we had a pretty chill conversation until this one.
Yeah, Grizzly got him fired up.
Yeah,
Dan Fessler is an OG of the OG Globers. I mean, he's way back in the day, man.
It's been about 7 years.
He's been pretty chill. He's had some pretty cool convos with Indio tonight.
Yeah, he was back in the day, man. He never we used to deal with Zanuck and all them guys and Gem Panda and all that when Dan was around. And Dan was always he was a cooler Glober back in the day. Gemsy, you remember him?
He's also one of those Globers that claim that nonsense makes sense.
That makes sense. Sure.
That makes sense.
And that sounds like me, huh?
That sounds like you've been saying it. The nonsense makes sense.
I don't know what you're referring
to. He's still running with the globe.
Really quick here.
Yeah.
Pyro Pro.
Yeah, you saw the sky spinning and you say that's because the ground is spinning. It's nonsense.
Really quick. I just got to ask Pyro Pro a question. Which way do the stars go in the northern hemisphere?
Who are you asking?
What do you mean by go? Do you mean the rotation clockwise or counterclockwise?
Yeah, that.
It looks counterclockwise to me.
Okay, now go to 119 in the video I just posted and tell me if that's clockwise or counterclockwise.
What video?
What's that?
Labeled Northern Hemisphere.
Moving stars of the northern hemisphere.
Okay, I'll check it out. Give me a sec, though. I'll
Thank you.
share the video too that you can check out.
I've seen that. Oh no, I haven't seen that one. Never mind.
Are you guys having a party in here or what?
So northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise.
It's actually been pretty fun, Miggy. It's a good time to come in.
Jimsy.
Well, 119. Well, anyway, I'll let him do his research. Never mind.
Oh, Jimsy and Heretic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Buy the dip.
I'm going for it.
Get you, just a little some of Pepe. Just say it, man. Just a small little, Anyway.
Hedera.
Yeah, I was just gonna come in real quick and just tell you guys on a side note. Yeah, buy the dip.
What, Bitcoin?
Altcoins in general. A few meme coins. But I didn't want to.
So Dan, tell me, why do you think the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise?
On the northern hemisphere?
How can the Earth be rotating in two different directions, Dan?
Are you going to ask the same question that I already gave you an answer for that you refused to?
Say we've got a ball spinning like what did they call that? The kids used to play with the ball on the end of this rope with a ball. Anyway, you got a ball spinning, right? This ball's spinning. You're not changing the way it's spinning. It's spinning on an axis. You look underneath it, it spins clockwise. And then if you look at it from above, it's counterclockwise. What's there to comprehend?
What? What are you talking about?
God damn
the
it.
ball is spinning. It's spinning in the same direction in all places. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but see, Hero, you're forgetting something, bro. You're looking at the object, not away from the object. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, we're looking at the object.
Yeah. So in the case,
its handedness.
I know, Hero, but in the case that you presented, you're looking at the object. You're not looking away from it. And then when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the object. So you're not looking directly at the object saying the object is moving. You're looking at other things moving and then assuming that the object is moving, if it is one, like the globe you think it is. So like on the one, your analogy doesn't
moving. It's relative to your position.
I know, but that's not the Hero. That wasn't the analogy. Right. That wasn't the analogy you gave us with the globe spinning. You're looking directly at the object spinning.
Right, and in particular from on looking at it down on its axis.
Yeah, I know that
southern axis.
I get it, but what I'm saying is
northern axis.
What I'm saying is, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but you're looking directly at the object moving. The object is moving, in your scenario. Now, when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the thing you think is the object. See the problem?
No.
You can just extend it. You can say, yeah, you're looking at the object, but think about if there was another shell that was somehow connected to that ball that you're spinning.
Yeah, we're not assuming. We're not assuming in this case. Like his analogy was not assumptions. No assumptions made. We're looking at a ball from the bottom.
Ladder. How about
you just analogy? Hey, you know, just no, not yet. No. No. I'm going to keep doing that until you stop talking. So when you're looking at the object and your analogy, you're looking top down at the object spinning. And then you said, well, let me look from underneath the object. And then you saw, well, look, it's spinning in the opposite direction. But you're looking at the object. Now you need to concede that it's not analogous to being standing on the earth looking away from the thing you think is an object, right? Concede, please. It's not analogous.
Who, me?
The other guy. Are you saying that too, Dan? What his argument was?
What if you got trouble? If you got trouble that you're looking in at?
I don't mind getting a twofer. Go ahead.
If you're concerned about doing this, that you're looking at an object instead of looking away, then why not just stand on a 6-foot ladder? Draw a line, a circle on the ceiling with an arrow on as to how you traced out the circle, right? Right? And then do the same thing standing on the floor in the same direction. And then look at how the two of them are relative to each other.
Yeah, once again, you are looking at something, not the earth. Now, in this regard, you have to look at the earth, and then you have to look either at something that is spinning. So something that you're saying that is going to equate to the thing that you think is spinning is going to have to both be shown to be spinning. The earth is supposed to be shown to be spinning conclusively, and the thing that you're showing is supposed to show as an analogy that it's conclusively spinning. So the first analogy should have been correct, but you didn't have the earth to be spinning to make the analogy correct. So now I need a concession that it wasn't analogous. Because on the one hand, the first one was conclusively determined by the object is spinning. The second one, it wasn't determined conclusively that the object is spinning. It was inferred. So I need your concession, please. I'm waiting.
In a way.
Garbly goop.
Always on the way.
Yeah, your concession, please.
Fucking cowards.
Still waiting.
Narcissistic supply for me, man. And what you said was
just no, it's not gobbledygook, dude. You're one of those guys who really doesn't want. You're prideful. You have ego.
You this, you that. I'm not. Did I say you or anything like that? I just all I said is it sounded like a bunch of garbly-goop. But now you guys get into, as you usually do. You this, you that.
So
you're this, you're that.
Right? Is that what I'm taking? So you're not gonna concede that it
you're a
wasn't.
narcissist, just like that fucking English guy.
Yeah. Who cares? Are you gonna concede that you were wrong?
I would then concede, bro.
You should.
You're not
It's intellectually honest.
Apply from me. I told you.
Yeah, it's intellectually honest, sir. In a conversation where you were wrong, you should say, my bad, I was wrong. Let me redo that. But you're not even doing that. So you're being disingenuous.
Can I attempt to extend the analogy to something that might be
only if you are attaching yourself to his argument? Yes, I'll let you come in.
I am
but if you're
attached,
not,
it's somewhat. I agree with you. I know what he was going with for his analogy, and I agree with you that it's not quite the same because you're looking at the ball versus.
Well, Dan, you know what? I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk because see, that's all I wanted from him.
All you have to do to make the analogy work is instead of imagining the ball in front of you, inflate the ball such that you are inside the ball.
Interesting.
That's the only thing you need to do.
Yeah, interesting. But like you have a different way of thinking about it. He didn't. And see, because
he could have brought out the ladder and told you to draw on the ceiling and the floor that it was analogous to standing inside of a ball.
You didn't say that.
Analogies is hard, man.
You didn't say that. Plus, you're actually, well, even if you were to agree with Dan on this one, you're not really inside of a ball because in this case, you're standing on top of it. So still not analogous. Sorry.
No, I'm not. No, you're floating inside this ball. I see what you're saying. Sure. Imagine that you're standing on a ball inside of this. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. It
does matter. It does matter. It matters because the thing that's in contention to be spinning is the thing you're standing on top of, not the thing that you're inside of. That's the difference.
Relative, but it could be either way. You know, like you
I don't think it's either way. No.
You can either be standing on something that's rotating, or the thing around you could be rotating, and it's the same perceived effect.
All right, let's see if both of you gentlemen are going to be intellectually honest. I know the other guy, Heroes, is struggling to be intellectually honest. But if you say you can conclusively know that the Earth is spinning, then I need to know that right now. Can you conclusively say, standing on the Earth, that you can say that the Earth is spinning conclusively?
No, it's just one data point.
Well, I'm talking to Hero now. You and Hero, actually. Hero, can you conclusively? Can you conclusively know that the Earth is spinning?
You can make observations that suggest that that's the case. Yeah.
Suggest. You're. See, I don't know why, dude. Like, all you gotta say is like, no, you can't be conclusive. Why is it so hard for you to say that you cannot be conclusive to say that the Earth is spinning?
Why is there such a need for you to believe in absolutes and that
because when you make a statement, it's either conclusive. Yeah, it's either conclusive or not conclusive. So is it conclusive that when you stand on the Earth, you can tell if the Earth is spinning?
Man, stand on a ladder, get a 6-foot ladder and a shelter.
See, this is disingenuous of you.
Ladder, and if you have trouble,
I notice one thing.
At a basketball and imagine it rotating, or holding a tennis ball in your hand and rotating. If that's trouble to you because you're looking at it and you're looking inward, not outward. If you want to imagine the same thing looking outward, get yourself a 6-foot ladder and a Sharpie pen, okay? And stand on your fucking ladder and draw a clockwise circle on the ceiling with arrows as to how you drew it out.
What are you talking about,
and then do the exact same thing when you're standing on the floor, facing the floor. In both instances, you're facing out from this imaginary point, which is 5 feet in the air, standing on the ladder. And then tell me,
it's interesting that he just keeps going and going.
Relative to each other when you look at both of them.
Look, all of that to say that it's inconclusive, right? All of that to say that it's not conclusive. Yeah? Look at that. Crickets, bro. What the fuck?
Talking about
I noticed one thing, right?
You got your
noticed one thing earlier. I noticed when I was talking to Dan earlier, right? He was saying, I've got this model. I was like, well, how do you verify that it comports to reality? He dived out of that question. We're back on this question again. How do we know his model's accurate? Turns out it's just a data point. Either way.
I answered the question.
Model, it could be either way.
Well, interesting that the other guy, Hero, didn't say, because I mean Dan was quick to say that it's not conclusive, but the other guy is still, he's struggling to actually get that point across that it's not conclusive. And that's what I want him to say. He needs to confess that it's not conclusive. When he doesn't do that, he still thinks that he can say that he can do something to actually make up some kind of model or analogy. Look, man, you're gonna absolutely know that the Earth is spinning by standing on the Earth, or you're not going to be able to tell me conclusively that it's spinning by standing on the Earth. Which is it? Conclusive or not conclusive? Really?
I don't know who you're.
Hell, dude. Both. If you want to speak up, then I'm speaking to you. But if he wants to speak up, I'm speaking to him. Both of you and him.
Sure.
Is it conclusive or not conclusive?
It's not conclusive on its own.
You said that. Thank you, Dan.
It follows the previous statement that I said that all motion is relative.
You don't have to belabor. You don't have to belabor, Dan. You've already said. I'm waiting for him to say whether it's conclusive or not. We got one Glober confessing.
Same thing that Dan said.
No, don't say what. Now, Ditto isn't going to work in this chat.
I know you're just a troll.
No, Ditto doesn't work in this chat.
Well, shit, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
See,
no good
listen,
reason to believe
you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing right now?
And you think you're clever and smart? You're not.
No, it's not that I'm clever. It's that I'm outing some of the disingenuous people who want to come in here and act like they're in good faith, and you're not. You're not in good faith. So, either you're going to admit intellectual honesty right now, or we're just going to bypass you because you're not one who's going to be able to have a conversation and say, you know what? It's not conclusive. I will say that I believe in the globe, but it's not conclusive, that I know that it's spinning when I'm standing on the surface. Go ahead. Admit it. Really? That's how it's got to be, huh? Guess that's how it's got to be. The guy is willing to go into his shell and not say it's not conclusive that the Earth is spinning, that I can tell, standing on the Earth.
No,
it could be either way.
The internet stranger who's got NPD. Pointless.
Alpha, in their model, it could be either way. That was his words. It could be either way in my model. That's what he said.
Yeah, and so he should then easily say it's inconclusive, right? Easily.
He's saying it with just not the same words that you want.
Dan,
to say. I mean, so.
Dan, do you know why? Do you know why he's struggling to say what I'm saying that he should say? Because he's dishonest, and it's a chip off of his ego. It hurts to say that you're not conclusive. It hurts, Dan. You don't have that kind of like perspective. He does. He's got a bit of ego involved.
It became conclusive when we went into outer space and looked down at the Earth spinning beneath us. Okay.
Did you do that? Did you do that? Did you do that?
So that's what this comes down to. Your whole argument.
No, it comes down to with you. Everything. This
I haven't personally been in outer space.
It comes down to a person being able to be intellectually honest and say what we can discover by our own personal experience, and say this is primary experience. I know that the Earth is spinning, or I don't know that it conclusively that the Earth is spinning. You can't say that. Why? Why? Tell me why. Go on, tell me why. I'm waiting. This is a psychological, like, it's really got into your mind, right? So it hurts. Psychologically, you can't admit the things that you don't know. And this is the part where the ego death happens. Either your ego is gonna like take a fall, or you're gonna ride this thing all the way down to the very end, probably till you get muted or banned or whatever. Because you're just gonna be in here trying to like make your point, thinking that you're smart, but you don't have anything to stand when it comes to like proving something conclusively. This is all you have, man. All you have are your feeble analogies. Things that you think that are you can manifest in reality, but you can never prove that the Earth is a globe conclusively. Whether it's the curve, whether it's the spin, whether it's the vacuum of space being the place that people can travel to. And the words that I'm telling you are real because you can tell me that it's conclusive. If it was, you would be telling me with bells on, this shit is conclusive. We can do X, Y, and Z. That's how we prove it. You can't do that. So all I hear is crickets when I give you the floor. Interesting.
Hey, if you're interested, I shot you a friend request, and this whole debate is regarding clockwise or anti-clockwise apparent motion of the sun.
Did you hear what went down this past week, or actually today, or it's still going on? I'm not really sure.
You're talking about the final experiment stuff.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. This anyway. I modeled it in 3D. And I don't have privileges to post anything here, so if I can send it to you.
What do you have you have level 2 or some shit? Let me see.
I have.
Yeah, you're a politics journeyman level 2. All you gotta do is just type words.
But when you provide your model, you've already said that it could be either way. So your model assumes it could be either way, yeah?
Inconclusive.
Assuming a very specific heliocentric model. Yes, this is assuming that.
We've had conversations before, but he's always said that. The problem I have with the other Globers is that they don't say that. They're standing on a bit more of ego when it comes to they think that they know. They think it's conclusive, and it's you can't say any of those things, and it bugs them, and it rubs them the wrong way, and then they start spiraling and shit.
So Dan, you accept that you just have a speculative model that could be either way. It's just speculation, yeah? You accept that?
I would not say speculative. I mean, I would say substantiated. The whole point of a model, its utility as a model, is how well it can predict things, and it predicts things very well. And this is one such case where I'm trying to show that it would predict what we observe.
Dan, how well you predict things is not a good test for a model. The good test for a model is
the only test for a model. What the hell?
Let me tell you another one. Right? Let me tell you another one then. Another one is whether it comports with reality with direct measurement.
That is saying the exact same thing. I don't know what I'm missing.
No, it's not the same. No, it's not the same.
If it makes predictions, that's not aligned with reality. That's what it means.
Dan, that could be an untrue model that makes correct predictions. That's possible.
Yeah. What are you predicting with this model that you made, Dan? I know people say predictions, but we can talk about what you think predictions are. But I mean, in the sense that you're saying it predicts things, give me one example of the thing that you made, the model that you made. What does it predict?
Sure. There was a notion, a stance that I forget who Gemsy is saying that the apparent rotation of the sun in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, when we're in regards to capturing the 24-hour sun, right, should be the same direction. It should be either both clockwise or both anti-clockwise. But what we have observed is that they are opposite. And so that's a prediction that a flat earther is positing to me. And I'm saying, okay, well, that's interesting. I never thought about that. Let's try to model it using the globe model and see what it would predict it to be. And I did, and I made a video of it. And I've been trying to share it, but nobody wants to see it.
But Dan, so one could make a flat earth model, plug in all the numbers, and they'll make accurate predictions as well.
Please do. Please do.
Do you think that people were actually predicting the 24-hour sun in ancient times, Dan?
I have no idea. That's not what I'm about predictions.
But I'm actually bringing something to light, or at least to your mind, that you never thought of. Mm-hmm. The ancients, a long time ago, they were basically sky gazers, right? So they were sky gazing for the most part of their life, and they were cataloging things that happen in the sky. Now, were they doing this with the notion of the oblate spheroid?
Probably not. Depending on how primitive.
No, let's get historical context, right?
Yeah.
If you're saying that in a way this globe model it helps us predict things, do you think ancients needed that globe to predict things?
No, I think models are as useful as they can predict things, and that would be a model. You're right, yeah, but does it predict? Which one predicts more things? Is really what
no. What I'm saying is, prior to the advent of that model idea or what conception existing.
I think I'm saying the same thing that you are. That before people had a notion of a globe, and they're just making observations of the sun in the sky, and then you could call that a model, in that they can use it to predict what will happen. And I would say that is a true model. It is a useful model. Models are only as true as they are useful.
But they were making accurate predictions, Dan. They were making accurate predictions.
Yeah, you can't put lipstick on a pig, Dan. You can't say one's good enough and the other one's actually true. No, you can't do that.
I don't think any model is true.
No. I'm saying, okay, so what difference did the ancients have versus now the globe, the advent of the globe? What do you think was the difference between those two? The model they had prior and then the globe. What's the big difference? You think we got better at predictions?
Not in specific predictions, like maybe, just hypothetically, maybe let's say that they can make perfect predictions about the sun position, just without even any notion of the globe, and that could be equivalent to the globe one. And in that sense, in that specific sense, it is as true of a model as the other. But the great thing about the globe is it makes more predictions that wouldn't be
like that. That's arbitrary. You're just saying that, Dan.
Like what? Like what? Give me one extra thing that it did that the ancients couldn't predict with the globe. Go ahead.
Take your time. Okay, sure. Let me take some time on this.
Yeah, go ahead. Chew on that a little bit.
A long time, Dan.
In the meanwhile,
exactly, Dan. You're going to be thinking. Hold on, Dan.
Can you?
You're going to be thinking a long time about that.
We're here 24/7, Dan. You know this. Just come back whenever you have the other extra bits that were taken from the globe versus what the ancients knew already by sky gazing. I'd like to hear what you have to offer, because this is interesting, I think.
Hey guys, how are you doing? By the way, Maggie, good job, man. I'm really waiting to see what he's going to make, to come up with, even though we know he's gonna create it up, it's like crazy.
Okay, that's what I'm.
No, he said, according to Dan, there's extra things that the globe has brought into the minds of people that were looking at the globe model that the ancients couldn't do by sky gazing. So what he's going to present is going to be the things extra outside of what the ancients couldn't do.
Yes, and extra stuff which adds predictability. Yeah, extra stuff which makes stuff more predictable now. There's now more predictability, more utility, he's going to say now with the globe. I wonder what this will be.
Extra, hear all about it, right? So let's see what he's got. But he's going to chew on that for a bit.
I'll chew on
there's no hurry, man. Like, really, there's no hurry. Take your time.
Meanwhile, did you get my friend request?
Let me see. Shit, I'll have to look into it, man. But my bad. I will.
I just want to send you the video for you to post, if you could.
Shit. I don't know, percentage. Don't ask me, brother. Why are you asking me? I don't know anything about that. Anyway.
By the way, Alpha, I just realized Dan already admitted. He said his exact words were, "I don't think any model is true." So that means his own as well. Then I'm assuming. So then he just admitted his model is false.
But yeah, he's. I don't think Dan's ever. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He just likes to kind of talk about ideas.
I'm not sure if you actually are interpreting what I mean to say when I say that I don't think any model is true. That's not to say that
I looked at things, it means hold on, but I looked at things, it means you don't think any model is conclusive, including your own, no?
I think that they can be more true than other models, is what I believe.
Yeah, he
believes that there is
Wait. Now you're entering an epistemological problem of saying truth is a spectrum. That's going to be a problem for you, Dan.
Okay, I can use a different word than true. If that word bothers you, I can say they're more useful.
I got one for you, Dan, and I'll say it this way: it's at a higher percentage. How's that?
It's more accurate, right? You can
percentage more accurate. I don't know. Accurate is it's more precise. I don't know. Maybe
more useful. I like the word useful.
Maybe that.
Alpha, he's trying to make truth into a spectrum. He's trying to make it gray, so that then it can say, but they were gray too.
You don't like
we're gray now.
You're not liking the word truth.
Yeah, I know. Listen. Well, now that you kind of rephrased that, I mean, just I really just want you to focus on what extra bits are, because Cole Murray is kind of like he went to go make something to eat, so he's going to come back and listen and. maybe catch you on. Yeah, inquiring minds want to know, Dan. So go ahead and see if you can bring that forward. But like, so Flatsy's here. We got Grizzly in the house. Hero still in the wings. Having a tough time really just coming to grips with being truthful in this conversation, which is fine. I mean, there's a lot of hardened Globers that are coming back and, they don't want to admit, no way, no how. I'm not going to admit that anything is not conclusive when it comes to the globe, because you can imagine, I don't know how old he is, but for as many years as he's been alive, he's had this belief in the globe, and there just can't be anything wrong with it. So it must be true, and what we're saying is completely false. So in his mind, I'm telling him that things are not conclusive, it's really irritating his mental state. He's having some type of epistemological breakdown, like something's going on.
By the way, and Alpha, he said he's already landed himself in so much shit, because he's already said, for example, predictability judges the veracity of the model, right? How predictable it is. I make predictions. Well, wait a minute. But the ancients of like South America, Egypt, whatever, they could predict eclipses. Like they found calendars that.
I agree with you. Those are also useful.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. That predict eclipses even as accurately as we can predict them from today with the globe model. So their predictability was just as good as the current astronomers with the current globe model predictability. So he's already in the shit there. Because they must have been right back then. They were predictable, but they were making predictions back then.
Well, the dirty little secret is that NASA is actually borrowing the Saros cycle from the ancients. From the Chaldeans and the Babylonians and so on and so forth. So they're basically using that today. And it's kind of like, because people don't look into this topic, so don't really know like what the depths of like where things are with like in reality, like historical context, what kind of maps we're using. They think that, well, we got the latest technology, we got LiDAR and satellites, taking pictures of Earth. They don't know that Google Earth is using a Mercator projection, a web Mercator projection. Like, it's so fantastic, the amount of information that they don't know, that it just bewilders their mind. They're in a state of like awe, maybe, and
and also they think those ancients were just bumfuck Stone Age, like coconut traders. That's all they think. They don't understand that they were very, very like understanding of like things like astrology and stuff like that.
Bro, can you imagine, Grizzly? These guys spent their whole entire lives just sky gazing, cataloging, like putting stones at certain locations and accurately positioning things. And dude, they had such an in-depth knowledge of the sky that we probably couldn't even get near, man. You got some normie that has
But not only like the lineups, or not only just like the configurations and the patterns which they recorded, but also how it reflects upon your soul and the earth and meaning and God and all that important stuff too.
It's fucking like, okay, imagine the the casual astronomer right now, the suburbanite that he goes out into every night in his rich little palace that he has there in suburbia, and he takes out his nice little telescope. And he's looking through the telescope and seeing all kinds of stuff. And he's like, I know what the whole universe looks like now. And he's got his head's filled with like nonsense. But those ancients, bro, compared to him, fucking had so much knowledge about the movement of stars and everything that pales in comparison to what this guy bringing forth his little feeble telescope coming. I mean, he thinks he's got it all down pat, doesn't he? He's got the best telescope the money can buy. And come on, dudes.
Because remember, there's two things, bro. There's like the positioning of it, like the astronomy of it, so where everything is and when. And then there's the second part of it, which is why is it there? What are the stars? Sonoluminescence and how they affect us and all that astrology, all that important stuff. There's two massive things there hiding. So where it actually all is and why, and then how it affects us. So they've given us this crappy space model where they think these billions of miles away. They've disconnected us from the true meaning of these stars and what they do.
Yeah, so the positioning of stars and the retrograde of the wandering stars, there's a lot of things that are happening that we couldn't even. I'll be honest, man, you couldn't have a conversation like that in here. They're just not ready for that. They're not ready for a conversation of that depth, because it would go way beyond. It would go way beyond their capacity to. They're like, dude, what are you talking about, man? We have science. Like, so there's no way. To them, everything is more materialistic. You know, oh, we got
Exactly, and if you start telling them stuff like
quasars,
and if you start telling them, even a lot of flat earthers, if you start telling them that the stars are very special, that astrology actually has meaning, you know, it's not just a bunch of horoscopes, it has actual deep meaning which is being hidden from us. Even that's massive for a lot of people. Don't want to take that. A lot of religious people, they'll deny that. It's really scary, really taboo. Things like astrology and what it means.
There was this I know of historical context where people were relying on stars for different things of seasons and stuff, and they knew that storms were reading of the clouds. There's a lot of stuff, man. There's some ancient tribes. What's that tribe that could travel the ocean without even looking at stars, and they could find their way? One of those.
Never heard of that one, man. Jeez,
yeah.
What was that one?
They were called wayfinders. It's kind of like the guys from Moana, you know, the Disney movie. What was the name of those tribes that the seafaring tribes?
No idea, bro. No idea. I've never heard of this before. I'm interested.
Yeah, the freaking what's the McCollums? I forgot their name. But
they were Polynesians.
Oh, Polynesians. Thank you very much, Polynesians. But the Polynesians, there was even I don't know, say like in the 1970s, the last remaining guy who was actually handed down the information. Something that blew me away, dude. I couldn't even, when I was watching, I was like, this can't be real. But the guy could read waves, dude. He could read waves. Like certain waves, like as he was traveling the ocean. And I'm like, how the fuck can you do that? Like read a fucking wave. Like there's no...
Well, the important thing is what information is he sourcing, you know. Maybe it's possible, but it depends what information. Is he sourcing phone numbers from the waves, or is he sourcing like deep metaphysical?
Because there was a type of navigation with the stars that he had, right? And so he would use that when it was available to him. But when it was super cloudy and there was no way to tell like where anything in the heavens was, he would go by reading waves to like where he was, because depending on the type of waves that he was seeing coming at him, he would be able to tell you where to navigate his boat, what direction, dude. And
that sounds fantastical, to be honest.
Dude, you think I was blown away, dude. I was like, this is no way. And reading of the clouds, so certain type of clouds will hallmark what type of journey he's going to have or which way to go, depending on the clouds he sees off in the distance. Dude, it's like...
But to me, this is entering like shamanic level. So it's not really like reading that. It's not a system that can be like categorized and modulated. So you're like, right, here's a device.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the ancients had special, because like imagine if you always looked up at the sky and you always see the pattern, like the sky had different types of patterns, right? Like when before a rain, certain clouds start gathering, different types of clouds start gathering or like forming. Then you would be able to tell, like, okay, I know that this is going to be a storm or whatever. Like there was like telltale signs of something happening. Like even today, you have like the old wives' tale, like before it gets like a winter storm or something, the old people get like their knees started to hurt, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's certain things.
I agree with it. There's information that you can like pick out from the natural world, like through intuition, all these various other methods. But like navigation from waves, that's like whoa, bro. That's like I don't know. Possible. That's going to be incredible.
Well, I mean, like I'm not saying that it was like something I was like, oh man, he's doing it. But I'm like, that's what he claimed. He claimed that the ancients would pass down information of like how they traveled from one place to the other, and when they couldn't see any of the stars, like it was really cloudy, they would do this. There was like a part of like they had to train the future generations to actually travel this way, because they couldn't see the sky at all times. Like, you know what I mean? So.
Because there's a lot of tales like that. Like, for example, there's people, like, even animals even show it now. Like, before earthquakes and tsunamis, animals will flee. They'll know something bad's coming before any tectonic, like, measurements has been made or any, like, seismic readings have been done. So they kind of feel shit before it happens. And technically, a human could have that or could be able to do that and could kind of feel.
But do you think we're out of tune with our natural senses?
I think so, yeah. I think so, 100%.
Now, how far out of tune? Because like if you're saying that people could be, if we really tapped into that, we could be more like
It technically should be possible for humans to tap into that. Whatever animals are tapping into in order to feel these energies, which give them this information, we should be able to do that if we're in line and in tune with the natural world.
I've heard of things like that sound a bit woo-woo, but I mean, it's like, well, certain aspects of like connecting to the earth, like letting your bare feet touch grass, and how that's healthy for a human to actually do that every now and again. I don't know if you've heard of that before.
Yeah, stuff like that, like connectivity and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, like this is going to be part of it.
Can I just chime in on that? It's
no.
That particular grounding, plano dynamics. I do it all the time. I've got severe knee pain. So when I get home from work after a 10, 11-hour day, I walk the dog on the grass with my bare feet, and it's the only thing that alleviates my knee pain. But going back to seafarers, in Irish mythology, you're correct. They didn't use the stars to travel. They used the various techniques to travel. That is the temperature of the water, the direction and size of the waves, and they did cloud reading. And and if you went back to Brendan, who sailed in 600 AD, supposedly to the US, he did that sailing not by celestial navigation, but by all the other methods that you were just talking about. So, yeah.
And a lot of people...
I was going to say the method...
You go ahead, Grizzly. You go ahead.
I'll just go listen 10 seconds. I was going to say the methods you just mentioned, that sounds like very localized navigation. So like within...
No.
Like you're within 1,000 miles, basically, because you're using local weather patterns.
I get what you're saying. But some of these Polynesians, man, traveled for thousands of miles, and so they wasn't
then
just.
They would have needed the stars. Then they would have needed the stars.
No. They utilized.
reckoning.
Yeah, they utilized. Hold on. They utilized everything at their disposal, which was partially they did have a system of celestial navigation. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I've seen. They did have a system that way, but when that wasn't reliable, and they had to like rely on just the water itself, they could. And they were still traveling in that direction.
That would never be the case, bro. That would never be the case because the waves are changing and the stars are not.
You, bro.
That would always be the fixed point of the day. If it was really cloudy for days upon end, right? They would want to, as soon as it clears, as soon as they could see the stars, they would have a more accurate position. And
we're way off. No, I'm telling you, Grizzly, like if you have never researched any of this, what opens your mind to this is that you hear these ancients talking about exactly how I'm doing a poor job at actually explaining how they did it because I just heard about it and I'm like, this is crazy, man. How the fuck can you do that? Wouldn't you need to look at the sky at some point?
No, from what that guy was saying, it sounds like with localized navigation and really far distance navigation because you don't know what you're going to be going into because it's so far away.
I'll let you listen to it.
Area will be.
But the Polynesian who was doing it was, I think he was like the last remaining of the tribe of the ancients. Do you remember who he was? Yeah, that's him, bro. Fucking hell, dude! And I don't know if he's still alive or not, but I know he was in like 70s, I think. When he was trying to teach the younger generation, but they weren't having any of it, bro. Like they were already corrupted. They wanted the easy way and shit like that. And he was like teaching them the ancients, like all their methods and everything. And it's a bit more meticulous and tedious. And I think the young people are just like, yeah, but we got like new ways to navigate and such. So I don't know. A lot of it was like dying out or lost because who actually really wants to know that information and who's going to utilize that specific information? Because nobody's traveling the oceans that way or needs to anyway, because it's we don't know, bro. We don't know what risking their life anyways.
We don't know what the actual history was before the fall, so to speak, before all the imperialism and all the deception and all the propaganda came in. We don't know how it was before that, what the communities were like, what they were sized like, how they traveled, where they moved. A lot of that has been changed and we've been given fake history now.
But you can hear, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I've actually been sitting here trying to get a word in, but I didn't want to interrupt. I got two things for this. It's like this came up not too long ago in real life, talking to people. Like this epic of not really medical, okay? Like, this is not medical advice. But people talking about like weird symptoms that everyone seems to have, like balance or like nausea. Like people like, oh, I feel nauseous and whatever. Because like riding in cars or all your commute, drive here, drive there, like it somehow throws off your system. And then I had that at one point a couple of years ago. This is like when I first got into flat Earth and everything. I can't remember who I was talking to. I think it might have been Daisy, Daisy mom, or crap. I can't remember. She's not around anymore. But,
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's something like that, right? Like Miss Daisy or something. But okay. So anyway, I was talking to her, and I said like, oh yeah, like what's going on? And I'm like, oh fine, but sometimes I just get this weird nauseous feeling. They said to do some sort of mace head movement because you got these like crystals in your inner ear, and you tilt your head a certain way, and it clears them out. And she's like, oh yeah, like don't do that. Drink like ginger soda or something like that, and like basically touch grass. Yeah, you'll walk on grass for bare feet and stuff. When you feel dizzy, like touch your ear. And it was like magic. I don't know if it was like self-fulfilling, but it was like, yeah, just a little bit of resetting your senses. And that's all it took.
Yeah, bro, these are shamanic techniques, bro, you see. Natural, ancient shamanic techniques, which don't require artificial medicine, you see. They've been hidden from us, too.
Yeah, just a little bit of centering. You just got like people who do yoga and stuff. I mean, you see them, sometimes like, damn, how'd you just like, like bend over and move like that? It look like you just contortionize yourself. I mean, the person's like not even that in shape, They're like they're just really self-aware of their body position, and they can just like move in a way that you're like, huh.
Hey, Crit, it was Mary Mom.
Mary Mom, there we go. Yeah. I guess did I say her real name? Is that what?
No, Dandelion is.
Oh, Dandelion. Okay, yeah.
She went by Dandelion and Mary Mom.
Yeah, so I said Daisy because it was a flower. Okay.
Yeah, the flower, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Dandelion.
Importantly, bro, the stuff you're talking about, techniques like this, like self-help techniques, very natural, good techniques, these are the sorts of things they were calling people witches for, right? So when people, women or men would be doing these techniques, people would ride into town back in the olden day, like the Roman purges, whatever, and they say, oh, that's a witch. They're not following the Bible that we're forcing down their throats. No, that's a witch. Burn them at the stake. But this person will be saying, no, I'm just going to stick with my techniques. Thanks. I know my natural, ancient, pagan techniques. I don't need your new Bible. I don't need your new way of pharmakia, right? I say, no, you're a heretic.
Oh,
Burn
yeah,
them.
from Enoch.
What's going on?
Yep. Enoch.
Pharmakia.
Yeah, I should have remembered it was Dandelion because that makes perfect sense. Why should you pick that name? Because there was like this, there's like books and stuff about like the miracle plant or whatever, like dandelions and the reefer one. I'm forgetting it now. Oh, cannabis. Yeah, cannabis. Yeah. These things have always been with us.
The devil's weed.
The devil's lettuce. Yeah. So it's there's a lot of things that are hidden. Like, dude, if we had access to what the ancients knew, I think all of us could live long, healthy lives. Like, because of the fact that everything now is so twisted and backwards, and like, dude, like none of it's here to help. It's none of it's here to help us, man. So like the reason why like flat Earth has really been taking off, because it's rooted in truth. All of it is to deal with like how we can like access our ability to discern and understand the real world, not this fake world that they're trying to force down our throats, dude. Like with images and videos and these guys in here that come in here.
Yeah, Alpha. And the most incredible thing is it used to be different back at like thousands of years ago. They're lying to us about this, but thousands of years ago it was truly a golden age when all these true techniques and non-pharmakia and all the good natural stuff, people lived in peace with each other. There was a different way. It was possible. It was existing. And then it fell over and it's been taken over into this slave system farm.
There's a small, you can call what the truth is today like a small little candle. It's just lighting its way in the vast darkness of like all the people think they're right now in the enlightened age. I don't think so, bro. This is the dark ages, if you ask me.
Exactly.
It's the dark ages, bro. Like this is completely you're like, dude, we got science. Yeah? What has it given you insight on when it comes to the real world? When like the science that you think of when you look at the night sky, like what has it, if you call that science? Like, because none of it makes sense, right? It's all nonsensical. The real science takes place when things are actually being proven with a cause and effect relationship. Now, this stuff that they're talking about, when you look up at the sky and you say, well, that's a quasar about 10 billion light years away. Like, dude, that doesn't even concern reality in one small bit. But it just, yeah.
Exactly. And if people are walking around thinking that in their heads, they're just basically ignoring the true reality, the natural reality of God, meaning and stars and astrology, and they're ignoring all that and just basically going on with their mundane lives, you see? And that's the whole point of the game, get them to ignore the reality, get them to focus on some fantasy bullshit.
But they come in here and they don't want to admit that any of the information isn't conclusive. Like, that's what gets me. It's like there's some kind of psychological barrier there that they don't want to admit that they don't know what's going on, because they have this prideful state of mind where they come in here and they're like, no, I'm correct, man. These flat earthers, they're just joking around, man. They're memeing on the internet. Like, I know what truth is because, astronaut whatever figured it out when he looked down and said, man, it looks like a globe. So I'm trusting that guy. So it's it's a faith-based belief system, dude. A whole lot, everything,
bro. It is a true, dude. It is a true. The emperor has no clothes. In reality, like the true, it's in reality now. That tale. You ever read that? The emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some of the people, like sometimes new people to this conversation add interesting things. Here's my example. I went to last night to another channel, because they're like saying, oh, I can't take it. There's too many people there. Everyone's over talking. And I'm like, okay, sure. What do you want to know? Right. So I went to talk to him, and the guy was pretty open, like not really open, but like the earth is flat, but like, hey, what's going on? And yeah, we talked about what science is, the definition of science. And he's like, oh yeah, I kind of agree with that. And, with people identifying with science as a noun. And he said one of the most insightful things, like it fits this. He goes, he thinks they destroyed science because the Renaissance age brought an end to the king and queen, like education, people understanding that they own themselves, they own their thoughts, they own what they do with their life. So then they got shit scared. You had France, America, a couple other countries, but those two particular who changed from a virtual, kingdom to like self-ownership, and using sort of science and logic and reason, especially for government. And so what they had to do was they had to take that back. They had to take, somehow power back. And now you've got basically emperor, like, God emperor, for president.
The one thing they'll never allow, Chris, and the one thing they'll never allow is self-governance. They'll never allow that. They'll always make people think that's crazy, loony, stupid. But self-governance is the only justified governance. All the other governance is unjustified. And the one that is justified, self-governance, they're always going to refuse it, never going to allow you to talk about it, never going to even allow it to be on the table to be discussed. But that's crazy.
There's something people don't want it because they're showing them that the people in power, the people in the ivory towers, they have the answers. You don't.
They monopolize the information that gets delved out to the masses. So when the monopolization has taken over, it's complete. When the person has willfully given up their state of ability to discern any part of reality, and they're just nodding their head like yes men to anything that's been said by any information that's given to them by authoritative figures, right? So as a young person grows up, right, all of us, we go through this stage where people are handing us information and we have no way to discern whether or not that's real, because as a young impressionable person, you just, okay, you telling me, okay, you take it in, teacher or mom or dad or whoever. So any information that gets told to you, just accept it. But there's a point where you start to ask questions, right? You want to know like how things are true. And that's usually around the age where you start being accountable for your thoughts, right? Where you actually start thinking, hey, I want to do this thing. And so when that age comes about, you can start saying, hey, I don't think that's true, or I want to know more or whatever, ask more questions. But when that happens and then you get told to just get in line, then you start to get discouraged because everybody's like that, dude, we learned that back in second grade. Why you saying this? Why are you asking these questions?
Exactly, man.
So, yeah, it sucks because now when the mind it becomes an adult, like the ones that come in here, when the mind's already as an adult, it loses. It's like a dog that's been whipped so many times it already knows that at the moment it asks that it wants to break free, it's going to get whipped again. So it just goes back into like hiding again. Like, so it doesn't. It's afraid.
They don't have enough self-esteem. Not enough self-esteem. Not enough self-worth. Whatever you want to call it. And in the end, they just prefer to go with the crowd, even though they don't really know what the fuck's going on at all. They just hope that the crowd knows.
Yeah, but it's almost like you and me and everybody in here, like we're fighting for them. Like they think that we're against them. We're not. We're actually fighting for you. We want you to get out of that state of cognitive dissonance, man. We know how it feels like because we were there once. And if we broke free, so can you. It's possible that you can too.
Remember, in their minds, in their brain, if we were to teleport into their brains, what are they feeling in there? They're feeling comfort. They're like, I'm comfortable. All my friends believe the same as me. So even if I'm wrong, well, we're all wrong. All my best friends are wrong. So then we're all in it together. And that gives them warmth and comfort at night. That's thought. That. Even if I'm wrong with all my friends, so who cares? That's what I really care about, my friends and my comfort, being popular, having lots of stuff to try out and have fun with. Now, in the end, that's more comfortable, that's warmer than oh shit, is this true or is that false? Oh shit, someone lying to me. That way of thinking isn't going through their heads, dude. You see, that's what
they, because you look at it and they take, like, you tell them, okay, sure, don't trust what I say, do your own research, and they take that as an insult. Dude, think for yourself. Come to your own conclusions. Don't use me. Don't use anyone else. Like the quote from Tyson. I'm not good. Well, paraphrasing. He said, "If I ever told you something and you don't know how I got to that conclusion, and you still believe it, I failed at my job." He said something very, very similar to that. Not exactly, but really close. Yeah. Like, my job is to tell you how to get the answer, not to give you the answer.
Well, Alpha, as you create as well, have you seen the experiments done by a guy called Solomon Asch? He was a psychologist in his 50s and 60s. Have you ever seen his experiments? They're the conformity experiments. Have you ever heard about those?
It sounds familiar. Like I've heard of like something that...
experiment. I'll run you through this experiment really quickly. But it's about conformity. Yep. They get one test subject at a time. So imagine I'm getting subjected, right? I'll go in and there are 9 actors there, right? So there's 10 of us and there's 9 actors. And they all ask a question. They're like, guys, which line is longer? Line A or line B? And line A, right? And line A is double the size. It's not just a centimeter. So you're like, oh shit. No, it's double the size. And you can use a ruler if you want. You can use a shoelace if you want, if you're retarded. But it's double the size. It's obvious which line is longer. You literally got to be a retard not to get it right. Anyway, so then they ask everyone, guys, which line is longer? And if you do the experiment enough times, right? The experiment basically was, if we get all the actors, if we get 9 of them to say the shorter one is longer, we're just going to try that. We get 9 of them to say, because they're actors, say the shorter one is longer, to see what the test subject would do. Is he going to change his answer? Because they all got it right originally. But then when they change their answers, what's the guy going to do? And 3/4 of the time, the person would change their answer and go with the wrong answer because he saw the 9 people doing it. And he's like, oh shit, I'm just going to, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's better that I do it too.
Yeah, conformist.
He gives the wrong answer. Conformity, he proved it in a psychology experiment. You can read it up, Solomon Asch, look it up.
Yeah,
and when they repeat the experiment, it comes up the same. When they repeat the experiment, it comes up roughly the same number. 3/4 up, between 75% and 90% of people conform.
Yeah, I agree. That's absolutely true. Absolutely.
And it's the same thing with anything, like with flat Earth, for example, right? Even if it rings true, even if the longer line looks longer, and we show them the flat Earth, the flat water, the this, the that, the vacuum, everything, you explain it all. You show them, look, line A is longer, the ruler, we measured it, look. They're still going to say, I'm picking line B, because all their friends have picked it.
And they say it outwardly too, Grizzly. They say, well, all of the scientists agree on my side that they would say the Earth's a globe, so I'm just going to have to go globe. That's partly why, dude, because conformity. But I want to just touch a little bit what Crit was saying earlier about how they get upset because you don't tell them the answer or something. Don't they always ask, well, why don't you tell me how the Earth is flat? Like, you need to tell me. Without doing any research, they want you to spoon feed them every answer, because that's what they were used to. They were used to getting answers that way, where somebody's just going to be helping them along, and it's enabling a feeble mind. Their mind is crippled, dude. Like, and what you want them to do is, you're like, dude, I'm going to throw you at the deep end of the pool, and you're gonna somehow make it. Like, don't worry about it. And there's just no. Don't. I want you to tell me. And so they're scared. They don't know how to, like, when you're coming up, right, as a young person, nobody teaches you this, how to think. They're only telling you what to think. Every time you go somewhere, well, yeah, this is how it works. This is what we explored. This is, the world around you. So everything that they're getting is just all information being fed to them. And so,
and the other disingenuous thing that happens, this is the other disingenuous thing that happens. They say, for example, well, tell me how the flat earth works, whatever. Imagine with some of those people, you explain it, right? But in the end, it's all disingenuous, because in the end, they don't see you as an authority. And remember, for them, authority and consensus, or a combination of both, is the highest pinnacle of truth, epistemological truth, like detection, right? So you don't have that. You don't have authority or consensus. So when you bring them anything, flat earth, anything, even 1 + 1, whatever, anything you bring them, if it's not currently said by an authority or by a consensus, they won't believe you. So when they say, oh, show me, they basically ask, no matter what you show them, they're not going to believe you because you're not an authority. So even that's a bit of a clanger. Even that's a bit of a philosophical boo-boo they're doing. They're stepping on a landmine immediately. Then it's not. They're basically saying, convince me of something of which I can't be convinced of. They're basically telling you that.
Yeah, it's like when I used to call it, like, they're not thinking because of a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Cheeto dust and Mountain Dew. But yeah, maybe there's a second part of that they are shit scared of drawing the conclusion of their own because they want to be part of that consensus, that tribe.
Oh yeah.
They don't want to be an individual. That's also too why they say we all the time. We, because they're so scared of standing out on the limb. Because they're afraid of failure. They're afraid of being wrong because they've added in some kind of like moral claim to things that are right and things that are wrong. There's people who are wrong for the right reasons and right for the wrong reasons. They lost any nuance in their life, any sort of flair, meaning of life. You're like, we're kids, but just basically, like, you're going. This is why they throw Tyson under the bus so much. Tyson said kids make the best scientists because they're not afraid of failure. They're trying to figure it out.
I can never understand the throwing Tyson under the bus thing, dude. I don't get it. I don't get it, man, because he's an advocate for the best way to actually talk about the Earth as a globe. He's the one that would be, if they followed after Tyson, I think they would have a much easier time in this room. I'm telling you that right now. They don't do it. They do not do it. They don't do it because
Tyson is uncontrollable, bro. Tyson is unpredictable and uncontrollable. So because of that, he's not. They're like people who follow orders and they are predictable, not people who are like.
He says sort of off-the-cuff things. Like
he does say off-the-cuff shit, dude. They're
like, hey,
he's a maverick.
Because he said that flat earthers, right? Chuck Nice said, so how do you explain flat Earth? He's like, well, we got a country that loves freedom, free expression, free speech. Everybody gets to say what they want to say when they want to say it. And that counters the globalist claim that flat Earth is a harmful conspiracy theory, driving humanity to a halt. Because when he said, hey, people can say what they want to say if you're the one who's adding some kind of victim status to that. And the second part, he's like, well, then also it shows that Americans' education system is abject failure. And these guys believe, like a lot of these lefties who are anti-flat earthers, these left-wing atheists, they think a mass education program was going to improve education. So they got Tyson hard countering not only their thinking process about how to articulate for the globe, he's also hard countering what they think the solutions are. He's proven they're wrong on so many levels.
Bro, you should hear Robot Polishers, whatchamacallit, Neil deGrasse Tyson's video that he had with, I think it was Star Talk, with that other gentleman that he has a conversation with. Every time he talks to him, the other guy sounds like he's all surprised.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Chuck Nice, he's a comedian.
Chuck Nice.
Yeah.
So
adds a little comedic flair to the conversation.
So the other guy and him, when he was discussing about if the Earth was like, because he said, I have to, what did he say? I had to redo an argument that I was saying something a long time ago that you would weigh differently in different parts of the world. He's like, that's not true anymore. He's like, that what I said back then was that it doesn't matter where you go, you like the equator and stuff, you would weigh differently. But he's like, no, you'd weigh the same. Dude, he was like, he walked it back. I don't know if you heard this or not.
No.
Robot Polisher, if you look him up on YouTube, he has a video that has a conversation. At the end of that conversation, dude, he has that other comedian guy that you said his name, saying that the earth is flat. Because he gave him a scenario that if the earth was to be spinning equally all across the surface, it would stretch out. He was like, the way he was saying it, dude, and everybody would weigh basically nothing, on the earth. And then the comedian guy goes, well, there you go, flat earthers. Like, I was like, what the fuck, bro? I know he didn't just say that shit, but yeah. I mean, if I could dig up the video, I'll probably put it in the text chat, but it's under Robot Polishers.
Yeah, bro, there's lots of physics problems. Like, if the Earth was spinning, all the water should congregate around the middle band of the Earth, or like around its like toroidal middle, so to speak. Like across the axis. So whatever the axis is, whatever the bulge around the bulge that's perpendicular to the axis, it has to go there. Like, that's where the physical force will drive it, right? Because like a tennis ball, make it wet and then make it spin, and you'll see all the water collect around the middle band.
Let me address this. So we were waiting for Dan Fessler to kind of finish getting his little statement. Dan, if you want to go through that statement that you just put in the text for me, I read the whole thing, but did you want to read it out for everybody? That way you can kind of put your own spin on it, or points or whatever, because you have little bullet points on that thing.
Yeah. I mean, just the one thing I read up on is, well, the accuracy of things. Like, we talked about eclipses, but the accuracy improved with understanding the globe.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk. I think we can get into that, but I want you to just read the statement if you don't mind, because I think
want me to read it word for word rather than summarize it.
Well, I don't care. Do what you want, man. It's your statement.
I don't want to sound like.
Listen, it's your statement. It's your statement. If you want to be clear on what you're saying, I would personally read the whole thing if it was mine. But you can just do a summary, I guess.
I'll read it. Okay, so the easiest one to explain or to point out is just the accuracy of eclipses. From what I'm reading, they could predict the day generally from just pattern observations, but not the precise time and location of it. But the ones that I find more interesting after thinking about it is just anything that would rely on non-inertial reference frames. That is like the rotating body of the Earth, right? So pretty much anything about Foucault's pendulum effects or Coriolis effects, or whatever, pattern matching. You could probably do pattern matching observations to predict these as well, but they would all be separate, right? There'd be a separate prediction for this, a separate prediction for this, that are in no way connected to each other. And I think that's important for judging the value of a model. If you have one model that can predict multiple things rather than separate models can predict separate things, then that's one indicator that you have a more accurate model.
That's
right?
What you said is nonsense.
What was that?
You just said it's nonsense. You haven't shown how there's more predictability. You said, it's all together and homogenized, and they're all separated and individualized. That's all you said. You've not said how it's better, though, at all. You just dive out.
I did describe one way where it's better. And I also don't know the history of people trying to predict effects of Coriolis or Foucault's pendulum. I would assume they didn't even try. But I don't know.
Hold on, Grizzly. Give him some space. We want him to read out his idea. Okay, you push back after he gets the whole thing out. All right, thank you.
Anyway, and then there's things that are not quite exactly like we're talking about, specifically the shape of the Earth, and orbital mechanics are not just the shape of the Earth is a prerequisite for orbital mechanics, but it's not necessarily about the shape of the Earth. But anyway, our understanding of orbital mechanics enable us to predict planetary motions more accurately, first with Kepler, then Newton, then Einstein, right? Which famously pattern observations could not do. People tried. That one is very well documented through history of people making and constantly trying to improve their predictions for that. And then the only other point that I listed was just, aside from just, I know earlier I said that the only value of a model is its predictive powers. After thinking about it a little bit more, I want to walk that back a little bit. I think there is another value of a model, which is its ability to explain why something happens. Not just that it happens, but a reasonable reason for why it would. So like pattern observation, any sort of observation will never give you the reason why. So it will never give you deeper understanding of a thing. It will just predict based on patterns. But models can give you the reason, which is more useful.
Well, I think that was the end, wasn't it?
Yep.
The end of your point. All right. So Grizzly, did you want to open up, man? I was going to talk with him, but I'll let you, since you wanted to.
But he hasn't actually shown, as I said earlier, he doesn't show any actual more predictability. He just said they can predict eclipses more accurately. That's not the case. They could predict eclipses thousands of years ago. They could predict eclipses for the next million years because they worked out the mathematical. Hold on, let me finish. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I didn't interrupt you.
Sorry.
So they could work it out for them if you wanted to. You could ask a Mayan, show me when the next eclipse will be in a million years, and they could do it. It's a mathematical system which they worked out, and they know how it is through observation and through deduction and through all their methods they had. So they were doing that back then already. They didn't improve in any way. If anything, the modern techniques learned from the ancient techniques and improved their techniques. So they actually integrated some of the ancient techniques and to make their own techniques better. So if anything, the ancients taught them a few things. So again, he's just all over the place by saying his set of models are better and more predictive, when actually they're not. And when he says, why it happens, no, they're not measuring anything, not showing anything. So we don't know why at all. They're not even actually providing any, like with the model they're showing, it doesn't actually correlate with reality. So therefore, how are you possibly knowing what's causing what? Why your model is complete speculation? And he's not going to answer any of that. He's just going to say it's sufficient, blah, blah, blah. So it is what it is.
Okay. I mean, when it comes to the first thing that you said about it, just simply you just disagree that it was more accurate with, and I don't know what to tell you there other than what I'm reading says that accuracy improved on the eclipse predictions. Specifically, they said that they were able to predict the day, but not the exact time and location, and that's what we gained. If that's false, then it's false. But I don't know how to argue with you on that point.
Yeah, I think the macroscopic was that the ancients were predicting the geographic locations wherever they were of the cyclical nature of the heavens. So they cataloged these cyclical timings, right? Like when things were going to happen, and then because of how they happened, it's called a postdiction. It's not a prediction, Dan. So everything that's made after the fact is a postdiction. So the thing that you think is a prediction is actually a postdiction. Because if it's something that has already occurred and is in a cyclical nature in and of itself, then it's not a prediction, it's a postdiction. Because the people that are actually putting this information out are giving you information of things that are already occurring and that will occur in the future. So there's something that have already happened and will happen again.
Based on will happen the prediction?
No, it's a postdiction. A prediction
will happen is a postdiction?
Yeah, well, it's the will happen is because it's already happened, and it will happen again. So yeah, so let's take for example eclipses, right? Okay. The eclipse happened, right? And let's just say geographically you're in one location, you're whoever from ancient times, and you're like, okay, this happened today. I'm gonna catalog it. You mark the day, the time, the season, everything. You put all that information in there. Next thing you know, another 12 years rolls by. Guess what? That same phenomena occurs. What you're going to do is you're going to make sure you catalog that exactly how it happened, taking nothing away and only putting what you see, right? When you do this, you put that information down. It seems to line up with the occurrence that happened at that same time. So what happens is you start to draw these patterns, and maybe that guy's forefather did the same. So he's putting together like a over time kind of a system. So he sees the bigger picture, the macro, right? He sees like, okay, this happened this year over here, this year again. Guess what? If I know this is going to happen, or it has happened in this many days, this many years, it will happen again. And the future comes along, and then another 12 years happens, and guess what? Same occurrence, same thing. Taking nothing from, like, he's not putting into it anything, taking nothing away. He's just writing down exactly what he sees. So that becomes not a prediction, but a postdiction, because it already occurred and it will occur again. So the thing that he says, okay, I know in every 12 years, this eclipse will occur at this specific time, this season, this day, he's got everything down. So all you got to do is in the future, make it better, right? Because the other guy that did it before you did it only in a sense of like saying, I had this much information to work with. Now you have a lot of information from the ancients. And so getting all that information, you can fine tune it a little bit. But all that's happening is just building upon what they've already done. But it's only a post-diction and it's not a prediction, because the prediction would mean that something that hasn't occurred that you think will occur, you would say like, well, I'm not really sure, but I think my prediction is that this will occur. And that's a prediction. A post-diction is something like... A post-diction is something like, I saw an eclipse 12 years ago and 12 years before that. And before that, my forefather who was recording it did as well. So my post-diction is going to be that this will occur again in about 2 more years. And voila, 2 years pass by, here comes the eclipse. So it's a post-diction, not a prediction.
And also one more thing to that. Remember, you're talking about the more longer cycles of like 12 years. It needs record keeping, and it needs like handing down, let's say, across generations. Yes. But then there are also shorter cycles. In order to get them to even care about the longer term cycles and to even be committed to be recording all these events, they would probably need what? Shorter term cycles to really prove the point, the proof of concept. So they'll be like, oh, wow, the shorter cycles are working, then we're going to look for the longer cycles. And the shorter cycles would be, for example, things like the moon cycle. So they'll be looking at the moon and they'll see how that affects menstruation in humans and how it affects life and wildlife around them and their own moods and emotions and all that sort of stuff. And they would record that as well in personal diaries and also what the moon's doing. And then they'd realize, wait a minute, the moon actually dictates menstrual cycles. It actually dictates for men and women, by the way, right? So that actually drives that. And they'd work that out. That's a much shorter term cycle. And that's what would get them into the concept of astrology, looking up at the sky. Because they'd be like, wait a minute, if this big bright thing affects this, what do all the little bright things affect? What do they do? And then they realized they all do something. And then that's why they all started gazing at the stars so much, because they realized it's reality. It affects the real world on the ground in terms of their life.
And I'm getting into the prediction, post-diction side of the argument because of the fact that a lot of people who believe that these things are predictions, and we've gotten more precise because of our new ways of like detecting things and maybe looking at things. I think that you're a bit conflating the fact that you think that post-diction and prediction are the same thing, and they're not. They have value, right? A prediction from a post-diction has value. But something that's...
what you just said, I actually agree with. Everything previously to what you said, I disagree with. I disagree with your terminology. Like, I don't know. I just don't think that word means what you think it means.
Okay, so...
Anytime that you... Yes, I agree with you that post-dictions are a thing. And you could... it's justifying of past events. If you look it up even online, that's the definition of it.
Sure.
But it's the moment that you say, I also believe because of this... I will make a prediction about something that has not yet happened but will happen. That's a prediction, just by the definition.
No. Because a prediction.
No, but it is.
Yeah, a prediction would be something like I want to pick, my winning lotto numbers, and I predict that I'm going to win, or something like. Yeah, or something like my team.
I would call that a guess.
Yeah, listen, my team did really well this year, and I think when we go up against the Wildcats, we're going to win. That's my prediction. So there's something that you're using that you don't have any prior knowledge to of moving forward. But this information, the information that you're that's supporting the premise of your prediction has already been supplied by either you or previous people that have done some work in the same type of field. So when you're saying I'm predicting this will occur, well, you can't say predicting anymore because it already happened in a cyclical nature. It has a cycle that repeats. So the cycle that repeats, you say this is going to happen again. It's not you predicting it. It's just what's going to happen because the cycle will repeat again. It's cyclical in nature. So I think you're not understanding
that the cycle must repeat.
No, because it always has. It's like a law of nature, right? Yeah. So the law of nature stands to be reasoned with that when we see something occur, a naturally occurring phenomena, and that happens, if it happens again and again, and these patterns that happen, right? These specific patterns, they happen with accuracy. They don't just happen randomly. They happen again on a timely manner. So when they occur, they're cataloged. And when they're cataloged, they're actually spaced out. And so like what I'm telling you is just like what Grizzly was saying just a while ago. We have smaller ranges of things that occur, like the cycle of the moon, You got the sun moving across the sky throughout the year. We have the stars changing in the seasons. So there's a lot of things that occur that will happen again and then happen again and again and again. So those things that you say are predictions are not predictions, because if you're going to say, well, I predict the star is going to be here, you don't know if they are by saying that. But if you're saying, well, it's happened before, and that like 12 years prior to that, and my forefather said that he saw it again 12 years and 12 years past that. So if you keep going back and back and you're standing on the shoulders of people who have already cataloged this, then you're not going to be able to say that the thing that you're going to say is going to occur in 2 years is a prediction, because it's cyclical nature. Nature has its cycles. And so all you're doing is saying that this will occur based upon prior information, not based upon, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm thinking that because, for example, because the Earth is a globe, this will happen again. No, you can't say that. The only thing you can say is that it's occurred in a cyclical, timely fashion. And that's it. And then if you say, well, I'm thinking if it happens again, I will say this. I will say that this thing that I'm saying that will happen again is on a cycle, because the cycle repeats, and therefore not making a prediction, but also telling you that the thing that will happen has happened because it already happened before. Do you get what I'm saying? A prediction has a very special connotation.
Largely this is just an argument of semantics, so it's kind of
and that's important.
Argument.
It's not.
But
wait up, because I like to say it like this, right? The model, the observation the modeling is based upon is the very thing that you then claim to predict using the model.
Okay.
Observations. The modeling is based on observations that you're then claiming to predict using your model that you used the observations to build. Doesn't make any sense, dude.
All right. Yeah, when it comes to the terminology.
Guys, one second. Are we like at some point we've got to assume? I don't want to say the word assume, but we're going to have to postulate one of the following. Either we're going to postulate natural laws stay constant, or we're going to say natural laws are not going to stay constant. So we're going to have to work with one or the other. Because if at any point you can say, well, the natural laws can just change, Well, in that case, then that's like saying I can just throw the chess pieces off the board at any moment. I can come and throw the, you've got to pick one or the other stream. We're going to swim down. You know what I mean? You can't be switching streams. You know what I mean? If you want to assume the rules can change, okay, then let's start that from the beginning and assume that all the way through. Or the rules of the natural law are not going to change, and let's assume that all the way through. But you can't change streams, boys. That's not going to be fair.
The way you describe your so-called postdictions, I have no disagreement with, other than the word you're using. So I don't find it that interesting to talk about. I mean, I would call it a prediction. Google, like if you Google the definition, we call it prediction. But whatever, we can use postdiction. I don't.
So can you use the word prediction in a very different way contextually?
Well, like, for example, you gave a definition for prediction that I actually disagree with. You said, okay, so I'm predicting that I will win with these Powerball numbers. I would not call that a prediction. I would call that a guess. Prediction is, a justified reason for making a
justified reason. I'll tell you, Dan, my justified reason is that I had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn. So I'm waking up today feeling lucky. I'm waking up feeling lucky, so I'm justifying my lotto numbers that are going to win. That's my predictability.
You call that a prediction? I'd call it a guess. Maybe at best it's a bad prediction. But
come on, man. Guys, you're talking about the level of certainty.
Sure, I know. We're talking about semantics here, which is largely uninteresting to me. But
no, it's not uninteresting. But it's just the fact that you had qualms with it. But I don't think you should, because if you're saying that something repeats in cycles, because I even broke it down to you that way too. I'm like, if something broke down in cycles and it's repeated, right? How can you say that the thing you're going to predict is something like, well, I predict, I'm going to tell you this way. If I predict that the sun will be in this part of the sky tomorrow, I'm going to wait to see if it's going to happen. You don't need to. It's already happened year after year. So the thing that you're going to do, hold on a minute, Dan. Hold on. The thing that you're going to do is affirm, because of its cyclical nature, that it will be in the part of the sky that you say that it will be based upon prior information. So it doesn't matter what you say. Oh, I predict it's going to be right here. Yeah? So did everybody else prior to you, because that's a law of nature. It has done so for eons, and it doesn't need your prediction to give it validity, to be like, well, it's going to be up here in the sky. It doesn't need you there. Minus you, it's still going to be in that part of the sky based on its repeated patterns.
I just can say the same thing about any prediction. Like any good prediction.
Oh God, dude.
Yeah.
Dan, wait.
You don't need to be. No, dude, you don't need to be of a high level of certainty. It's going to happen because that's the law of nature. It repeats, it cycles, dude.
You even call that 100% certainty, right?
Yeah, this is where we distinguish the difference between science and pseudoscience.
Everybody is talking at once. It's hard for me to.
Wait, one sec. This is where we distinguish the difference between science and pseudoscience, where a prediction in natural science is a legitimate prediction based on information you've gained and garnered from research, and then using that to predict the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature, and then manipulating that supposed cause to see if it develops the effect that you observe.
Right, guys, before we do
in theoretical physics, in astrophysics, in astronomy, you can't do that, can you?
Hold on, dude. Before we start doing science, we have to do the philosophy of science. We're going to have to assume either laws are going to change or they're going to stay fixed, right? One or the other. Because in order to do science, we're assuming blindly, we're just skipping past this, but we're assuming the natural laws are going to stay constant. So that's why we can rely on experiments. We can rely on outcomes. We can rely on repeatability. Repeatability only exists if some stuff stays constant, yeah? Because if everything is variable, there is no repeatability. So we're going to assume natural laws are constant, which is why Alpha is so certain the sun's going to be in a certain position, and why we should all be certain of that, because the laws are going to stay constant, right? Because if they're not going to stay constant, then all bets are off, boys. All bets are off then, isn't it? Then who knows what will happen tomorrow.
And then you could say, I might win with my lotto numbers tomorrow.
Can I get?
Never know.
Here, maybe I can skirt past a lot of the disagreement and say, I will say that those two types of things are different. I wouldn't use the same words that you're using.
Okay, so if you're using prediction, if you're using prediction interchangeably, then you're using it incorrectly. How about that?
Sure. Let's just move past the semantics. It's really
dude. It's just like you saying the word. It's like you saying the word experiment. Let's just move past it. It doesn't matter how we use it. No, it does matter how you use it, specifically when it regards natural science. So if you start saying something like, "Well, words, come on, let's not quibble about these things." We have to. That's the whole reason why we're here. If we're not quibbling about the
has on what the point we're actually trying to talk about.
And if you don't realize the implications of words and terms that they mean something of value, then you and I and everybody else in here are going to disagree on the term of a single word. You're going to think I mean something else. I'm going to think you mean something else. We'll never meet eye to eye.
I will accept your definition, which is not the same as Webster's.
And that's not what I'm saying either.
Whatever. I don't care. I will accept it. It's fine. For the purposes of this conversation, we can call them different and we can move forward. So let's keep going.
Dan, I want to get in here on something. Earlier you said when Alpha gave you an example, you turned around and said, "Oh, I wouldn't call that a prediction. I'd call that a guess."
Yeah.
Well, dude, I mean, when you can pick and choose when something is a prediction versus a guess, and swap both terms, willy nilly. In reality,
I have a definition that I would be running off.
In reality, a prediction is a form of a guess. So you are correct in that, but to minimize the term in any particular context, because to you it doesn't seem to satisfy whatever qualities of an actual prediction, because for some reason you're not going to get very far with that. And a postdiction is also in a way a form of a guess, but it has prior, like you were saying, it has prior occurrences.
Sure.
See what I mean? So you're reducing it down to just a guess, or you're using the term a guess, as if it doesn't mean as much.
You're absolutely right that using absolute words is always going to be a disservice. I mean, it might be better for us to say bad prediction, good prediction. Okay.
No, I didn't. I have no problem with using absolute terms here. What we're quibbling on is actually trying to figure out which absolute term is appropriate in which context. My point being, you reducing what he said down to just being quote unquote just being a guess, so as to minimize his position.
No. Not his position. Just that one specific example he gave of guessing lotto numbers.
Yeah, well, it's a form of prediction. It's very crude, right? Like he said, all the prior information I have on that is X, Y, Z. And in his head, for example, he might see that as being, reasonable.
Sure. To be fair, he didn't say that till after I said guess, and then I refined my definition of guess to be bad prediction. Right. So, like, look, this is such an argument.
Well, Dan, let me ask you a question, Dan, quickly. Dan, what if I was the lottery operator and I put magnets in the balls I want to win, right? And then I tested the machine the night before. And then on the night when the lottery takes place, I'm going to pick the numbers. So is that going to be a prediction? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You have really great reason to believe that you'll get the numbers you want because you're picking them.
Dude, he just showed you that he has it rigged to win. He knows he knows he's going to win. He's not guessing anymore. The guessing part left the building.
Say guess. You think prediction means guess. I do not think prediction means guess.
Okay, so if prediction doesn't mean guess, then you're using it in the term to say that it's something that happened in a repeated cycle, right? Is that how you're using it?
To mean it could include repeated cycles. I'm using the term.
No, you can't.
Anything of substantiated, of a nature of being substantiated. Well reasoned to believe that's true.
Well reasoned to believe it's true. How about something that occurs always?
Sure, that's like 100% well reasoned to be true.
Okay.
Virtually.
So if you're saying that something happened before and it will happen again, and if you say that prediction can be interchangeably used as something to reason with someone to say, well, I'm going to use this word now today to mean like, well, what's your prediction for the Lakers and the Bulls? Well, I don't know. I think Lakers are going to take it. Whatever. Like you're using the word interchangeably. And what I'm saying is a lot of people contextually can't tell what you're saying. Yeah. So in regards to when you start to speak, like when you use the words like level, when you use the words like experiment, when you use anything to deal with something that has to have a definite meaning, and you're using it interchangeably, you're never going to get an understanding contextually. Do you get what I'm saying? Because to you, you're like, well, that's not what I mean by when I say prediction. I'm saying it in this way. How can somebody outside of you know what you're saying? Yeah, they're not going to know.
We can use the spectrum if we'd like. Like I could say really good prediction, like 100% certain prediction, whatever. I think predictions are a spectrum.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think that you can. Go ahead.
Just a quick second, Alpha. Isn't a prediction have a foundation, like you're basing your prediction upon like a foundation, prior evidence, right? And then a guess has no substantiated foundation. You're just proceeding forward with something off the top of your dome with no foundation upon it. That's my understanding, guess versus prediction.
That was mine as well.
Yeah, but this is where we get into the idea of words meaning stuff, right? When you say, somebody asks you, okay, how did you arrive at this? You have to substantiate your foundation that you're standing upon. Otherwise, you're just literally farting in the wind with your thoughts coming out of your mind with no subjective foundation.
Interestingly,
that I 100% agree with.
Interesting. Well, if you agree with that, then you should agree with that fact that the globe Earth, or the oblate spheroid, was a new creation, not only but a few centuries ago. So you would say that the globe Earth is making better predictions than the ancients were when they were sky gazing up at the night sky.
Yes.
But how can something that was not around when these viewings of the sky were being done, how can something that wasn't around then be doing something better today for people?
I don't understand. Can you rephrase one?
So, yeah, the globe was the new kid on the block. It wasn't around when ancients were sky gazing. What was it?
Some ancient people, like Rome, for example.
You can point to some really niche group of somebody who didn't have the full articulation of the globe as you have it today.
Yeah.
So when you say the globe makes better predictions, how could that be the case if it's something that was newly created and not something that was actually known by people long ago? because they were already working with things in the sky and being able to have value for things that they see that reoccur over and over again.
I don't know what the problem is there, because that's
the problem is you just came up with an idea and say, hey, let me come to you with this new idea of this thing called a globe. I know you got all those ancient, all that ancient knowledge of like where these celestials are going to be, but let me just throw this in the mix, and let me say that this does a better job than the way you guys were viewing the sky.
Yeah.
So what you just brought in it has to be a totally new thing, right? But the thing that they were doing was already doing the job exactly perfectly, like the way it should.
That part is what I'm contending with, is that this new one was more accurate.
No, but you didn't state how. That's the problem. You didn't state how.
Well, so with the Coriolis stuff, I did.
No, but see, that's an assumption. Once again, you're going into things that you think are already a foregone conclusion. Coriolis insinuates a derivative understanding that the Earth is already in motion. You didn't prove moving Earth yet. You're insinuating. Yeah, Coriolis is an insinuation that the Earth is spinning on its axis already. So this is how
Coriolis is an explanation of the effect that we see.
No. You need to prove that the Earth is spinning on its axis for Coriolis to be happening. It's not happening if you haven't proven that the Earth is in motion, spinning on its axis. You're jumping the gun. You're going to the thing that's already talking about happening while the Earth's in motion. Well, we have Coriolis. We have Coriolis because the Earth is spinning. Duh. That's what you're saying. No.
Not how I would phrase it. No, not at all. I'd say.
So then how can you have Coriolis if the Earth isn't proven to be spinning?
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, it's like you propose a model. Hey, I think that the Earth is a globe. Would these effects be, aligned with the observations that we see?
No. No, you can't say that. You cannot say that. You haven't proven it. You're just throwing
to prove it to see if the model align with the model.
And let me ask you a question. If you never knew that the Earth was spinning and no one's ever told you, how would you put that into a model? How are you going to insert that into a model that the Earth is moving, therefore Coriolis, if you've never seen the Earth in any way moving?
There's a lot of reasons why people thought that the Earth could be a globe. I mean,
I'm not talking about other people. What information have you gathered that gives you that information to substantiate the claim?
So, okay, let's go back to just observing the stars, right? Like I said a long time ago, It could be either way. The observation of the stars could be explained by the sky rotating around you in a sphere, a celestial sphere, or just as well, and it's very reasonable for somebody to take note of this. They could say, hey, wait, this would be the same effect as if the Earth were rotating.
Yeah. So it's
inconclusive. That it is. And if it is, what sort of observations or predictions could it make?
Yeah, it's inconclusive. Once again, I told you and the other gentleman, it's inconclusive. You agreed. It's not conclusive. If you're going to form out a model and it's not conclusive, you can't then build any type of physics that are on this spinning orb if you didn't conclusively produce an understanding that it is spinning.
Data point. I said it's a data point.
And data point is not, listen,
you're right,
right, it doesn't conform to our reality unless you're able to provide the evidence that substantiates it. Which is that
work though.
It doesn't matter. Listen, your model is not substantiated by our physical reality. If it was, then it would be the truth, and the truth would then not be able to be argued with because it would be something that is apparent to everyone, and that's not apparent to everyone. We do not witness the conclusive evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis as a oblate spheroid.
Observing the rotating sky in itself is not conclusive, but you could go further to say then, okay, well, how can we, what could we add to this to give us more confidence in a different model?
Dan, sorry,
right? And one of those things, one of the natural consequences of saying that the Earth is a globe is now you're introducing a non-inertial reference frame. Then you could say, okay, where are certain situations where I can observe the effects of a non-inertial reference frame? Hey, look. What about this Foucault's pendulum thing? would this model predict the effects of that? Yeah.
Holy smokes. Dan, do you understand what a leap of logic is?
That's what he's done.
I don't.
By here's the thing, right? You're gonna insert an idea, right, a theory, and then you're gonna make a series of leaps of logic, leaps of faith, in order to back up your theory.
Well, that's why
that's building a shit. Hold on. That is building a really crappy foundation. You need to stay within the observables in order to craft a theory beyond that. Otherwise, you're building a stick house upon a sand foundation.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you if you just left it at that. If you just left it at the leap, it's like, oh, I believe the Earth is a sphere. That's it. Okay, we're good. It works. No, that's not enough. You're right. You have to back it up with observation, and that's exactly what I listed out. The Coriolis effects are saying, hey, this is something
No, you don't observe. Listen, dude, you don't observe the Coriolis effects because you're thinking that the Earth is thought to be moving, as you said, because you can't prove it conclusively. You have to prove it conclusively first, and then build a physics upon it.
Okay, wait,
you didn't do that.
Step back here. Do you?
We did. We went back to what you're saying. You're saying that you don't need to provide the evidence. All you got is either it is or is not spinning. That's what you have to build on. It is or is not spinning. It's inconclusively.
Do you believe? Let's throw out the word Foucault's pendulum for a second. Do you believe that what we observed to happen with the swinging pendulum at different latitudes has an effect dependent upon the latitude?
I'll let Jedi answer that.
I'm just going to say no.
You don't, but does Alpha believe that happens?
That the pendulums are moving at different latitudes?
The effects of a swinging pendulum at different latitudes. Do you believe that there is a different effect of a swinging pendulum at different latitudes?
No.
You don't? Okay, well then.
What effects are you saying? Like what effects?
Are you aware of the effects of a Foucault's pendulum experiment?
Yes, as precession. You're talking about like the movement of the thing. But what are you insinuating? Because precession.
Do you believe that happens?
Listen to me. A precession is giving an assumption that the Earth is already in motion.
No. Forget about any preconceived notions about flatter Earth. Do you believe that actually happens?
Yeah, I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm only talking about the insinuation when you see the pendulum moving around. You're thinking that it's moving around because of the Earth is in motion.
Forget me making a prediction at all.
Okay, then you're just throwing everything out. What are you?
No, I know. I need to set a foundation here. Do you believe that happens dependent upon latitude? Period.
Why don't you craft your one thing? Why don't you craft your question, right? Remember, you're appealing to belief. Think about your vestibular system, right? And the fact that Alpha's vestibular system is no different than yours. So technically, he has your vestibular system as a hostile witness because he knows you're not experiencing the Earth any different than him. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just, I don't know what vestibular system is.
Yeah. What tells you? Here's I'll withdraw. What tells you that the sky, that the ground, in fact, is moving versus the sky above you?
Okay, I'm still just trying to get a common ground here because I don't even know the answer to this question yet, and I can't build a further argument unless I know if you believe the percent happens.
Then are you saying that the precession occurs in different ways in different latitudes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, regardless of why, do you believe that it happens?
Yeah, regardless of why. Okay, you're asking me the question. Are you saying this because you affirm that it does?
Am I asking because I affirm that it does? I'm saying I do believe that it happens at different latitudes, regardless of why.
Okay, so affirming that it does, have you uncovered the reality that it's doing things in different latitudes? I'm asking you specifically because you can't come with a premise built on a faulty understanding of your position.
Just do this observation and just see for themselves without having any scientific understanding of why it's happening. And if we can't agree on this one piece, then I don't know how we can continue forward.
Has anybody solidified this for you? Like, what methods have been done to show you that this is the case?
I've been to a science museum and I've seen it.
One place. How many? You talked about different latitudes. How many different places?
Videos of people. Okay, are you telling me that you don't believe that this happens?
No, I'm asking what information do you have to substantiate that your claim is that they're moving in different processions in different latitudes?
I've seen videos of people doing it. I've seen it personally. Is that not good enough for you?
Yeah, personally, do what?
Process.
In what way is different? Because you're making a distinction that in every latitude is different. How do you see them processing differently?
I believe.
There it is. There it is.
No. You actually don't know where I'm going to go with this. I don't remember if it's the speed in which they process. I think it's the speed. Yes, the speed in which they process is different depending on which latitude it's performed at.
But you're not really sure. You're not really sure, and I'm pointing out the fact that you were coming with a foundational premise that is faulty. Because you don't even know, dude, Dan, come on, let's get real here, dude. You didn't have all the information to ask me that question if you knew that for sure was the case. You're just telling me because you thought it was. And so you're asking me to give you my opinion on what I would think about it because you thought you were going to get me to say like, oh, well, I don't know, Dan, I think it is. And you're like, aha. And,
but you don't even
at all, dude. Bro, you don't even know, Dan. You don't even know.
No, I do. No,
you don't. You just told me. Dude, you just told me that you're not really sure if it's the speed. You just told me that right now.
I remember, and now I remembered. Jeez, can you give me a fucking second to remember? God damn, man.
That was you. I'm catching you on what your premise should have been.
Have you ever had to think about something, about a memory in the past, and it took you a second?
Yeah, not if I was coming at you with a premise. My premise would be it would be solid. It would be rock solid, dude. I would come at you and be like, look, this is how things happen. And I would ask you, and listen, and hold on, Dan. And I would ask you, okay, so this is how it happens. Dan, do you disagree? And if you would ask me, dude, how do you know this happens? And if I would be like, well, I think it happens that way. How would you look at me if I said that to you? You'd be like, dude, that's some bullshit, dude. Like, how are you going to ask me a question when you don't even know if your premise is sound or even like, it's solid, like for you to tell me that.
I'm sorry I didn't remember, but it's irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is I did see this at a point in the past, and I'm asking you just plainly, do you accept that it happens?
This is why I said. This is why I said no, because I will grant you that yes, the pendulum swings in different ways at different quote unquote latitudes, but then you have to take every single effect into account. Like for example, when there's a solar eclipse and the thing starts spinning backwards, no matter your latitude. So we observe that as well then. So yeah, we observe the pendulum to do lots of things. When the solar eclipse happens, this is called the Elias effect. You should probably Google it.
Okay, there's a lot of things.
There's lots of things.
There's a lot of things that happen with the pendulum that moves around. Like, so you can't lock it down to a foundational premise as you would like to have it, which is kind of like how you wanted to box it in for a point to make, which you don't have right now at the moment.
I don't think you know what point I'm trying to make yet.
Jedi's dropping
premise to make a point.
Yeah, so you want me to affirm that if you're saying that the pendulum processes in different latitudes differently, you wanted me to affirm that or not, right? You wanted me to say one way or the other. But for you didn't know the information that Jedi just told you right now.
You keep saying that, but I did. I just know that. Remember the exact effect from the past, okay? And then I did a second fucking later, dude.
So you're telling me that you knew the Elias effect. You knew about it.
The what effect?
The Elias effect.
I don't know the term Elias effect, no.
Oh my God. That's what I was asking you.
What is the Elias effect?
No, just told you. Fucking hell, dude. He just finished telling you.
Oh, what you just said about the pendulum stuff.
Yeah. So when, for example, there's a solar eclipse and you have a pendulum swinging, it starts spinning the opposite way.
Okay. I've never seen that.
It's like what I literally told you. It's called the Elias effect. My words were, if you haven't heard it, maybe you should Google it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that went past me.
Okay, no problem. now that you know that information, it's not true that in every latitude it spins and it processes in the same way, because if there's some anomaly that throws it off and to do something else, then how can you substantiate something that would occur that would be something like that it changes in every latitude to be constant? That would throw off the constant of it being that way.
I'm not claiming. I haven't even made a claim that it's constant yet.
Yeah, but if you're saying, listen, if you're saying that it processes differently in every latitude, and then Jedi just gave you an example of how it could throw that off.
But that's exactly what you should do. You should say, okay, hey, this effect is happening, and hey, we can account for this anomaly. There's an absurd.
Account for it. Dude, that's some bullshit, Dan. We can account for it. You didn't account for it prior to. Dude, you didn't account for it prior to him telling you. So how do you know that information?
Didn't know
dude,
it. You're
that's
right.
so freaking nuts,
I was totally 100% ignorant of an Elias effect. You're 100% right.
So how did you just finish saying that we could account for it? Like not a hot second ago. You just found out
that you guys are proposing. This is getting really weird. Because now you're arguing with me about something that I didn't even say.
That's like the room because we all saw that you just didn't know what
you didn't know, bro. And now he's saying that they can account. Well, we could account for it. How the fuck did you know you could account for it? He just fucking told you.
I didn't say that you could. I said he said that you could. He said the eclipse accounts for it.
What?
What?
I didn't say it, dude.
Yes,
what are you
did.
arguing with me about?
All right, let's try.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Dan, can you rephrase what you said? Like, maybe not give it a rewrite, but just a rehash. Say, I said this, I meant this, it came out like this, or no, I mean not to put words in your mouth, but like some sort of format like that.
Sure. All I'm saying is if we have a foundation that some effect generally occurs at for some predicted location, like the precession of a thing, is like we should immediately start saying why. And if one of the things that we observe to happen, hold on, can I finish?
No, you're leaping over the fact that he threw you in the loop with the anomaly.
Can I get to it? I don't know because aware of anything other than the precession. But
and
if there is any other observable effect, that's the same thing. It's just, hey, we observed this weird thing that happens. Why would that happen? But so far, we haven't even gotten to that point. We couldn't even agree that anything happens. And it's so hard to have
anything happens. It's not that if anything happens. You're asking if it happens different. What you said specifically was that the pendulum would precess differently in different latitudes. That's what you said. And then, of course, Jedi gave you the anomaly of the Elias effect when certain, sky phenomena are occurring. This precession that you think would be happening differently in different latitudes, as to be saying that, if we could, because it's really greasing the skids, right? This whole conversation is greasing the skids for getting ready to talk about how the Earth is in motion. And I know it because I can see it far off. But I'm telling you this right now, that even if you're saying that the predictability of it happening specifically differently in different latitudes would tell you some information. But what happened was when Jedi told you that the Elias effect that was occurring that throws the precession off, now you're like, well, I think we can account for that. No, you can't, because you didn't know that prior to the shit that you just said.
In fact, he accounted for it. He gave me the reason why it happens. He said it. I had no idea. I know nothing about the Elias effect.
No.
I don't even know if it's true.
Just haven't Googled it. Oh, well. So we're having problems agreeing with this because also if you go into the Arctic or into the Antarctic Circle, you'll get different precessions. Again, you'll start reversing your precession. So, yeah, there's phenomena, but they're not lining up in the way that you were trying to get us to agree to.
Exactly. It's not this predictable thing that you're going to be able to say, we can rely on the precession of the Foucault's pendulum doing different things in different latitudes, specifically geographically, so that we can say, we can say that constantly this thing happens over here in Chile, this thing happens this way in Russia, this thing happens this way, and it's different. All of it's different, but it's all pointing to the fact that the Earth is in motion. That's the end of the argument, actually, for you.
But thanks you for putting.
I bet you it was, because the only thing that you can draw from all of this, if it's not that the Earth is in motion, right, is that it's real good evidence that it is.
I'll say it's close to what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that you could make a prediction without the globe. You could do that. You could just patterns alone, or even the effects that I don't know who said it. Oh, okay. When the eclipse comes out, we observe this. You can make predictions other than one that assumes the globe. The only thing that I'm saying is that the globe would be one that explains why.
No, it's not. That's where you start dressing up the pig and putting lipstick on it and everything. No, it's not. You're just saying that. It makes you feel better when you say that. But that's not true.
How is that not true?
Because the ball Earth is fantasy. So everything you're pointing to that makes it sound like it actually is something in reality is actually not that. So all of the things that you say you see with Foucault's pendulum, right? Specifically, that doesn't prove anything globe. Nothing. Proves nothing globe. Because there's things that you didn't...
Never how I would phrase anything. I would always phrase it in the form of, it aligns with the globe model.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
It does not. Because anything... No, it doesn't, Dan. Because everything that you might think... Even if Jedi had told you about the Elias effect later on in our conversation, you'd be like, oh, yeah, we can account for that. Oh, and then somebody else would say, but what happens when you go to the North to South Pole?
I did not for the last time, dude.
We can account for that too.
I did not say that you can account for that. He said we can account for that.
Everything that you think the globe Earth is, it's all in. It's like the whole data and everything that people record. It works well with the globe. That's what you would want us to think, because that's what you think.
No, it's not what I think. It's what I always try to test myself.
Dude, if you honestly were to test yourself, then you would ask yourself how you know the Earth is spinning. You wouldn't look at some bullshit pendulum and say well, I'm going to rely on this for something, because when it comes down to it, it doesn't speak anything globe. Zero. Doesn't tell you any information.
Dan, jumping in for a hot second. Dan, I have a question for you. With all that's being talked about right now, what are your thoughts on star trail photography?
Pretty.
Pardon me?
It's pretty. What do you want me to say?
Well, that's just it, right? If the ground was moving and the sky was moving, how is it we're able to capture star trail photography?
Long exposure times? I don't know. What's the problem?
Pardon me?
Long exposures?
So again, if the ground is moving and the sky is moving, how is it we're able to capture star trail photography over extended periods of time, showing that the ground in fact appears to be stationary and the sky in fact is moving?
What would you expect to be the case? Because I don't know what you would expect.
I expect what we observe is that the ground is stationary, the camera mounted to the ground, and the sky is in fact moving, showing that the stars are in fact moving as they trace the trails that they make in the sky. I'm only bringing this forward in consideration of your claim of, again, the ground moving and the sky moving. I'm just wondering how star trail photography can actually exist as accurate as it does if the ground is moving and the sky as well.
Well, the sky, depending, if we're talking about the globe Earth model, the sky is basically not moving. Everything is so far away that any movement of the stars is imperceivable. It's just the ground that's moving. But to give you an analogy of how star trails can work, have you ever seen pictures of people with sparklers on the 4th of July, waving them around, and they can make trails?
Yeah, sure. But again, that'd be
it's a situation of the sky moving, right? It's.
But see, hold on a second. You can't insert that, right? Because we know that people are moving the sparklers, right?
Sure.
These are the things that you can't hand wave the observations that we have in place to all of a sudden just pick up the observations as it suits your argument so that you can pick and choose.
I'm explaining
right?
that it can work
These are
both ways.
this is here. I'm going to withdraw and just say these are the leaps of logic that we're holding you accountable to in order to build out your theory. Go ahead.
Well, the example I gave is actually anti my theory. It's anti.
You should have dropped this. You should have dropped this years ago, Dan. To be honest, man, you don't have any evidence whatsoever. You're still clinging to this idea that the globe Earth fantasy can make some kind of real sense. Holding on to these old tired arguments, dude. And it's like you struggle with them still. Yeah, you struggle with them still. So the Foucault's pendulum didn't hold any merit to how because you even detached it from globe Earth. You divorced it. You're like, it has nothing to do with globe, but we can see that it does give us some information, and it's like you're leading us to nowhere. There's nothing that we're gonna at the end of the argument.
I don't know what to say. I keep on saying the same thing. It aligns with the observations of the globe. I will never say that something.
Observations of the globe, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my gosh, that's how every model works in science ever.
You don't live on a model. You live on the Earth. The Earth is not a model. It's the Earth. Now, if you're going to say that it aligns with a model, then that model has to be something that reflects reality.
Yeah.
So when you go
extent, right,
no, dude, no, and no. Because some of the things that you depend on are things that should happen the way that the model, quote unquote, predicts. And if that thing doesn't hold any merit, just like Jedi told you, there's certain effects and anomalies that occur.
I don't even believe the Elias effect is real yet.
Okay, then.
I don't know.
What I'm trying to tell you is that if there's anomalies that occur that you didn't account for, and supposedly you think that outside of that it still works, then you're going to be wrong, dude. And I'm telling you.
I'm willing to be wrong. I'm always willing to be wrong. That's the right.
Guess what? Well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Today's your lucky day. You're wrong.
Okay, if you say so.
Well, I'm just saying, man, because you're so confident that there's some explanation somewhere. I haven't looked it up, so it's going to be okay. And I guarantee you, dollars to donuts, when you look up that information, when you look up that information, I guarantee you, you're going to soothe yourself. You're going to be like, yeah, I think we can account for this. I think the globe Earth can account for the Elias effect. Oh, no problem. We got this. It's some magnetic anomaly, and you're going to come up with some twisted way, contorted, just to make the globe Earth sound like it's real again. Because you can't have any anomalies in your quote-unquote model.
I'll even make you a promise. The straight-up answer is no. I'll tell you what I would do if I found an anomaly.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't immediately say, oh, we can account for X, Y, or Z. I could make a guess as to why, but then it would require experimentation. You can't just make a guess and say, oh, well, that explains it. We're all good and hunky-dory. No, this Elias effect is interesting to me because if it is a real observable effect, which, by the way, I'm reading some Wikipedia page and it says, oh, it's purported to be, and it's whatever. Setting that aside. The first thing I do,
yeah, boy, you fucking hand waving that shit.
Bro, you
fucking hand wave. You smack that shit away so quickly. Get that shit out of here, huh? You just hand waved that shit out of there.
What was the second part I said? Are you even listening to what I said? Bro? Are you even?
Yeah, you're just rejecting anything that goes against the thing that you previously know.
You are literally have subjective hearing. The statement I said right after is what here, repeat it to me. What would I do right after discovering an anomaly?
Well, according to you, you want to look into it to see if it's valid or whatnot. But you're like,
then you want to look into see if there was an experiment to verify.
You added something to the end of that. You're like, but it's starting to look like it's not adding up. Dude, shut up, dude. You're already denying it right offhand. I know you, Dan.
I denied it earlier. Well, I didn't deny it. What I said is I don't
bullshit. Know. Bullshit, you did deny it. Dude, you're like, no, this doesn't sound like it's real. I heard you say that shit, dude.
Dude, what do you want from me? You
fucking heard you say that. Yeah, it's not weird, dude. It's just we're getting right down to it.
We're getting right down to it. Just to be extra clear, I will tell you plainly what I do or do not believe about the Elias effect.
What?
I don't know. I will look into it. That's it. That's the only thing I can tell you about it.
Yeah, I know, but earlier you just said some kind of remark that you said, well, from what I'm seeing or here in the wiki.
Is that not a true statement to say? It's like, hey, I'm looking into it. The first thing I'm doing is I'm seeking knowledge about it.
I know, but what did you say? You said something about it. You said, like, it doesn't look like it's...
I don't know. I'll repeat exactly what I said. From what I'm reading, they're saying things about alleged anomalous behaviors that sometimes purportedly... That's literally verbatim what I'm reading, not my opinion.
And so what does that give you the confidence to say?
I'm saying that it requires so anything that you get.
You don't want to say it, do you?
If I said Santa Claus is sitting right next to me right now, what do you want to do? You don't want to verify that to some extent, right? Isn't that what a good person should do?
Well, I mean, I think you'd be schizophrenic, but that's just me. But dude, listen, there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. The Earth isn't spinning. You can relax on that one. But all this like hemming and hawing that you're doing about the Foucault's pendulum, it still doesn't directly indicate that the Earth is doing anything. So you can just kind of relax on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I seriously don't think you hear the words I say. I seriously don't think you hear it.
Yeah, so even if you say that it's indicating a specific model that you're
it aligns with a particular model very well.
And very well. What is this very well business? What is this very well business? What is that?
Well, I'll give you an example. So you're right. Earlier you said, a good model is one that reflects reality. That's true. But no model is perfect. In fact, science, like the most hardcore science head person knows that all of the existing models that we have for explaining the universe are wrong. We know that they are wrong. They are useful, but they are wrong.
You're still as dug in as you were fucking 7 years ago, man. 5 years ago.
The Earth is round. You guys are retarded, bro.
I think it's different though. I mean, I had to do a quick take. I mean, because Dan used to be kind of like, I mean, I'm not trying to knock you or anything, just your mannerisms. Like you were kind of not really energized. You were just sort of like,
Bill,
whatever.
Indifferent, yeah.
Yeah. Now it feels like he's engaging with the conversation.
Well, I can tell you what happened.
Okay, yeah.
When I very first joined the Flat Earth, I came in thinking, oh man, I could debate this. This should be, like what every globe head does, right? And then you quickly get confronted with the fact that, holy shit, you guys have tons of ammunition, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. So then I hung around, and I loved learning more stuff. That was why I came back for years. It was cool.
Well, welcome back, man. But you're still hugging that globe, man.
Why I'm heated right now.
We got miniguns up in that bitch, yeah.
Yeah, quiet down, you.
I remember one time talking to Dan.
Anyway, so I started off pretty argumentative. Later on, though, I got so tired because I'm sure you guys know this. You spend day in, day out here, and it's the same fucking conversation every single freaking day. And then there's even this time of hour, especially late at night, where like if they would go through the tags on each person, any flat earther, and they'd spot somebody that has the globe tag, and then they would immediately want to debate with them. And people would call me out all the time, and I just wanted to hang out at a certain point. I got tired of rehashing the same freaking conversation over and over again. So here's what I did is I was like, okay, I'm just going to be nonchalant. Whatever.
Yeah, he was like that for a while.
I was like that for a while, and then I got disinterested. I got bored. Nothing was moving in the flat Earth. It was just whatever. So I stopped coming here. Then this Antarctic thing happens. Like, oh my gosh, this is the most interesting thing that has happened in flat Earth in a while. So I thought I'd peek my head in, and I started off pretty chill, just like I was back in the day. And then somebody got me really, really heated up. I think it was somebody with a G. I forget. Anyway, so I'm a little bit energized right now because I got charged.
Okay. Like I think we had a tag that seemed sincere that you could have got that lets people, or there's also the friend and family thing too. I mean, we could have changed it. I guess it didn't seem like we didn't know what you wanted at the time, and we could have switched it up, but it just seemed like,
no, you guys were friends.
Remember what I was saying, Crit? Yeah. That this 24-hour sun is going to energize some of these individuals. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, I predicted that. That's my prediction. I'm using it correctly. That was my prediction.
You're right. Yeah, because there's people who are making socks and coming back.
Yes.
Different attitude and whatnot.
I mean, we might see the likes of Zanuck and Kosho in here. We don't even know. Like, I mean, it's like
Ocho's been gone for a long time.
Yeah, they're not around.
What about taking this for an opportunity, Alpha? What you just did is demonstrated the ability to predict, right?
Yes.
Based on past behavior. You didn't make a guess. You predicted based on past behavior. Go ahead.
It's still social. It's still like a social science. So it would be based off of your probability.
Yeah.
It's not actually like natural science. This is something that it's in its own field because it's dealing with intelligent, conscious beings.
There's like two things for Dan. I think the last time I talked to you, I thought it was pretty insightful because there was a bunch of people. It was right before, 2020, and they were talking about like selling like property on Mars, and also like.
don't know, but a Monday morning trifecta would be freaking awesome.
All right, future boy. How you doing, Matrix? There's nothing exciting been happening here today.
No, I only dropped in probably 10, 15 minutes before you. All of the channels just dead quiet. And that's I thought, yeah, fuck it, I'll drop in and have a look.
So something that's messed up. I host all the audio for all the podcasts. I host them on archive.org because it's free and it'll be there forever. So I can see how many times it's been viewed, each one. If I compare it to iPod Analytics or iTunes Analytics or Spotify Analytics, those shits are way off, dude. There's like thousands of views, dude. Thousands. I think the highest view count on one of them is 6,000. And then, like, most of them are over 1,000, way over 1,000.
Wow.
And there's something like, I'm going to take this. Yeah, man, these fucking companies that have social media, dude, they game the numbers, dude. No doubt.
Oh, yeah. Not surprised. But it's still good numbers, though, man. 6,000 is really good.
Over how long a time frame?
I think I uploaded. Hold on, wait for this to load. So the one that has the most views is 8,931 listens because it's audio. That was August 19th, 2023. That doesn't seem right. TikTok or Peterson. I thought I just fucking uploaded that. That's weird. I don't even think the publish date is right on this shit. So it's like 8,900. Next one is 7,200, 6,000, 5,000, 5,000, 4,000, 400, 4,000, 3,000, 3,000. So there's like 30 episodes that have 1,000 or more. And maybe, oh shit, even, yeah, the lowest one was from 2020, and that's 695.
Yo, India, you know what's the funny thing in that observation? I sent the picture. I have another one with has better resolution, better quality. I throw it also. You know what's the?
Oh yeah, I got that one. I got that one.
It's the horizon that is behind the mountains. That gray deck behind the mountains. That's the surface still being able to appear behind those mountains.
Oh, do you know where the horizon should be on this? So see 127 miles, and that's like would be right before the shoreline. Like if you look at the center of the image, like so if you go on Google Earth and you draw like a circle, right, that the horizon distance, like it won't quite make it to the land. So the water should be the horizon. There should be a water horizon in these images.
Yeah, correct. That is including a part of those mountains. Still, you see the shore being in front of those mountains, and I can.
Oh yeah.
In that on that shore, I can show that.
Have you seen the panorama? You got the panorama?
Here's the better quality one. It's 11 megabytes. It's uploading now. Here it is. Can zoom on it, and I will share the GIF with only the zoom on those mountains and the shore in front of the mountains, and still the surface is behind the mountain.
Have you seen the panorama on this? It's like a 90 megabyte. It's like a 90 megabyte file. It's like 40,000 pixels across.
Yeah, I think I've seen it, but I don't have it. No, I don't have it. If you have the
Yeah. I'll post a link to it.
I thank you.
It's dude, you can see so much. Like on the other shore, you can see like a row of windmills, the hubs. You can see like freaking smokestacks. You can see a whole bunch of stuff. Man. I'll show you, man. It's pretty crazy. So I'll get the link first, and I'll show you some shit you can find in the image.
Oh yeah, Amish. I think it's the one Amish just sent. God, thank you for adding.
Where's that? I don't see it. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
He said that if you got the 90 megabyte one, just send it to us. Me too. I want.
You know, this might not open like in all apps. So,
Got it.
in some apps, when you open it up, it looks all white.
And I sent the GIF with the zoom on the shore in front of the the mountain, so you can see that there is no obstruction, no horizon in that water trying to obstruct those mountains at all. Just flat.
Post the one with the colors as well versus the black and white.
It's in infrared.
Infrared, yeah. Okay.
That's what makes it so good.
Oh, here's where it gets better. I got the weather from when the picture was taken.
Oh wow.
Hold on. Now, look at this. Try and guess when the picture was taken. Here, I got another one too. Hold on, don't guess yet. You can probably guess a date.
Yeah. Don't know, man. When?
Did you figure it out?
9th of the 12th or 12th of the 9th?
Yeah, it was like between the 12th and the 13th.
September, yeah, mid-September.
Yeah, so it was like sunrise on the 13th. So if you look at the 12th, right, you see that crazy high pressure, 1029 and 1027. And then when you look at the 13th and the 12th, you see the humidity is 22% humidity. That's super fucking low.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Now.
Yeah, so you got super clear air, right?
Yeah.
There's no particles, there's no water vapor. And you whip out the infrared camera and you're like, I can see you for miles and miles.
Yeah. Okay. Now.
Yeah, there was a girl on the old server. She was French. She was a flat earther. And I'm like, man, oh, you can read French? I'm like, I need the weather for this. She went and she dug it up.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit, Embo's back. That could only mean one thing. He's a flat earther.
Are you fucking serious?
Well, he wouldn't have came back. Like the debate was settled. It's over. The Earth is a globe. Everyone else is just wrong. He's the only one right on the internet, and he's going to enjoy the rest of his life in retirement. You know, that he settled the debate once and for all. So now that he's back,
That night he left us. He was very disappointed with us. He left. He didn't want to waste his time anymore. He left us. He dumped us.
yeah. So then he went once he left, and now he had only his own ideas in the Earth. No one else could distract him. He finally got there.
Well, check it out. In chat, does anyone have the video where Will Duffy says he needs to debunk Flat Earth because it goes against his religion?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like he just did one just recently with Flatzoid. That the Satan has blocked the hearts and minds of the flat earthers. It's a devil's work. This is what happens when like the globalist like to think they were somehow the scientific claim. No, you've got young Earth creationists in your ranks. You probably should clean house.
I think he just wants the video, Crit.
Yeah, he'll find it if he's looking for it. Duffy is prolific. A prolific social media user. Flat Earthers aren't going to be keeping clips of some scammy and financial advice banker, like mad at Wendy with stormy eyes. Like you remember that?
Look, he's a glorified insurance salesman.
Yeah,
that's what he is. He sells life insurance, like policies, right? Retirement funds and life insurance and long-term investments and that type of crap.
Oh yeah, and they still couldn't be like scumbag, used car salesman. Like, hey, leverage your life insurance against some other property that they can seize when you fail, when you lose money on it.
Well, the thing is, they got to be like, when you sell that sort of stuff, you're typically selling to like old people, and you have to disclose the risk, right? So the risk should be commensurate. This is what they teach you: is that the risk should be weighed against how old you are, and like how liquid it is. Like, I have some financial product, and can I sell this? Is this liquid? Is it going to take me like 3 weeks to sell this thing? Or is it risky so that, like, when it comes up to retire, I'm all of a sudden going to get it's going to be worthless, right? It's supposed to have, like, if it's made for retirement, it's supposed to have near zero risk. But you don't get paid on the near zero risk shit. You get paid on the high risk shit. That's what the commission is. So you misrepresent a high risk thing as a low risk thing. That's what he's in trouble for.
Yeah, because he has a duty to give them sound financial advice.
And full disclosure. Not only did he have an interest in, at least according to the Florida lawsuit, he had an undisclosed financial interest in the financial products he was selling. Right? He owned some of them. Right? So say you have a series of, some company issues, a series, a bond series, right? So it'll be like $110,000 bonds. He had some of those state products that he was selling to customers. Right? So if they're in demand and there's a value in the market, then his have a value, right? So he wasn't disclosing conflict of interest, the risk involved, all those things. Allegedly.
Yeah, and disclosing a conflict of interest is not necessarily a bad thing either. Like, the fact that you wouldn't do that is a red flag.
Oh yeah, certainly. Because
like when lawyers do it and financial advisors do it, it's kind of the same thing. They're just like, this isn't a biased assessment. I just have a conflict. I want you to know about it. We can still do business if you want. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, not at all. Like, you gave me an opportunity because I was multitasking. So, Necro, see if you can find this in the panorama. It's near the shore. I know you can. See if you can find the windmills. It's like playing Where's Waldo. It was pretty cool. There's a bunch of shit you can see on the shore if you zoom in.
At the start of that Mark Sargent video there, Indio, there's a whole list of all the Duffy failures and all the lawsuits and shit that he's got going against him at the moment.
I think that Duffy's too ignorant to know what the truth actually is or how to use it right. Really. And I think that's always going to be that dude's problem.
No, he's got something else going on, man.
He's a baby glurf. He's going to capitalize on his investment. He wasn't just giving away golden tickets free. He's going to have more coming out of this, I think. Anthony Powell, who's an award-winning documentary filmmaker who goes to Antarctica all the time, he is backing Will Duffy. Will Duffy told McToon this.
backing him to get paid also. They're all in it for a little change. Not change of mind either. Isn't that what most of them? There's a lot of flat earthers in it for the same reason. There's a group, and then there's ones that are genuine, and then yeah, it's usually filmmakers, writers, producers. They produce with a small amount of money in the hopes to get a big amount, or they produce with a goofy amount in hopes to get paid back, at least double. That what all movie makers do. They spend so much, and then they want like 50 million times the amount back. I think it's weird that they wouldn't just rent that 7 mile drill bit, poke it through the curb water. It's only 3 fucking miles. You got to prove a curb. Poke that 7 mile drill bit through. They should stick out through one way and out through the other. A couple, like a mile or two on three. Still got about 2 miles on each side of the curved water, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'd go to Noonan's Just Ask Rental and be like, let me get that 7 mile drill bit. Can I rent that? Should it probably be cheaper just to make a 7 mile PVC pipe that you could look through and they could pipe you some sunshine through past the curb, stick it through the curb out the other. We'll be able to pipe McDuffie some sunshine through curb water. Hey, Was that a weird noise? Or? Who let the frogs out? None other than Alex Jones' daughter. A little white car for sale. It looks like a damn Ferrari. It's like just a little bitty white car. I mean, it doesn't look sporty, but it looks like the symbol on it says Ferrari. I'm not even sure. It was kind of far. No way in hell that's a Ferrari.
What's up, y'all?
What up?
Hope all is well with everybody. When I first got in here, it was real quiet, and I was about to make a comment about crickets until you started talking there, Demar.
Alex Jones reminds me of Who Let the Frogs Out.
Who made the frogs gay? Who? The funny thing is that stuff's Animal Kingdom stuff in certain ways is non sequitur to how humans live, especially when it's a completely different creature. Like, it's not even a freaking mammal in their categorization shit. But fucking fish and frogs do actually do certain weird gender shifty shit naturally without anybody interfering with them. They just do that shit. They are not humans.
Yeah, it's like Finding Nemo. The little boy fish looking for his dad fish so they could mate. Yeah.
Hard. But yeah, they're not humans, and the animal kingdom is very bizarre. That's all I've got to say about it. But
I wonder if there. Now, hold on a minute. I wonder if there are some humans like that. Because you got to stop and think, man. What are they hiding?
No, it's more like this, man, dude. There's people born certain ways, yeah, whatever. It's the indoctrination, mind control bullshit. That's not the same as that either. It's something else entirely.
Hermaphrodite. Like real, no conspiracy. I'm saying there might be something to something.
But to bring it back to the Earth and Crown, if you notice, they'd used shit like that in order to kind of create a sophist narrative, and then now anything and everything goes, and it doesn't matter because it's all relative. And that's what they do. They twist the shit.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking somebody stuck like that, and then everybody else ridiculed them, and then they're like, "F you guys, we can't help it. We're like this." And then they're like that, and then they want to hide it. Now they want to make everything like that, to like throw it in our face. Like, forget you guys, you're gonna be like.
The problem comes in when people want to do the pretender clown bullshit and start LARPing as somebody else's problem. Like what the? Why would you even want to pretend like that? It's ridiculous. It's no different than the Globetrotters coming in here trying to pretend like they know some shit.
Well, what about people that go 100% crazy over like certain sayings or just movements, and they're not even nothing? It's like they don't even. It's not even their thing. What the fuck?
Triggered by the existence thereof. It's mind virus shit, man. Everybody's got to get involved in somebody else's stuff too. Which, that's just politics.
Yeah. Can't feed the troll. Whatever you feed's gonna grow, man. Whatever you feed is gonna grow.
But yeah, if you notice, a lot of these politicians kind of, they'll take something that's real and create an entire narrative in order to fund some kind of budget that is backed by that stupid narrative, and usually has nothing to do with reality, and the average person doesn't give a crap about it. But if they will not allow you to pass a bill if you don't sign their bullshit in there with it. That big stack of paper they come wheeling in on a cart. They're like a bunch of babies. If I don't get my way, I'm going to hold my breath. But that's why, to me, this conversation itself is so important. And people have no orientation to be able to navigate reality with, because they don't know what the hell words mean. They're triggered by colors, shapes, and sounds. They just kind of end up entering and leaving the world in this re-state, constantly squealing. Speaking of which, I just downloaded. I gotta upload all these videos that I've got for like college level language and linguistics. It gets into some etymological stuff with it too. But damn, I've found some other stuff that I can't even talk about in here because it'll just trigger other people to talk about other things. But it's really cool because I can post it on my channel and I don't have to say anything about it. Stuff's from like the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s. Archive.org is loaded with really cool things. You can effectively get college course level information from there too. You just sit down, watch, listen. Don't just hear, listen. And they explain it very clearly. You'll even find some of the parlor tricks and propaganda that they use to brainwash people. You look at that and watch through history all these video clips that are up on archive.org and just listen to what they say and the images that are portrayed as they say it. It's all propaganda. It's that like hardcore propaganda too. They're practically singing it, like the way that they speak. The cadence. And then the imagery, it always lines up with some Glober stuff. You'll see what I mean. I found some cartoons from the 40s that talk about Earth being like an oblate spheroid type shape too, but it refers to it more egg-shaped. And it reminded me of the things that Neil deGrasse talked about with Pear Earth. And I'm like, it's the same story. This is that.
It's Humpty Dumpty, right? Humpty Dumpty's sitting on the wall. The wall is the wall of appeal. The wall of the Five Guys Science or the peer review, like the wall, right?
Or
The wall, right?
The limits of human reach, the wall that is the very perspective of reality.
Right. Well, they sit it on a wall that's not perspective. It's an imagined wall that they sit the globe on, right? And it's built up on a wall that's fake premises of cartoons, math, TV, pictures, actors. So Humpty Dumpty, right? The globe. It's always had a great fall, right?
Yep.
And all the mathematicians and all the science and physicists and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Globe or make you a real curve or print it out or put Humpty Globe back together again. It's like literally that's Humpty Dumpty's the globe. Once it falls, it ain't going back together.
Yep. I posted in the side chat that you're not joking. That's the Humpty Dumpty, and they cannot put it back together again. It's already been broken. It was broken a long time ago.
Exactly.
All the King's horses, all the King's men can't put that freaking golden ball back. It ain't gonna happen.
Correct. They only had one time that they had it on the wall, and that's when we had no cadence of empirical ability to do anything or prove them right or wrong or even test the half the shit or even we didn't even know what tests and stuff would even entail. at a certain point. Now today, you and I can go get in a helicopter of sorts. We can have a hot air balloon. We can have plumb bobs. We can measure stuff. We can see all kinds of demonstrations that have been done.
That shit worked when people couldn't read, and it worked when the first thing they were learning was just pure propaganda that they were reading. But now that you got folks who can go and learn for themselves and read for themselves, autodidactic types, that shit don't work on us. I think it's funny that over 10% of America is interested in the flat earth conversation. Whether or not they were flat earthers, non sequitur, they're interested in this conversation. We've about reached the tipping point. Shit's about to get real. Now's the time to go set up tables, Earth's flat, change my mind. And just let these people come up in person and talk about it.
Every day there's a new discovery under the pyramid. Is that not weird?
It's because they probably already explored the hell out of it and they found so many things that they can just take one little bit and release it and get tons of funding for just by saying one little thing and showing a picture. But they can do that every day. They find a new thing and it's all part of their stupid narrative.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because if I squared off my backyard and that's the pyramid, so from day one, I've been getting funding for just saying what a pyramid is doing, sitting there, fucking sandcastle. And then it's sitting there and it's sitting on top of the stuff that was there before it or built before the thing was built above it.
Yep.
Or it could have been built after underneath. Either way, they knew this shit. They know, like, they're there. Like, it's my
They've scanned the terrain. You're right, they've scanned it. But even that, it's well known that the people, very few of the people who actually live there are actually related to any of the people that they're digging up. Like any of that crap, they're not the same people. There's a very small handful that might be. And the rest of them are just posers. As with most countries, actually, which is freaking weird, because it's gotten so watered down from that original point.
They're weird-ass liars. Paid actor, liar. They're just weird motherfuckers, dude. They're the like half the archaeologists and stuff. They're just lost.
No, a lot of it has to do with maintaining royal bloodlines. People want to try and act like America doesn't have any royalty, but these bloodlines still exist, and the people are still just as arrogant. Investigate your own town. Go back. Stop being weird. Go home and investigate your hometown. I promise you, you will find some weird shit.
You start digging. You start digging. There's probably a town under your town.
We're waiting for Ram's special spreadsheet.
We are. We're always waiting for that.
He measured the distances. Flat, planes flat, and then how far they're on the ground. So waiting for that spreadsheet.
No, that was coming through nice and
roboting.
To get them.
Could just be me, but it sounded like you were roboting pretty bad, Rab. I could hear the other guys, but then you roboted out real bad. But it could have just been me and the timing.
No, it was Rapskull. It was roboting.
Okay. I'm over here checking my Wi-Fi stuff, making sure it ain't me.
He's at the bar and he's hanging out with flat earthers and VC.
That or I reckon network clustering. It's either way. Shit gets laggy. Yeah, Rab's alright. He's a fan.
He's not alright. He's an idiot.
We gotta have a peanut gallery, Jedi.
Oh yeah, he's he's definitely a character. and he can stay in the peanut gallery, but he's not all right.
He's all right. He's okay, but he's not all right.
I'm just joking because I call anti-flat earthers the fan club of flat Earth at this point because they have nothing better to do than to basically act like fans for anti-fans of flat Earth.
I agree. They have nothing better to do with their time.
So to me, it's more of a nice way of putting it. I guess not kind, but it's a nice way of putting it, just to call them the fan club.
Yeah, don't want to offend them too much, do we?
Y'all are too good at pushing buttons. I try not to engage too much because we don't want to make it go nuclear or anything. It should be 3, but beep, boop. Or boom, bada bop, boom, pow, and then it's over. I think with any images or videos, there's certain criterion that you have to take into consideration. Yeah, the spreadsheet's supposed to be data points. This goes to actual measurements. Where was the spreadsheet at, man? Not pictures, not videos.
I just want to see that he even has the ability to make a spreadsheet of any kind, even if it's like the alphabet and numbering it.
They did teach how to make spreadsheets in high school, so everybody had a chance to learn this. I kind of actually would also like to know. That would be interesting. Present the information. Damn, sporadic. Pretty sure you'd stop asking him for a spreadsheet if he'd just show you a damn spreadsheet.
He keeps asking for the great circle distance between two Latin long. You're going to use the Haversine formula. That's what you're going to use to get your distances. If he's fucking listening, he's asked twice now. It's the Haversine formula. And
Actually, I think I just downloaded. I may have uploaded it, but I have a video on this exact thing, and there was a. I'm gonna go check that out right now. That'd be good to clip and have that to post in here. I reckon he's trying to do the celestial navigation thing and taking what you see and putting it on a map, drawing a circle on a piece of freaking paper or whatever.
He knows.
He doesn't even know how to do that much, believe me.
Man, folks spent half their time, half of the amount of time they do trying to worry about arguing in support of a globe and just go watch the videos that are already there. Like professors talking about this shit. They'll realize that we're making references to very real things and that we're not just making up crap. Like, this is what it is.
I mean, it's not like that if we can't do what Rab demands of us that the Earth isn't flat.
I think I said if he gives me the spreadsheet with the globe numbers and it proves it's a globe, I'd be a glober. And he still hasn't given the spreadsheet.
Sounds like he doesn't want to prove the globe, and he doesn't want you to be a glober.
I just want a spreadsheet to make me a glober.
I just want in the elevation up and to the right or to the left to match the same rate live.
He's going to have all spreadsheet. It's going to have all kinds of stuff on it. It should have pages and pages on it.
Okay, but I don't want to read no papers. I want to see some numbers on an electronic device that says elevation changes going to the horizon, because I want to make sure my helicopter can get up to 10,000 feet or 5,000 feet, because or else, I got to get kind of high, or else, you got to be at least so high, right? Past the horizon, for you to be flying. You got to go to a certain height, right? You can't fly at 2 foot off the ground with your helicopter, can you? Is that legal? I'm just saying, I need to know where I got to increase to my elevation, going just flying straight horizontally that way, so I make sure I don't get in trouble. I got to be the right elevation, right? And I can't go too far. My helicopter, it only goes so high before it starts beeping. That beeps terminal, you want to get back down before that keeps beeping too much, or else you ain't got no chance. Saying, how can we fly our little toy helicopters at 10 foot, 20 foot elevation that way? Can never happen? Huh? How does a rocket increase in elevation going that way to space? Where's that happen at? I went 1 inch into space. Doesn't sound right.
It's kind of a problem when the parabola doesn't pola. Like, it doesn't matter that the equation is that's irrelevant. There's zero curvature, so you have to have curvature in order to get that. It's silly. No, stop using math like that. Leonardo.
Leonardo.
Hot mic, man.
No amount of asking us to provide this or do that or explain this or describe that is going to unflatten the ground.
unflatten that shit right now.
No, and it'll still be flat when I get back from work. But anyways, guys, have yourselves a good one.
Cheers, mate.
Flat out denial from Matrix.
when it comes to these public domain videos, all of them are basically rated G or PG, which means that you can just download them and upload them to your channel, and they're effectively made for kids. You won't get any copyright strikes for any reason. So the material in there can be used for pretty much whatever you need to on your channels. It's cool stuff. Just make sure it's public domain. Don't take their word for it though. Like, look it up. A lot of the stuff I'm finding is heavily tied into the conversations we have here. Very much related to.
Hey, Rab. Where's Rab?
I reckon he
Rab
left.
Scuttle. Rab Scuttle, if you're on YouTube listening, respond in the side chat, please.
Rab Scuttle's triggered someone. I knew it wasn't going to be too long.
That's all right. He might have left anyway. Like he seems to have left the VC probably around the same time he stopped typing in the chat. So he's probably just gone. He's probably left. But if he continues to type in the chat and he's not in the VC or on YouTube, he's going to get the boot.
He's probably a Danik Kroger victim. He posted a paper and cannot explain it in his own words. He ran away.
Shut up. Shut up. You left. I think you could just wander back in here. You made a big song and dance about fucking leaving, and now you're back. We're all just shaking our head and pointing at you. How disappointing of a man you are. You said you'd do something and you didn't do it. We were all happy when you said you were fucking off, and now you're back.
I can get away if you want, again. That isn't the problem.
Wouldn't believe you if you said you were going to do something now.
I can show with action.
Fucking Embo.
Well, I guess the only way for you to prove that you're a man of your word now is to leave and never come back.
Made a huge song and dance about fucking leaving. Seemed like the end of a fucking relationship. The way he was melting on like some kind of fucking simp. And then he came back, running back. Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Fuck off. Fucking hilarious.
But he only wanted a video about Will Duffy. That's all he wanted.
When he's come and collect your shit, did you? Fuck off. Not making you a cup of tea. We're not having a chat. We ain't mates. Off you fuck. We knew he wouldn't leave forever. How could he? We're fucking awesome.
Damn. Got so many people in this VC. Where the Globies at? Come on, play.
I mean, Rich is here if you want to play around with him.
Oh, God, no. I don't see him as a Globie. Something else.
Jesus loves you always in the chat. What's up, Melvin? Okay. Yeah, can't help you out, Quads.
Yeah, that's okay, man. Melvin, you there? Maybe because your mic muted. Check your buttons. Who's this Q guy below me? I've not spoken to him before. Q-verse.
The dirty Glober. Get him.
Oh.
No, he's all right, man. He's home server member. Yeah.
Flatty? Golden Globe. Oh, okay, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I got a little something real quick. I got a little something.
Hey,
all right, check it out, guys. Hey, guys. I've only got a minute, but I just want to drop this on the table real quick. All right, here's the ingredients, right? 1,000 miles, straight, steel, level pipe. Okay, that's it.
You're just happy to see.
1,000 miles, straight, steel, level pipe.
Over what? Land?
You name it. Over land. Over land. Yes, definitely over land. Okay.
And then what?
It meets these requirements. It's 1,000 miles. It's straight pipe. It's level. I can run my level over the top of the pipe, and it'll be level the whole way down. Okay. That's it. Now, it's hilarious because
you're talking about a train track.
Sorry about this beeping, guys. But anyway, this guy the other day says because level is equidistant to the center point, right, that this straight pipe will be curving. It can't not. It can't not on a globe, can it? Because when you run your level across that pipe, it's going to be curving on a globe, isn't it? Over 1,000 miles for sure.
If the elevation follows, the elevation would have to follow. You would have to actually prove that it's arcing below itself. And then you'd have to actually have an elevation reader that has a little digital number on it that reads from 0 to something. And if it reads 0 while you're dropping below any point below itself, if it stays at 0 while you're doing that, then you're on a globe.
Well, let's not forget we're using straight pipe, steel, straight pipe.
Right, which is going to have 0. If it's perfectly horizontal, it'll have 0 rate of change.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Right. Now,
See,
if it's in the
so
Earth curve arc, the arc's supposed to have the zero rate of change. But whenever you drop an altimeter, the little numbers start increasing. So,
well, let's put
so the globes
let's put
debunk.
let's put water in the pipe and cap the ends off. Now you
Well,
got
I know, but
1,000 miles of water.
right, but check this out. Okay, you got a 10,000 mile horizontal pipe, right? And I'll put a 15 mile or 15 foot, I'm sorry, vertical pipe above it. Now the altimeter that's sitting on your pipe and the altimeter that's sitting against the vertical pipe, when I move them over an inch, they should both increase an inch in elevation as well as distance. If they don't, then you're not on a globe.
They won't.
Correct.
Is the
No, I know
is
that.
the whole deal. Yeah. So I mean, you're locked into the physicality of the pipe, for one, right? So it's no longer
Elevation too. You're locked into the elevation reading, staying at zero for one, but distance increasing, and then the other one's going to increase distance, elevation, and voltage. They're supposed to both do the same three things.
Also, with water in the pipe, if the water wouldn't reach the ends of the pipe, the water would curve inside the pipe.
Correct. It would hold itself to a slope in there. Yeah.
Yeah, with the rigidity of the pipe. Let's call it a square pipe, square tubing.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. If the Earth curves 3 miles away from you, 3 to 6, and they supposedly have a 7.6 mile drill bit, why don't we just take that drill bit or make a 7 or 8 mile tube? Just that PVC. I don't even care if it arcs. I just want to stick it from one part of the water through the surface and pop out the other surface. That's all I want to do. Just stab it through the water like a pin stabbing through the water's curve. Yeah.
It's quite boggling, man. What you have to tell yourself, really, when you think about it. Right? You have to defy a lot of physics, for one, and just your natural senses, to put into physical application these things of the globe.
You have to deny all your senses and all physical reality. The only thing they want you to pay attention to is actions or reactions, and then they'll give them magical names and magical causes. That's it. Even a gas. I ask you to go get a gas from somewhere, a certain type, you wouldn't know where to get it without a container, and you wouldn't know how to. How do you know which gas is which? Like when you're waving your hand in the air right now, what are you actually waving your hand in? And how do you prove what that is? The amounts, the percentages. We can go this far with it. It's all the same. They pay attention to the action or the attribute once they put gas in a container, whatever the action or attribute the gas has, when it like the potential it has versus any other one or the way it acts. That's what they go by. Action or reaction. Just all trial and error. Post-diction. Not prediction. Well, it kind of is predicting because they pre-know the answer.
Well, he's back engineered, right?
Yeah. Well, no, mechanically. Mathematically, the globe's all engineered. Mechanically, flat Earth stuff's engineered. See the difference? Like physical, empirical evidence versus untouchable, untangible, non-physical stuff. The globe.
Oh, yeah. That's the huge difference, is the practicality aspect, the utilization.
If you ask someone to draw Earth curve and they were the best mathematician in the world or the best glober in the world or the guy who came up with the globe or the guy who measured, what would they say to you? And remember that steel is supposed to follow the curve of Earth when it arcs. And then you ask them, surveyor, how do you draw the Earth curve that you account for? builder. Just go through the list. Train track makers, NASA guys, rocket people. What's that curve look like? Make them produce.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, why would it be our job to produce an Earth curve? Make no sense to me.
Yeah, it's an after effect.
I'm just saying, if no surveyor can draw it up close on his bedroom wall, what's he surveying for? What's he building for? What's he accounting for in his building or his structure or his baselines or his principles, his means, his ratio? Like, what is he accounting for if he can't even produce the thing physically that he's supposed to account for?
Well, yeah.
Kind of a conundrum, right?
It's hilarious, really, man. I mean, you know, the whole locally flat thing. So it's locally flat for everyone, everywhere, at all times, right? So, I mean,
How
that could
many
be broken
locals?
down.
How many locals added up equal non-local?
Yeah.
Don't you know it's a loco? It's a joke.
If I had a local flatness, meaning in measurement, meaning all my verticals are parallel and all my horizontals are parallel in measurement, and I can build with that. So I've got a radius of quote unquote local as far as the eye can see, but within that radius, I'm infringing on someone else's local. Someone 3 miles away from me has got their radius of local, which extends my radius of local, right? But we're overlapped in locals. So all my parallels are going to be parallel with his parallels, right? Because all his locals are parallel. You know what I mean? It's like they take away the points thing again. So when you have 1 point and another point, you know, they like to isolate, say, 1 point on a globe and say it's perpendicular, you know, perpendicular to gravity or whatever they say. You know what I mean? But they never have 2 points where you box in the 90s. So just like the locals, you know, they'll never converge two locals together and try to explain all the parallels, which extends your local, and so on and so forth. There is no local, in other words. It's all local. It's all a plane.
Yeah, perpendicular to their what they're calling horizontal at any other place apart from where you establish that tangent, right? That tangent. It won't be 90 degrees. Vertical won't be 90 degrees to your plane anymore, which makes that plane a slope, which is antithetical to the definition of horizontal.
Yeah, personally, I think we need to smack hands with the word tangent. They get away with the word too much. You're going to need a straight line and a circle for that. You don't have the circle. It's pre-assumed, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, Discord's playing up on me. Yeah, absolutely, 100% begging the question.
Yeah, we just deal with parallels. In reality, It's like they tried to get away with that same thing with the dip correction thing. Anyway, it totally smashes the globe just keeping everything on the ground, you know? Don't even have to mention eclipses and such. That's how easy it is. That's why it's so quiet in here. They know. That's funny, though, still, the number one glow bullet, right, from those that do come in here is the ships going over the horizon still.
Oh, no, that's not my glow bullet. My glow bullet is latitude and longitude. That's a much easier glow bullet.
It still seems to be the number one, you know. What's your main glow ships over the...
Oh, that's latitude and longitude being the great circle distance between 2 points is very easy. I mean, that's very straightforward. The fact that there's no flat Earth map is hilarious. Look, everyone in here that believes in the flat Earth, you can't put yourselves on the same sheet of paper. How hilarious is that? That you guys can't even put yourselves on the same sheet of paper with relative distances between you. Like, doesn't that show you how inane your position is?
No, it doesn't. Those, what you're talking about came
No, it doesn't. The fact that we have no idea on how to put ourselves down on a flat pan, the fact that we have no idea on how to put ourselves on a flat piece of paper has no bearing on the fact that it's not flat. Like, how? Come on. That's so hilarious.
Oh, come on. No, your incredulity is noted.
Well, wait. So why can't you put yourselves on a
Stop
flat
moaning
sheet
in
of
the
paper
VC
with
wrap.
relative
Holy
distances?
shit. I'm trying to eat.
That would be very easy to do for a flat Earth. It should be trivial. Why is it so hard?
What's he on about?
Well, I don't have the capabilities to be able to make an accurate representation of reality in its entirety. Do you, Rab?
You don't have to do it in its entirety. You can do relative positions and say it's accurate within X percent. I would buy that.
Yeah, people do that over small scales, over short distances.
Yes. So no. So the people in this VC, that's all I'm asking. Just put everyone in this VC on a map.
Why don't you do it for your side?
I need that
Oh, we would. That's a globe. We can easily do it on a globe.
Oh,
that's very trivial to do on a globe. Right? We can put everyone there.
Do it.
No problem. Yes, sure. So sure. So tell me. So go ahead and give me the nearest major city you have. We'll put them together on a globe. No problem.
What load of bollocks?
Piece of cake. Everyone post. If everyone posts the nearest major airport they're near, I will take that in and we'll put together the points. No issue.
So you don't have the spreadsheet. Now you want to make one?
Oh no, I have a spreadsheet. What do you want? I was talking about the people in here. I don't know everyone's nearest airport. Go ahead and post your nearest airport.
You said in the text chat that it's not finished yet, and the other day you said you have a spreadsheet.
I do have a spreadsheet. It's not finished yet. These are not inconsistent. Yes.
So when you mentioned a spreadsheet the other day, did you mention that it was incomplete? Did you mention that it was incomplete then?
I mentioned I had a spreadsheet with a lot of the coordinating values.
Okay,
yes, I don't have a full value.
Just give us what you got.
Okay.
Let me see what
Let
you
me get back
have.
to let me get to the computer. Hold on. I'm on my phone. It's harder to share. Let me get to the computer. I'll paste up the results so far. Sure.
An Excel spreadsheet is fine. I don't want to see something I have to copy and paste in this.
That's what I'll be doing in a minute. Give me a second.
You said it was a minute the last time.
Well, right. I thought you guys wanted the complete spreadsheet. If you want the partial spreadsheet, yeah, I have to get to the office and copy down the spreadsheet and paste it here. Give me a second. I'm on my phone right now, but the question is, just everyone put together their nearest airport, the nearest major airport you fly into, just post that in the chat, and I'll put them on there. We'll figure out the distances. This will be great, and you can say which ones are wrong. That will be awesome.
What?
But I'm guessing this is another mystery of the flat Earth: is why do the distances constantly work like the globe? It's so strange that the distances always work like the globe. It's just weird.
What do you mean? The distances work on a globe? What, like a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles? What the fuck do you mean?
If you give two lat-long coordinates, I can tell the distance between them using a great circle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You know what? Sorry, I'm waiting for you to fill in the gap because I'm assuming you know what you're doing.
How stupid are you? How stupid are you? If every single point is labeled by a lat long, and you can coordinate the distance between any two latitude longitudes with a great circle, then you have a globe.
So when you're invoking lat and longitude and figuring out the distances between two longitude and latitude points using the Haversine formula, you understand you're using the celestial sphere, celestial navigation, right?
No, you are not.
No,
you aren't using that. No, you are not.
You're not when you compare longitude and latitude.
No.
No, you sure?
No, the celestial sphere is not used for the Haversine formula. No.
Really? Celestial navigation? Are you sure?
Really? It is not. No.
Yep.
Latitude, longitude, the distance between two latitude and longitude points on a sphere is not determined with anything involving celestial sphere. You give two latitude longitude points. For example, if you take it's a grid coordinate on a sphere. Right, it is an arbitrary point. Yes, it's an arbitrary. Like, look, any given sphere can have a latitude longitude on it. Any given sphere, you can coordinate a latitude and longitude. You pick a 0 spot,
bro.
Well, you pick a 0 spot, and you say we're going to have. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. I'm answering you. Right, you take, for example, a basketball. Has a 0 point. Yes. So a basketball can have a 0 point, and it has and so what we do is we say we're going to have 180 degrees from one end to the other, and we're going to divide it up by latitude, and we're going to divide the other side up by longitude. So we're going to actually have a latitude and longitude on a sphere.
Well, how do I measure them?
How do you measure what?
My longitude and latitude. If I want to figure out my longitude and latitude, how do I measure them?
So you have a couple of ways you can do it. There's actually 3 ways you can do it. You can actually measure from a given position. You say, we are defining this as this point, and you do marking off of that point from that position. You can do like, okay, how long have I traveled from this position? And you can figure out that. Or you just asked me, how do you do it? I'm explaining to you. I'm unsure why you would know. Yes, I'm unsure why you would ask that. No, it's not talking, it's answering your question. Because all of latitudes are distances from a given point. For example, 30 degrees latitude is 30 degrees from 0 degrees, right? So we're picking an arbitrary point of 0. We go to 30 degrees, and we're saying this is what we're representing as 30 degrees latitude along 180 degrees from the North Pole to the South Pole. So in that, yes. So between the North and South poles of a ball, we are calling that going to be divided into 180 degrees. Why 180? Because Babylonians were big into 360. We could do radians instead. We could use pi radians and do it as radians. That would be fine, and we don't have to do degrees. But a lot of people are very comfortable. A lot of people are very comfortable with degrees. So instead of radians, we'll use degrees. There you go.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again, and within as little words as possible. Oh, shut up! I'm going to ask you again, and within as little words as possible, just answer. How do I measure my latitude? What do I do?
By knowing how far you went. So you either know how far. By knowing how far you went away from the first latitude you were talking about, so you know where you started, you know where you end.
I don't know my latitude. How do I measure my latitude? What is latitude?
You don't know your latitude?
Yeah, I'm asking you how we measure it. What is latitude? How do we measure it?
So, how do we measure it? So, in the sense of, are you asking how do we? Are you asking how do we all come to the same latitude? I'm just trying to I'm trying to verify. Are you saying how do we all agree on the same value of latitude, or are you asking how could I possibly? Oh, wait! Are you asking how could I figure out a degree of latitude? Which one are you talking about?
God,
just ask it. Here I am, just asking questions. I'm only asking questions. I'm just asking questions. I don't know what's just asking questions about. I'm unsure why you're upset with just asking questions. Here I am, just asking questions.
Just keep talking.
So do you mean, how do you want to agree with everybody else? Or do you mean, how would you measure something for yourself? Which one do you mean? Just which one do you mean?
My God, shut up.
I am. There you go. Which one do you mean? So which one do you mean?
I have to mute you.
Yeah, just which one do you mean? I'm not sure why you can't answer me which one you mean. It's a very simple question.
Will you just continue whining like that and not stop talking and let the guy talk and say his sentence? Please.
What do I mean? What is latitude? How do we measure it? We all agree on something. You said a lot of words. One of them was the North Pole. Okay, you're halfway there. So what do we measure to figure out our latitude? What is latitude? Define it.
Oh, I was going to unmute him, but yeah, okay, good. He dipped.
Just can't get a word in edgeways with him.
Just imagine something like that happening to you, but instead of talking to one single brick, you are talking to two. That happened to me earlier today. I was in Awakening server and I was talking to Bevi and his kid called Elder Bear. I think you know Elder Bear. Elder Bear. I was talking to Beva and Elder Bear, and they kept jumping and found to mute me. They didn't want to let me talk. But the moderators just tried to make the discussion just go normal many times. They had to do that many times.
Are you listening on YouTube, Rich Evans? Please respond in the side chat.
What's up, Crit? What's going on, guys?
Hey, sup Alpha Veritas? How's it going?
What up, Quits?
Oh, good. Just having my meal of the day. Last.
Having the meal of the day. Yeah.
Yo, Alpha, how are you, brother? Coming to do
Hey. What's up, man?
Coming to enjoy the party?
Yeah, for like 25 minutes, maybe. Then I gotta bounce to work, but yeah.
Well, maybe we can get you for Globy. Meanwhile.
Yeah. Anybody coming through? I don't think there's anybody in here, huh?
Yeah, someone listening or whatever. AFK maybe. I don't know.
Video had a really good clip from one of the Twitter spaces we did, and he put it on Spotify, and then he sent it to me. It was one guy that we were speaking to, me and AJ. I have the link to the Spotify clip if anybody has Spotify.
Yeah. You can send that in the side chat maybe. What was the topic about? From the guy.
It's your basic stuff about like flat Earth and getting somebody who's brand new to the topic, or at least somebody getting them to be honest. This guy named Alex. So let me see. I'll put the clip in there for everybody. You guys want to check it out? Yeah, there it is.
I guess Hush has been hushing up lately. You don't squeak anymore.
That guy's mainly been in text channel. He doesn't get on the voice anymore like he used to.
Oh. And who's the rational one you've been talking to lately? Mr. Hush? I mean, you can speak up now. What's the problem? What's up, Benno? How you doing, man? All good? Benno Benacci.
Hey, bud. Good, thanks. And yourself?
I'm doing great, thank you.
That's the way.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, so at least we can all agree that the Earth is flat, right? You know what I'm saying?
My man Am's coming in hot. What you got for us?
Well, I've got a lot of proof, with with experiments that have been done. The Bedford level experiment, obviously, which
goddamn.
proves the
You
Earth
did
is
one
flat.
yourself?
No, of course, I was unable to conduct one myself. However, I do live next to the beach, and I can comfortably say I do not see any curve on that boat. There ain't no curve.
Have you gathered any evidence that you want to share, maybe?
Evidence, tomorrow I can go out, I can get some pictures, you know what I mean, gang? I can get some pictures, I can send it in the server here, because it's currently nighttime, so there's no one out right now.
Awesome. Make sure you do some measurements as well, not just observation.
Of course.
Observation alone is not enough. But yeah, what made you into flat Earth that much? Oh, it's Kadul. Oh, no.
That this guy is over in 24/7 in the lobby pretending to be a flat earther. So I told him to join in here, and he just spiraled in.
Oh, he came from the home server?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I figured. Oh, who knows? Maybe he'll bring something tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to trigger them into joining here in the lobby.
Yeah. We kind of got too many therapists in the VC. I'm barely none of the globe side.
investment portfolios and like your spots and stuff. And I'm like, hey, how much would you guys put in on like moon real estate? Like right now, it's like literally pennies to the dollar, right? You can buy acres for like and also like investing, get early on lunar and Mars. And there was an article I had linked too about these investment opportunities to buy real estate. And I had said, hey, so I mean, would you do that? Like, because you were talking to
He's answering, Drew.
No, he's not. He's telling me what other people tell me.
Drew, listen to the answer. Ask the question, then be quiet.
I'm not going to sit and listen to a big long diatribe about.
Then don't.
He's answering.
Then tap out. Then disengage. You're not going to listen. Got it.
Why? Because you're not going to answer the question.
No, it was simple, dude. It was simple.
Literally what you're saying.
All these people sitting in here on silent part.
They're waiting for some evidence that I'm about to post. That's why.
Yeah, the straight object posing a. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm uploading a ball, trying to cast a shadow on another ball. Then I'm going to upload a ball casting a shadow on a flat object, and a flat object casting a shadow on a ball that's a circle. Okay, and you're going to see that no permutation is a ball casting a shadow on another ball that allegedly looks like what is seen on the moon. So this claim that a ball is casting its shadow and it can only be a ball is just false. It's just false, 100% false.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I've seen other experiments, people like home experiments, where you can do the same thing with a paper plate. Something like eclipses, how the moon eclipses and stuff, and they say it's a ball. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm also going to post a GIF here, another GIF with the flat object in the ball, and then the other one on a ball. Okay, and you'll see that the only ones that can cast the thing are flat. The only way a ball can cast a consistently curved shadow, the thing it's casting on must be flat. And as soon as you put a ball on a ball, you get a sinusoidal shadow. It's that simple. And we do not see a sinusoidal shadow on the moon, so case closed.
Correct. And even if you give them that, then it comes the Selenian eclipse where the shadow is coming from the top to the bottom. Something completely opposite. They can't model that. It's something that they can't explain. Shadow coming from the top to the bottom. Wow.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, that's some cool. Yeah.
Frickin' Rich, dude. He's like, that looks like a straight shadow to me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I've seen David Weiss do some experiments like this a long time ago, and this was like, I can't believe this is even still out there. People still talking about it. I thought he proved that a long time ago.
Yeah, well, people like to still try the old tricks on flat earthers, don't they? So,
dude, look at that. Look at what I just posted in the chat there. I screenshotted Rich Evans saying that looks like a straight shadow. Can anybody look in there on the straight object casting a shadow on that ball and tell me that that's a straight shadow?
So easy to see, Rich. Rich, I think you need to have your eyes tested if you can't see the shadow on that ball. Yeah, but it says if only the perspective was from above. Well, the reason why they're doing it from the side is to simulate the sun. Yeah? The sun doesn't shine from directly above.
Yeah, dude. What does he think? The sun is on the earth? The sun is on the earth spotlighting upwards. I mean, what the heck, dude?
Yeah, like when you look into the sky and see the sun, you're like looking to the side, not looking directly up.
Yeah, dude, this is some serious cope, dude.
From him,
totally skipping over the part, yeah, and it's even skipping over the part that the ball-on-ball action results in a sinusoid and elliptoidal shadow that is completely non-congruent with what we see on the moon. So no matter which way you slice and dice it, there's no conclusivity that this is a shadow of the Earth and that it informs the shape of the Earth. That's the whole point that I'm making. I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is a ruler, for goodness sakes, because I'm not dumb enough to make the claim that while I'm on the Earth, I can see the sun, moon, and Earth simultaneously to understand their disposition in three-dimensional free space. Okay, I wouldn't be so retarded to make such a stupid claim.
It's just
right, Grovers will come in. Yeah, Grovers will come in and they'll try to tell you the three-dimensional locations of objects relative to each other that are, a trillion miles away. I mean, good grief, dude. These guys are smoking straight-up crack.
Yeah, it's only to debunk that claim that the Glovers make for the exclusivity of that shadow shape. So because they say a curved shadow, it's coming only from a sphere. No, we are showing you that it's not exclusive.
We did answer your question. Don't you have yourself? Can't you hear us in the voice chat, Rich? I mean, I know you server muted, but you should be able to hear us.
I don't know. I mean, he could just settle this once and for all with direct measured surface curvature. That would be great. Because if the Earth is curved, it's curved, and if the Earth is flat, it's flat, regardless of people's interpretation about the cosmos and the celestial bodies, right? We all agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, speaking of that, friends, which one of you has failed to be up to date
and didn't watch Jay Tolan's video about machine vision algorithms for projected Earth curvature. Anybody watch it?
Yeah, I did. I've actually got it saved on my own personal Discord server.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Now, keep in mind, the methodology he's using is a vision algorithm done by computation that is from the 70s. So it's been around for years, for decades. And how does it work? It uses the concept of parallaxial stereography, right? Which is the alterations between parallaxial differentiations of visual information in the far field distance, right? And it uses that to calculate triangles, and then it uses that to calculate distances. Now, lo and behold, the Globers would have you believe that they can use this methodology to tell you how far stars are away and where they are relative to the Earth. But then when you apply it to the actual Earth, you actually debunk this claim that when you're at high altitude, you're looking down at a ball of the claimed radius that they claim, let alone a ball at all. So which one are they going to throw under the bus? Are they going to throw their stupid claims about parallax when it comes to the stars, or are they going to throw away their claims about high altitude footage looking down on the Earth? Because according to this vision algorithm, you're looking at tens of thousands of miles when you're looking down at the Earth towards the horizon from high altitude. You're not looking at a very short amount of like 4,000, right? That's curving away from you. And that's validated by that methodology of parallaxial stereography, right? In other words, the way vision and angles and perspective work validates that you're looking out over essentially a really, really large flat plane, or an approximate flat plane that is by orders of magnitude off from the globe claim that it's not possible that any of their claims are true.
Hey.
So in other words, the implications are that something's wrong in their model and it destroys their paradigm one way or the other. If you go left, your paradigm's destroyed. If you go right, your paradigm's destroyed. So you end up with your paradigm's destroyed.
Hey guys, so regarding the shadow stuff, so yeah, a sphere on sphere, shadow of a sphere onto another sphere makes something sinusoidal. It just distorts the shape, sure. But however, the light source can still affect, the results that you see. But the point is, Aristotle and during the ancient Greece, how they figured out globes, that the globe is a globe, is when during the eclipse we had a continuous, continuously casting a circle onto the moon, which means from the different perspective of the light.
How do you know that? How do you know it was continuously a circle?
Because when you have an eclipse, the Earth's shadow, right, is cast onto the moon.
Dude, we already just debunked that it's the Earth's shadow. So what are you trying to pull here?
Yeah, it is the Earth's shadow.
Really? Cool. So how do you prove that? Go ahead.
Because how do you debunk that? Well, you'd need an object in front between the Earth and the moon to therefore hide the moon, right?
Oh my goodness, dude. Where's your proof of that, bro? Not just conjecture.
Are you joking right now?
Hey, dude, I just showed you that the alleged claim that this is the Earth's shadow on the moon is not consistent with modeled reality, dude, like actual demonstration. You're now claiming it is the case that it is the Earth's shadow. So where's your proof? Let's go.
Wait. Are you saying are you saying the shadow on the moon is not the Earth's shadow?
Dude, I'm saying that that's your claim that you have no evidence for. Now, what's your evidence? Let's go.
Well, if you can see the moon and then you don't, either there's something between the Earth and the moon, so something hiding the moon from you on Earth, or it's the Earth's shadow. I mean,
or it's a third object, or it's a third object, or it's a third object, or it's not a shadow at all. For goodness sakes, dude.
Yeah.
What the heck?
That's not even
Thank
what
you,
happens during a
Overlord.
lunar eclipse. You don't lose sight of the moon during a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, Overlord, I was waiting for you to say that we don't claim it's a shadow. You claim it's a shadow. So it's...
Yeah, but just for a second, dude, I just want to make this clear in case anyone's confused, even though we all already said it, is that what we presented when it comes to the shadows is just debunking the globe side claim that this is a shadow, necessarily so because of the shape of the shadow means it must be the image of the Earth shadowed onto the moon. Now, I demonstrated by direct demonstration that you cannot get the shadow that they claim with a ball-on-ball shadow action, okay? So your claim is wrong. The end. I don't need to go any further than that. Now, you're trying to tell us that it is indeed a shadow, despite the evidence I showed you. So what's your evidence it's a shadow? Go ahead.
Okay, so I just got to recap. So we're saying during a lunar eclipse, you're saying you have proof that it's not the Earth's shadow, and
dude, I have proof. I have proof that I posted in the chat not 5 minutes ago. Did you miss it?
That was CGI.
Like seriously, bro, were you like taking a break, going to pee, just turning out your mind, or did you see it and just denied it? Which is it?
Okay. Do you remember what he saw? Do you remember what he showed you?
I'm looking at it, but I don't see what this is supposed to say.
The sinusoid?
Dude, it's very simple. The alleged shadow that you see on the moon has a particular curve to it that's consistent throughout the cycles of the moon ad infinitum recorded by humans for all of recorded history. And now when I take a ball and a ball, I cannot get that shadow. So there's something wrong here. Okay, it's that simple.
What kind of balls are those?
Yeah, they're called balls, dude. I mean, a ball is a ball, dude. What's so hard to understand the concept of a ball?
It's really lumpy.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's even worse because guess what? The Earth is a lumpy potato.
So your point is it's not a perfect circle. That's just your point.
No, here's my point, dude. A ball, right, is a curved surface, so its profile and shadow must be curved. To cast a curved line of a shadow onto another curve, which is a complex curve, results in two angles of curvature.
Yeah.
Okay? Not one. So therefore you have a sinusoidal shape. For what is so hard to understand about this, dude?
That's true.
Just look at the images, dude. Just look at the images. The only way you can get the consistent curved shadow is for it to be flat, dude. What's so hard to understand about that? You literally can watch it with your own eyes right there. I posted it for you. No, I'm not calm, dude. I'm not calm. Let me tell you why. Because I presented this evidence within the past 10 minutes, and it's like you completely disregarded it, dude, and then you just kept talking about your imaginations and fantasies.
Have I really been doing that? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's ask a third party. Hey, third party out there that's not me and not him. Did I present the evidence? And did he just keep talking about the shadows as if he completely... Hey, I'm speaking, dude. Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, dude. Dude, in case you didn't know, bro, I'm curating this convo right now, and I'm asking a third party that isn't you to chime in so that it's not me and it's not you. It's somebody else who's not us just commenting on what they've witnessed. Now, can I do that, or do I need your permission first?
I mean, it'd be more interesting if I can ask you a question.
No, look, dude, I'm doing something. You can wait till I'm done. How about that? So I want a third party to chime in, who's not me and not you, and just give their opinion on the evidence I presented, and if this guy seemed to have disregarded it or understood it in any way, shape, or form. So third party, go ahead.
Okay, well,
Absolutely. You've shown and demonstrated that the shadow of a sphere cast onto another sphere is not consistent with what we are observing during a lunar eclipse, and it was not addressed by this person, Conrad.
I mean, because I just got to make sure. So wait, so your complaint is that on the moon, what we see is too flat, the shadow. Well, what should?
Wow, dude.
No, bro.
Are you saying it looks too flat, like the curvature on the moon? That's we see. Is it?
No, dude. No, bro. Bro, it doesn't look like a sinusoid and an elliptoid, just like the demonstration shows. Okay, you cannot get the shadow that they claim is on the moon modeled with two spheres, dude. What don't you get about this?
Because there's something inherently flawed with making an experiment in your own room, because the size difference between both objects, that's one major thing already. The how do I say, the proportions, they have to be adequate, because if the moon is too big, then you will see too much of a curve. The shadow will be too curved if the moon is too big. But the reality is the moon is a lot smaller. So if, for example, you don't get the proportions right, the shadow will be different. You'll see too much curve, or you'll see too little.
Yeah, bro, that's great. That's great. I love your claim. Your claim is so cool. No, bro. The difference between me and you is I presented demonstrable evidence of what I said, and you're just talking right now. So by all means, friend, I'm going to agree with you that maybe you're correct. Now, for the love of God and all that is holy, let's see a demonstration of your claim. Go ahead.
Okay, fuck me.
Okay. Exactly. That's the sentiment you should be having. Now you actually have to back up your claim.
You're gonna have to act a bit more mature. I was grabbing oranges that I can actually do this right now.
Cool.
Okay. I need a second camera for this. No, actually, no. I don't even need to use this. I can just put a drone.
Let's say how Overlord was being immature, but anyway.
Yeah, dude, listen, maybe I have a cognitive development disability. Why are you picking on me?
Oh, now I'm picking on you. You really think that?
That's right, dude. I'm permanently stuck in an 11-year-old's mindset, okay? So why you got to pick on my disability?
Wait, so that's what I've been doing thus far. It was picking on you, really.
Hey, you said I was being immature, right? Isn't that picking on me?
When you get too angry, that is not very mature. You should be more calm and understand that I'm trying to understand your points, right?
Yeah, so you're an ableist. You're more calm than me, and you're looking down on me because I can't maintain calmness. So you're picking on me. Now, let's forget about that. Let's forget about that, and how about you just go on mute and concentrate on your evidence? How about that?
It's not really.
Dude, concentrate on your evidence, bro.
Okay.
What evidence is he trying to get exactly?
Oh,
he's trying to get some ball shadows going on here.
No, it's just to explain that the result. Okay. I don't know. This is.
You have to show a demonstration, otherwise people in here won't believe you, dude.
Yeah, dude. What we're looking for, dude, is a curved shadow.
Yeah.
Being cast on a complex curve that creates the same shadow that you allege is happening between the moon and the Earth with a similar scale. That's what we're asking for. That's what you need to do to even begin to back up your claim. And that's just a model. Think about it this way. That's just a model.
Wait,
then you'd have to prove that model's actually real.
Exactly. I was going to go there and I didn't.
Yeah.
You go to Michael's and you try to do like one of those.
Yeah, go ahead, Gonfall. Hold on. Don't speak. Let that person that I interrupted say what he has to say uninterrupted. Go ahead, friend.
No, I was saying, yeah, if you go to Michael's and get the globe and one of those lights, it's still not a good model to go off of. Like, you have to get something accurate, all the measurement, everything, right? And and try to even calculate, the per capita of between the two measurements of the models.
It's a very
real life model
experiment.
Yeah, it has to be really. You can't just be like, "Oh, here's a globe and a light. Here it goes."
Yeah, you can't just get like a torch and two random ball objects or whatever, you know.
Why can't you do that?
Well, I'll tell you why.
The same size. You can't have like a beach ball and have like the Earth as like a, I don't know, like a ping pong ball.
But that's what.
Yeah. So. Yeah, or if you have a light source. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. Go ahead.
Like that's the evidence that Overlord posted, though. It was just two random sized balls, and the light source was like literally right beside the other one.
Yeah, but it was the shadow he was proving.
Right. So like you don't have to do anything to scale.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. But look, also the problem is the shadows, they look identical, to be honest, with the disk and the moon. Like there's just going to be slight differences, and that's not good enough. Anyway, earlier. Wait.
They don't look similar, dude. They do not look similar at all, dude. What is wrong with your eyes, bro? Holy crap! Hey, dude, go back and look at those things I posted. One of them is a consistently curved shadow, and the other one is an S curve and an ellipsoid in the same video, dude. So they're not similar at all. What is wrong with you?
Relax. They're similar given the fact that in reality, the light source and the proportions that...
Holy crap, dude. You are literally out to lunch, dude. No, we're not. Dude. Here's what you're going to do, bro. Go back to what I posted. Screenshot what you're talking about. Go back, screenshot what you're talking about, and trace it with a pen from some digital art program and prove that they're similar. Go ahead.
We also have to take into account like space affecting light, the atmosphere affecting light. There's a lot to go into this.
And there's in light curves. There's a curve.
Wait, what are you talking about? The atmosphere and space between the sun and the Earth and the moon? Are you kidding?
There's no atmosphere in space.
It makes light bend in a certain way.
Hey, bro, you got to take into account the refraction in the atmosphere between the sun, the Earth, and the moon. Wow. I never heard that one before.
No, I haven't either. One guy said that light bends. Okay, then explain a laser then. That's light, and they don't bend.
Wait a second. If they want to get us started on the behavior of light, we can just point out how one section of their model explains how light from the sun reaches the Earth parallel in order to explain seasons, while another describes the light from the sun converging towards the sun, the moon or the Earth in a way that can produce the effects that we see during a lunar eclipse. That don't get us started. There is a bunch of inconsistencies that we can point out which don't fit the modeling, or it contradicts one modeling over another, etc., etc.
Yeah, because how do we know like these scientists they use lasers and to measure how far something is, but how do we know that the space is interfering with the how far that laser is going?
Yeah,
how do we know?
It does. On a long there's a Doppler effect. Light turns red the longer distance it covers.
Then how come when we look at stars they're not red then?
But they are.
They're not though. The light there, when you see stars, you're seeing white light in the sky. You're not seeing red lights.
Well, do you know? I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
You said yourself that light turns red at a long distance, and those stars apparently to you are billions of light years away. So isn't that a long enough distance?
Okay, wait, I'll try to answer that.
No, you're confused. You confused what Edwin
Hubble. What type of light? Like a laser versus a sun or star.
And what Edwin Hubble observed, the red shifting of the galaxies, the far galaxies, he attributed that red color to
it's called
that galaxy getting farther from the observer. And that's only in just some galaxies and far stars that you can see with telescope. You don't see that in with naked eyes. The normal stars in the sky. Those are
Necros, bro. I gotta hit you up with a question here. Do you ever notice how Glovers make all these extravagant claims about what light's doing trillions of miles away, but then when we say we measured the Earth with a laser and it's flat, all of a sudden they have a spaz?
Yeah,
that is pretty weird.
You heard him say that. You say that about talking about the shadow casted on the moon. He brought up refraction.
Yeah, that's hilarious, dude. Because in order for that to happen, you need an atmosphere from the sun to the moon. And supposedly, the sun and the moon exist outside of the atmosphere, except for the moon, which is supposedly within the Earth's atmosphere, which they just claimed like within the past decade. Literally laughable, dude, how much cope there is in the globe model that when they find something wrong, they just make up a story, retcon the whole idea, and then people just gobble the pros.
Okay, anyway.
Don't forget they bring up refraction, which is also something they're claiming light is doing.
Okay, anyway, so okay, so for the casting shadows on the moon stuff, honestly, because of too many variables to properly, because if you want your in-house tests to be identical to what we observe on the moon, you'd need to have things modeled perfectly the same with the same light source, same focal point. I mean, so much stuff. I mean, distance for the light. But anyway,
is that a concession?
You raised another point for why gravity or whatever the Earth being a globe is weird, and it's regarding Earth formation. You said gravity wouldn't result in a globe for when the Earth is formed, because I mean, what was that about?
That's for you, Overlord.
Because if, as you live, experience gravity in your everyday life.
One sec, Overlord's on deaf, and at the moment he must be taking a call or something. So you're going to have to put a pin in that and remember that, and ask him when he's.
But this is something that is a valid question for anyone else who thinks the Earth isn't a globe, because you experience gravity every day. Gravity is where there's an attraction, and how would they?
No, it's not. No, that's not the current theoretical physics definition. It's not an attraction.
Are you joking right now? Newtonian definition for gravity is not attraction. Are you serious?
Don't go with Newtonian anymore. It's Einsteinian, which just doesn't describe it as being an attractive force.
Wow, yeah, that's different. Space bending, sure, but
you do realize gravity is a theory, and that's all that it is.
Okay, one sec. Overlord's back off deafen. Overlord, Conrad has a question regarding the modelling of
formation of the Earth,
matter forming spheres.
Yeah, you said the Earth wouldn't be formed. You said that gravity wouldn't especially make the Earth as a sphere in its formation.
When did I say that?
That was earlier when you were like, okay, the reasons why the Earth doesn't have to be a globe is because the moon shadow, whatever. And then you said something about, gravity not especially creating a sphere. You did try to talk about something like this. You mentioned something like that.
No, I said I posted a paper from a physics professor for a university who modeled Newtonian gravity on a flat Earth, proving that it's compatible with the Earth being flat and that it's not mutually inclusive to a globe to mutually exclusive of all other shapes. That's what I said, for goodness sakes.
Oh.
I didn't mention, hold on, Fred, before we go on. I just want to point this out. I didn't mention anything about a creation story of things in the past, okay? I didn't mention anything about that, but here's the problem. gravity is part of the creation mythos of the globe model, okay? And that's why it's so intrinsically linked to the globe, is because people think that gravity forms globes, and therefore, because we're on a globe, gravity must have formed it, and they think they prove that by dropping a pen and it hitting the ground. Okay, so that's the ridiculous frailty of your position if you believe in a globe and gravity synergized into a creation event. But I'm just pointing out that the claim of gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay. You made this a bit of an attack by saying, "Oh, look, you believe in gravity. You believe that created a round shape." I mean, it is fair after all, like to extrapolate that it creates a sphere.
No, it isn't. It's not fair.
Those are assumptions. Yeah, and don't read the room by his voice. Don't bring your feelings into this. He's just sharing information.
I bring my feelings.
You said it sounded like he was being attacking. He's just he has a loud voice. That's all. He's not attacking you.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining about it, but he is saying like, oh, you've extrapolated gravity to explain a sphere. It is a fair thing to do. You'd have to tell us how you could. How a flat Earth would be formed? How would that make sense?
No, we don't have to. No, dude, no, wrong. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. Let me explain. It's very simple how wrong you are. So, if I go to a site, for example, a construction site, or any object, and I measure the thing, and it measures flat, okay, it is not my burden to explain how it was constructed. The measurement of the thing itself is independent of knowing how it was constructed or formed. It is wrong to say I must know how it is formed in order for me to understand its shape. That is simply wrong, sir. And so you need to concede that what I just said is 100% correct and you are wrong.
Neither of us said anything wrong, to be honest. You were just withholding.
You just did, dude. You just said that I need to have... Here's what you said, dude. You said I need to have an explanation for how it was formed, and I do not. Period.
Yeah, and I'm saying you should because
why should I? No, stop talking for a second. I just want you to explain why should I. Go ahead. Hey, go ahead, dude. Why should I?
Okay, because you complain about how we extrapolate gravity to explain the Earth being a sphere. You say that's like a fallacy when it's wrong. Well, then, I mean.
Okay, friend, let me break it down for you again. Hold on, friend. Just hold on a second, dude. Okay, I'm going to give you a practical example. I'm holding in my hand an object. Okay, it is a container that holds a drink. Now, on that information alone, could you tell me what shape the container is? Yes or no?
What shape the container is?
Yes, I'm asking you. This is what I'm giving you. This information and this information alone.
Sure.
I'm holding in my hand a container that holds a drink. What shape is the container? Can you tell me from that information?
Like on average, it's oval, like in depth. Like it has a depth, and therefore sort of.
Really? So you never heard of Fiji water, which comes in a square bottle?
Yeah, but it's the same thing. There's depth, and generally, it's like.
Yeah, but it's not oval, dude. It's not oval. It's square. The profile of a Fiji bottle is square, dude. So you notice how you're just making assumptions. Yeah, cool story, dude. So you're wrong.
No,
you're wrong.
I said on average, meaning if you plot it as a graph. For example, you can take 4 points on the graph and you can create an oval shape.
Cool. Let's say that you're correct. Now, because we both know that the bottle could be square profile or round profile, or even triangular profile for that matter, how would you actually know which profile is the correct profile? What would be the determining factor to determine the container that holds liquid that I'm holding in my hand? How would you know what shape it is?
Okay, by studying the volumetric, the volumetric dispersion, or I don't know the words in English, but répartition, like how the water is dispersed. Yeah, that's how.
Right. So directly measuring the form. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, and then to do.
Now hold on. Before we go on, I want to give you another caveat. I'm going to give you another piece of information. Okay. So I'm going to give you another piece of information. So it's a container. that holds a drink. Now, I'm going to give you the methodology of construction. Okay, the methodology of construction is called metal extrusion. Now, from that, can you tell me what the shape is?
I don't know what metal well, I don't know.
They take metal, they take a piece of metal and they slam it through a die, which forces it to come out the other side in a particular shape.
Oh yeah, but do I not get more information about the process of how that's done? I don't know.
No, I'm just giving you that and see if you can tell me what the shape is yet.
Oh yeah, based on that, no, but I can look at the volumetric, how the water is dispersed, and then I know.
Correct. So right. So all of these asides about the creation story of this can are irrelevant to the shape of the can, except for the fact that the can itself is presented and you can actually measure the can directly. So you keep conceding that the arbiter of the shape of the can is ultimately the shape of the can itself, not some story about its creation.
Well, wait. If the creation was a natural process, then I just have to understand the nature of the factory, I guess. I mean, look, dude, this can go in circles. But check this. I was trying to do something that was sort of...
Yeah, but hold on a second, friend. Hold on a second. You know what can't go in circles? Something that's straight. Something that can't go in circles is something that's straight. There you go.
Yeah. Sure, and I wanted to bring that up actually because fundamentally, in the end of the day, we can do a real easy test. Easy, you got to put up some money. That's all. Either by driving a car for extremely long distances, or preferably flying a plane at the same altitude. And what you do, you fly your plane in a straight line. Probably several hundred kilometers, and you turn at a right angle, 90 degrees, and you continue for like several hundred kilometers, and you turn at a right angle again. If the Earth is round, you reach the same point of origin by just doing only.
Cool story. I understand that. Okay, now that's cool, dude. That's a cool story. Yeah, cool story, dude. So let's just propose that, and let's say that
is what settles it completely.
Okay, it's a cool story. So, going on then, please show us where this has ever been done.
Okay. Fuck me.
I know, it's kind of hard when you have hypotheticals that you can't validate in reality.
Results. Stop making...
Yeah, good. Hey.
What?
Dude, what I'm trying to point out to you is that all as you're presenting is hypotheticals, conjecture, and philosophical assumptions. Dude, that's what I'm trying to point out to you every time.
Yeah, but doing so, we can figure out what.
Dude, keep it. No, dude. Pay attention now. I'm going to teach you something here. So hopefully you'll listen. I've already told you through direct measurement methodology that the water was measured to be flat. Okay. Why didn't you ask me about that?
I didn't hear that.
I know you didn't because you don't listen.
I don't listen. Wow. Oh, really? This whole time I've been...
Hey, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let's ask a third party. Hey, third party. Did you guys hear me talk about that?
I did. I also heard you explain gravity in a different way than he understood it. I even commented in the chat, I'm hearing two different conversations.
What?
Well, I offer to you, friend, a measurement methodology that has already been accomplished. You're offering me a hypothetical, which you don't even know whether it has been accomplished in three-dimensional free space yet.
I'll try to look if it's been done then.
Yeah, good luck. Keep looking. I will submit to you that the only thing you're going to find is somebody with a ball in their hands and a black magic marker drawing it on a ball and not actually doing it in reality. There's a lot of conjecture and models and hypotheticals that if the Earth was a ball, then this and that would happen, and then they never actually do it.
Relax.
Dude, hey, brother, I've been in this game for the better part of a decade. Going on almost 10 years now, dude. You're not the first person who's made this claim, and you certainly won't be the last that's incapable of presenting the evidence.
Yeah, it takes effort for you So, I mean, people.
It takes zero effort for me. It takes zero effort for me. You make your claim. I tell you to give me the evidence, and then I wait for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, and I still don't have it.
Because I haven't been preparing for 9 years to try to change your mind, dude. I just came in.
My point is, friend, that 9 years ago, people had the exact same argument, and there's not one shred of evidence for it having been accomplished in reality yet. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
You have to stop being so angry.
Yeah, bro, why are you screaming like that?
What?
I
Who
like
says
it. I
I'm
like
screaming,
it.
dude? Hey, dude.
Guys.
Hey, friends, listen. What you need to do, guys, is get some testosterone drops, turn your head sideways, and drop them in your eardrums so you can man up.
Bro, it's nothing to do with you screaming. Just be civil.
And a little less soy, too, please.
Yeah, define civil, dude. Define civil.
Bro, I'm not here to. I'm just here to listen. Civil's to not a this. globe. Bro.
Yeah, hangover.
Nothing but civil. He's been.
Yeah, hangover. Why don't you? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
I was just going to say, you haven't been disrespectful. You haven't called anyone names. You haven't done any of that sort of stuff. You've just spoken loudly, a little loudly, but like.
Yeah. Fair
these
point.
guys
You're wrong.
nothing. You really need to fuck out of here.
I have to correct you, T-Dub. I did call someone a dummy in the past 30 minutes.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh no! Oh my god! He called someone a dummy, guys. We've got to ban him because of these globe earthers. You know, who's got to be banned. Called someone a dummy. That's it. We're over, dude.
Why would you ban?
Sometimes it's not intentionally. Sometimes it's some people who can't talk just only like that way. They talk loudly sometimes because I don't know.
There's plenty of globe earthers when I've been in this room who've shouted loudly because of like their belief, as it's called, or whatever, is getting demolished. You know, they don't like it, so then they start getting aggressive, and then they'll either get server muted or just run away and leave. Or get server muted and run away.
Yeah, but let's not forget, friends, that every person in here has the ability to control the volume which they hear from my voice, right? So I project my voice at a specific volume usually because I'm used to my mic and I'm used to the feedback that I'm getting from my ears. And you know, there's like this autonomous feedback where you automatically raise your voice to the level that's comfortable for your own biofeedback. And that I get consistent complaints that my mic isn't coming through unless I talk in a projected voice. So by all means, go to my icon on my face, turn me down until it's comfortable for your ears, and then quit complaining.
No,
I mean, yeah, you have the control over his volume.
Because it's fun. I mean, it's passionate. People are very passionate, and you know they can be loud. You know they can get loud.
It's not loud.
It's not like that they're angry. You know.
I mean, it's not loud to me. I've not had to turn him down at all. But if you feel, Conrad, if you feel he's shouting or something, then
It's not that he's shouting; it's the energy, the tone, the way of.
It's because he's passionate about what he believes in.
That's not passion. That's just slight limit anger.
I'll tell you one thing that he has done. He has cleared the floor in here and allowed you the time for you to be able to support your claims. That's pretty fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do. But bro, it's my first time I have to deal with, like, no offense, people like you. So I can't. I don't have a book on this. Right.
If he was angry. If someone was angry with you, they would be over talking you while you speak to try and do stuff, yeah. And from as long as I've been in here, which isn't that long, you know, even in this entire server, it's like when it comes to globe earthers versus flat earthers, it's normally the globe earthers who are shouting and over talking more than the flat earthers.
Well, look, man, it doesn't matter. Like, in the end, people on Discord are just degenerates. So, no more people spend their time on Discord.
That's up to you, but we're still waiting for that evidence. But You can't provide any because there isn't any.
No, I can. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, here, dude. You want me to help you out, Conrad? I can put you on mute, and that way you won't be tempted to engage in conversation, and that way you can focus on getting your evidence. Would you like me to do that for you?
Same time. Why would you mute me? You mute
Well, because you don't seem to be focusing, and you're distracting everyone with talking about people's tone and predispositional emotional states rather than the evidence.
Because he was asking me.
No, dude. You guys started with the... No, let's be clear, dude. The guys in here started making claims about people's emotional dispositions. Okay? That's what went down, bro.
Wait, he's not... Wait, no.
Yeah, Conrad, you were guilty of that, dude. Don't try to deny it.
No, I was telling you to calm down. Were you...
Oh, you're telling me to calm down. Okay, dude. Why don't you just go get your evidence, bro? Sometime this year.
That's
How about
what
that?
I'm doing right now.
Okay. So just focus on that, dude.
That's what I'm doing.
Hey, guys, just for the floor, bro still hasn't asked me about the verified measurement of the Earth being flat. Still hasn't asked me about it.
Sure, talk about it then.
Dude, I can't distract you from finding your evidence, bro. That's what we want you to do. We want to give you the opportunity.
No, I have stuff. I just have to look for sources. You can talk about what you want in the meantime.
Yeah, here we go. So via laser transit methodology, measure sample size of 25 miles of water, debunking the globe Earth by 2 orders of magnitude, because water, according to Pascal's principle and hydrostatic equilibrium, is flat and level on the surface. Water is the gold standard for level throughout human antiquity. If the surface of the water is level and flat, that covers 70% of an object, then that object is flat. Ipso facto, therefore the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
No, don't arrest your case. I need to know keywords that you're using, that you're, refuting. So you're talking about the keyword over here is water being flat, and what type of water? Are you saying oceans? I need keywords so I can know what we're talking about.
Yeah, dude. So you know the concept of sea level, right?
Okay, so yeah, sea level. What about that? So
right. So when you have sea level on one coast and the other coast, there's not a slope there, because if it was sloped, the water would be pouring over the other body of land. Right? Makes sense.
Of course.
Right. So it's level. Water is level. Water is literally the gold standard of level that humans have been using throughout all antiquity and all recorded history. Correct?
Yeah.
So water is level, period. Bodies of water are level, period. The end. That's the ipso facto truth.
Wait, slow down.
Correct?
There's no problem.
Correct or incorrect?
Yes, but there's no problem over here.
Yeah, fine. So we know that water's level. Okay. So the secondary ancillary claim is that water's flat, which, by the way, is entirely congruent with Pascal's principles and hydrostatic equilibrium.
Yeah.
So now we just have to measure the sucker, right, and validate that level water is actually flat. So you use an efficient methodology like laser transit. You measure a 25-mile sample size. You find out that it's flat, parallel between 2 parallel planes, right? The laser being one of them. And then you extrapolate that out using the hydrostatic equilibrium principles and Pascal's principles over the entire surface water, which it must be, because we all already understand water's level. Therefore, the surface of the Earth's water is between 2 parallel planes. Therefore, the Earth is flat. The end.
Wait, no. Slow down. Now, the way you conduct that test, that's what matters. So, from how the distance between 2 points that you're going to do this.
Yeah, 25 miles. Remember when I said 25 miles 3 times?
But why would you do 25 miles? Why not 250 miles?
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you why, dude. You ever heard of a thing called atmospheric occlusion? You ever heard of that?
Is this basically something that affects the laser itself?
No, it's so the ambient atmosphere at somewhere between 250 to 300 miles horizontally, it becomes opaque because of the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. So a perfectly clear day, the simple atmosphere would occlude light from passing through it horizontally. Okay, so it becomes opaque like a brick wall. So you cannot do tests that distance. Now here's the problem. You say, why not 300 miles? Because 25 miles is sufficient, dude. 25 miles is sufficient.
It's really not. It's really not. It actually.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Results.
Why not?
Because,
why not?
Because of the scale of the Earth. If the Earth is
wrong,
big, right?
Wrong, dude. Wrong. Hold on. No, I'm not playing these games. No, I don't even care because I already know you're wrong. Let me tell you why. I want the exact. No, I want the numbers. Give me the numbers. Not appeals to big. Big and small are irrelevant. Give me the numbers.
I don't need to give you numbers. I literally don't.
Then you're dumb. You're dumb as a brick, dude. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong, sir, because anybody who does anything in real life understands that tolerances aren't measured in relative claims like big and small. They're measured in actual frickin' numbers, dude.
Okay, but...
So here's what you're going to do, dude, before you're allowed to continue to speak in this room. You are going to go and do your homework and find out what the curvature rate is at 25 miles. When you have it posted, you can then be allowed to speak again because you're not intelligent enough for this conversation. And so you're going to have to commit a task to prove, yep, there you go, bro. I don't care. I don't care what math you think you know. If you're going to tell me that you do know math, then it should be even easier for you to come back with these numbers. Now go and find the numbers, go do the math, and come back and let me know the answers. At 25 miles. What is the cumulative curvature drop at 25 miles from an off angle of a level line? Okay? Come back with that answer. When you have that answer, you'll be allowed to speak again. Until then, you need to compile your evidence. Because you're just wasting everyone's time that you don't understand these concepts, and we're not going to spend 300 hours educating you with your smuggery about I know math. You're making all these claims that your ass can't catch. It's time to pony up. So bring us the math. Okay? I'll even allow you to cheat and go get the math from a source. All right, so now while he's on mute, practicing some Odyssean self-control from being distracted from getting his evidence, let's talk about something else. Hopefully he'll come back with the evidence. So now he's demanding to be unmuted rather than bring the evidence he was asked for when he was told, when you get that evidence, you will be unmuted. So you already know the terms for being unmuted, dude. So stop asking and just go meet the terms. I want the numbers. That is your token of sincerity to continue in this conversation, is to get the numbers for your dumb claim that 25 miles is an insufficient sample size. So bring us the numbers to back up that claim, or you don't get to speak again. It's that simple.
Now, I know I may be wrong.
Yeah, go ahead, Barrington.
Yeah, boss, I know I may be wrong, but I'm sure I've heard his voice before. Unfortunately, I don't have any numbers to prove that, so please don't mute me.
Yeah, fair enough. However, I'm being so stern with Conrad because he keeps talking these generalities without particulars and without data and without numbers. And so he's making these claims, 25 miles isn't sufficient. You need 300 miles. Then I say, well, what are the numbers? Oh, I don't need to say that. I just need to use relative words like big and small. You know, it's like I go to Burger King and I ask for a large milkshake. And then they tell me, hey, we don't serve larges. We just serve one size. And I go, well, then how do you know your size isn't a large? And they're like, holy crap, and then their brains explode. I mean, this is the level that we're dealing with here.
Yeah, for 17 miles, I drove 17 miles down the highway listening to him deflect and delay and deny just a simple bit of evidence requested. I mean, you didn't ask him for anything out of the ordinary that would happen in any scientific discussion.
Yeah, so for example, my friend, it's very simple to demonstrate. If you go to Wendy's and you order a large milkshake, and you go to McDonald's and you order a large milkshake, and you go to Burger King and you order a large milkshake, it's entirely possible that even though they're all called large, that they have a different amount of ounces content in the cup. Isn't that true? The answer is, of course, that's true. So words like large and small are irrelevant. The guy telling us the Earth is so big and large that this size sample size would be insufficient to be able to demonstrate curvature. And then I asked him, well, what are the numbers? And he's like, well, that don't matter. I'm like, well, then how do you know whether it is or isn't sufficient?
I think really what he's trying to say is that the conversation doesn't really matter to him. He's just flapping his jaws.
Well, yeah, it's like this one time I had a client where I was making them a floor, and I made the floor with a giant hump in the middle. And they were walking around their floor, and they're like, this floor feels funny. And I'm like, dude, the floor is so big, bro. So you're full of crap. Give me my money. And he was like, oh, man, I don't really want to pay for this floor. There's something wrong with it. And so I go, okay, bro, let me measure the floor. Right? And so I take my measuring device, and I put it on the floor, and I find out that it actually is humped in the middle. And then I tell him, dude, if it is humped in the middle, I'm sorry. That'll be an extra $5,000. And then he goes, why, dude? Why do I have to pay more money for a floor that's humped in the middle? And I go, dude, I had to account for the curvature of the Earth in this floor, bro. So you owe me an extra $5,000 for my attention to detail. Now, would that fly?
Sounds like good logic to me.
I know.
Only an extra $5,000? Thank you.
Yeah, and so then when they tell me, hey, dude, I'm still not comfortable with paying this money, you don't need to account for the curvature of the Earth when you're building things. And then I just laugh at them. I'd be like, you're not one of those crazy flat earthers, are you? And then they go, oh, no, I'll pay. Yeah, but the thing is that unless the customer knows the particulars of whether I should or shouldn't be accounting for any Earth curve, how could he tell me whether I was right or wrong? I just tell him I have to, and then he just believes me, and then he pays me the money. See how dumb that is? So this Conrad sucker wants to appeal to words like big and small and not qualify anything.
How dare you question him?
So instead of actually getting what he needs to be getting, he's engaging in the text chat. People are literally giving him the answers, and he still can't figure it out. Okay, so they told him that the drop is about 400 feet, right? And so if you think that we don't have equipment that can measure a tolerance less than 400 feet over 25 miles, I don't know, like maybe lasers or something, then you're out of your mind. Military could shoot a laser like with a 4-meter accuracy at like 100 miles or something like that. But this guy wants you to believe that you can't tell the difference between 400 feet at 25 miles because of the words big and small. So big, so small. It's like that's why you got to quantify these things with actual numbers. Conrad, you got your evidence yet, or what, dude? Okay, I muted you so you'd be able to concentrate, but instead you're yapping it up in the text chat. Why don't you just go to the internet, find the frickin' answer? Or get out your piece of paper, Mr. MathWiz, and derive the circle segment formula yourself and get the drop. You know, I'm about sick of people that say they know how to do math and they can't even tell me what the difference is from a level line that's not a tangent, you know, parallel to a radial from the center of a circle, and give me the difference of the height from the line where it intersects the circle at 25 miles, the scale. I know math. I can't do that. Well, then just Google it, bro. There's all kinds of earth curve calculators and segment formula calculators you can find, and they'll do the work for you, for goodness sakes. Just come back with the frickin' answer. That's all we want, dude. You can Google that frickin' nonsense. The dudes in the chat arguing with the guys presenting him pre-derived math for a circle of the radius they claim the Earth is and the drop. And they just showed him a graph that was produced with the official numbers from the globe geometry by Globers, and he's literally arguing with them about it. Holy crap, dude.
Crazy, isn't it?
I don't know, dude. Next thing he's going to be on Walter Bislin's site telling Walter Bislin he's an asshole for doing the math so that the flat earthers know what the actual claims are. Like, how dare you, Bislin, put in numbers? We got to use words like big and small so we never have to back up any of our claims.
Hey, why is it that these are the best that the globe side has?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say he's the best. People like Brenda and Rich Evans, they're the best.
That made me laugh.
They are definitely in a league of their own.
The best Globers are the Globers that keep their globe in the realm of faith, trust, and belief. Because then they need to be respected as a religion, just like everyone else respects each other's beliefs and be like, you're free to believe what you want. Those are the best Globers.
Every day is a struggle to survive. I keep it locked, racing down the highway, looking back on my.
Hey, man, I wanted to hear the end of that. Conrad, you listening? Did you make any progress on getting that evidence yet, or backing up your claim about the side scale with quantified numbers? Happy to unmute you so you can present it. Just let me know. He said, don't unmute me. It's horrible to have someone question. What does that even mean, dude? I'm a threat. He's a threat. He can't even give us the numbers for what the curvature rate is or the drop from a horizontal line at 25 miles, and he thinks he's a threat. Conrad, you're about as much of a threat to the flat Earth as a soup sandwich is to a knight in shining armor. $1,200 feet. Holy crap! 1,200 feet over 25 miles. Where? Okay. You want to back that up? Okay. Where'd you get that from? Did you derive it yourself, or do you have a source? 1,200 feet over 25 miles. I gotta admit, Conrad, I've never heard such a large number at 25 miles, so I'm pretty sure where you got that from is wrong, but I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong. So you at least have an answer now. Hopefully you have a source to back it or a mathematical methodology that you could present. So since you bore the burden, we'll unmute you so you can present your 1,200 feet at 25 miles. Okay, here we go. As promised, you're unmuted. All right, Conrad, you're unmuted. Your claim is 1,200 feet at 25 miles. How did you come about that number?
Drop is some equation I found online. Like, I didn't like. Yeah, just some equation.
I mean, that's a tiny Earth. I mean, that claim is actually going against Earth so biggie, as you claimed before.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be correct, but like, anyway, it's not going to be interesting anyway what I find, but what is interesting is finding sources of people who did real tests to try to test curvature. At the end of the day, it's whatever sources of people who've done real world experiments. That's what is interesting.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is that you got a number of 1,200, dude, which is not congruent with the actual globe model. That's what's interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, do you know the Bedford level experiment? It's a 19th century experiment over 6 miles to test the curvature, which had failed, but then someone else called Russell Wallace in 1870, he did it again, accounting for atmospheric refraction.
No, that's not what he did. That's not what he did at all, dude.
What?
He just increased the altitude of the sticks, dude. That's all he did.
Anyway, there's some other ones.
Right, so what he actually did, friend, is increase the altitude of the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
So you said he accounted for atmospheric refraction. I said he increased the altitude of the sticks.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right, so where's the model of atmospheric refraction, okay, validated that proves your claim that he was accounting for atmospheric refraction? Do you have any of that?
Okay, I would have to look further, I guess.
Hopefully this time you're more accurate than 1,200 feet at 25 miles, because let me tell you, dude, that was wrong.
$25 feet of drop in 2,500 miles?
No, he said 1,200 feet at 25 miles.
I'm not, it's not even. I don't even trust it either. So,
Right, dude. You told me. I thought. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you said you know math.
yeah, but I don't know the equation for testing curvature. What I took was random.
What? There's no such thing as an equation for testing curvature. It's just the equation for curvature of a circle at a particular range with a line that's perpendicular to a radial or a tangent. Okay,
I mean,
you can use it
for the drop. For the drop, I mean, between two distances.
I mean, you had plenty of time to look it up.
but why can't you just derive it yourself? You're supposed to be good at math. Just draw a circle and derive it, dude. Use Pythagorean theorem. Use tangents. Use SOHCAHTOA. Use rise over run. Use the circle segment formula and just figure it out, dude.
Yeah, that's if I do the test myself. But I can't do that. I mean,
So you can't do math on a circle. So your claim that you were good at math is actually not qualified in any way, shape, or.
Oh, wait a minute. I was supposed to do it like in my own room. Oh, okay.
No, yeah, dude, it's called a circle. You can literally draw a circle on a piece of paper, attribute numbers to it, then use different formulas and come out with the derivation, dude. What the heck?
No, I didn't think of that. I didn't think like that.
Well, I mean, you're the one who said you were good at math.
I didn't. Wait, relax.
Are you also paying attention to the side chat, because you've actually got flat earthers lending you a helping hand?
Yeah, they literally gave you the answer, for goodness sakes.
Oh.
What do you want me to do it for you? You want me? Hey, I know.
Sorry.
I was just about to say, do you want me to do it for you, brother? You need to phone a friend?
Shout out to old dude.
You're basically being fed the answers, dude.
Yeah, cool. I thought I had to rely on sources. That's why. Oh.
Well, yes, that's fair, but I mean, they gave you sources.
No, I didn't think I'd have to actually, like, because I didn't think I have to use a trigonometric circle to make the test of what the drop should ideally be, because in the real world, the Earth is not perfectly round. So for that reason, I didn't think that I would try to be using an actual sphere.
Dude, do you know how round the Earth is relative to a circle? Relative to the observer's point? Do you know how it is? The formulas are accurate, dude, out to like 1,000 miles, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, by the way, further than you can actually see.
Yeah.
So you can't see 1,000 miles because the atmospheric occlusion is going to block you at about 300 miles. So the formulas are extremely accurate.
Okay.
In fact, they're accurate to, if I'm not mistaken, like the third decimal place out to 1,000 miles.
Okay, that's cool.
So once again, your claim about how accurate they are is not backed up by the actual quantifications.
Yeah, I was assuming. My bad. Whatever.
Yeah, it seems to be what you do a lot around here.
Okay.
So for the love of God, dude, could you please get the actual drop at 25 miles?
So I'm only trying to look for real world examples of people trying to test curvature. That's the only thing that's
Well, dude, listen 1 second. If you don't understand what the actual derivation is of the drop at range, then how would you be able to scrutinize whether what they did was correct or not? You're just gonna have to trust them, bro. You don't know the actual numbers, so they can just talk out their ass.
Okay.
Do you not understand the problem with that, dude?
Well, if it's peer reviewed, Why wouldn't it be reliable?
If you don't know the actual numbers, you just kind of have to read some sucker telling you that another sucker was correct. How are you going to know whether they're correct or not? You're just going to trust them, bro?
Okay, and if I find something that was already, known to be reliable, then and that you still doubt it, and then I'd have to go further, like you're saying. But first of all, I should at least find something that people find, commonly,
Oh man, dude. Maybe the first thing you need to know. Maybe the first thing you need to know is the actual geometric claims before you start parsing out who is being accurate to those claims or not. For example, the Earth has. Listen, just hold on a second. The Earth has a particular radius, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there you go. So what's that radius?
I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna guess it.
Oh, well, I mean, if you don't even know the radius, then how are you going to be able to tell whether these people are telling you what the curve is, for goodness sake?
Okay, look, relax. I'm trying to look for sources that are good, and then if you don't accept them, then yes, I have to go further, but I'm trying to just at least get sources that are...
Well, dude, yeah, that's fair, but keep in mind, you came in with the confidence in claims, dude. And now we're realizing that you don't... Yeah, you did, dude. You claimed that the scale of 25 miles is insufficient, dude. That's
I assumed it because it doesn't seem... Because I think if you can do 300 miles, for example, then that would be better if you can. That's why. Because it makes sense why it would be better, right?
Yeah, but see, better is a subjective term. Sufficient is all you need, dude. Sufficient is all you need.
So let me ask a question here. So when you go to the doctor and they take a vial of blood to test your blood for some ailment, why don't they, instead of taking a vial, why don't you get them to take like 100 vials or 1,000 vials, so that way they can make sure that they have it right?
Well, that is probably how they started out in the early days. Who knows?
Yeah, they just drained all the blood out of the people coming in to get a blood test, and they kept on dying. And they were like, "Why are all the patients dying?"
That's literally likely how it did start, though.
All right, dude. So we asked you to go find the evidence. You came back with 1,200. That's clearly wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of. It doesn't seem like there's a glimmer of hope here that you're ever going to find some actual data that's representative of the actual globe claims and whether or not they can be tested or not. So listen, friend, the whole concept of the Robotham 2 Bedford level test was to raise the sticks and get them out of what they claimed was a highly refractive band of atmosphere that was skewing the results. So that means the higher in altitude you go, the more accurate your results will be. The problem is when you go up really high in altitude, you can see things that are orders of magnitude greater than what the alleged curve would occlude. So therefore, by going up higher, you actually disprove the globe even harder. Because rest assured, friend, the idea of the Bedford Level 2 that was done by Wallace, I believe, where he had the higher sticks and he was going off of the bridge, where he put a white mark on the bridge. Okay, he was lining up visual information to make geometric claims. Now, when you go even higher and you line up visual information, you find that you can see mountain ranges that are well beyond the alleged curvature of the Earth and the drop rate. Well beyond. So if there's even less refraction the higher you go, then that debunks globe geometry. Even harder. So you're not really having a winning argument here.
And then we find out that Mr. Jay Tolan, who, by the way, goes up to in airplanes and uses infrared photography to film the Earth and see things that are way further than they could be seen and that are supposed to be behind miles of curvature, he actually applied a machine learning vision algorithm to it using parallaxial stereography. And he found out that using that methodology, you're looking at thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles of essentially flat surface, incongruent, again, with the globe claim, because a globe requires curvature, and if it's flat, then it's not curved, therefore it's flat. So again, your claim that increasing in altitude somehow helps the globe's case is actually wrong. It actually hurts the globe's case even worse, because it demonstrates that what you're seeing is just laid out in front of you flat for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. Thousands of miles.
Mm-hmm. Okay, look, I'll actually try to look for some sources or whatever that try to, well, be more helpful, because obviously I didn't expect
have to prove your claims. You didn't expect to have to prove your claims?
I don't want to really claim anything, but
yeah, you probably shouldn't, because it doesn't seem like you're capable of backing any claims, so you probably should stop making them.
I'm not making any claim. I actually, all I wanted to do over here was to ask, like, how do you explain everything else? How does, because it says that it works well when we assuming the Earth is flat and assuming gravity, things work well together, and like.
Not everything works well together.
Well,
oil and water don't work well together.
But for example, gravity, it makes sense that it would create a sphere, for example, and not a sandwich or whatever. So,
how can you? Did you say spherical circle?
It's Indio.
What?
I don't know if it's my hearing, but did you just say spherical circle?
Right, so it would form something like that, right?
There's no such thing as a spherical circle. It's either a sphere or a circle.
Yeah, a spherical object, my bad. Yeah, I said spherical, but yes, spherical.
All right, that's fine.
It makes sense that gravity pulling things evenly, it would make a spherical object, right? So
if gravity pulled things evenly, nothing would ever happen.
If gravity pulls things evenly, nothing would happen.
No.
Yeah, bro, guess what? Before we go on, a university attempted to model this in software, and they couldn't get spheres formed. They had to add additional factors called stickiness factors, and they still couldn't get a sphere to form. So there's no demonstration of gravity forming giant spheres, dude. Hey, it's a story.
I'd like to point out.
Hold on, before we go on. It's just a story you believe in a religious system that has a creation story that requires gravity. That's all it is, dude. Not demonstrable.
No, slow down. It's not a belief. It's like it's a visualization of.
Yeah, but dude, I told you it can't be modeled. It cannot be modeled, not even in software.
I need a name so that I can look into it. Perhaps.
It's a belief, dude. What you have, dude. We don't even need. Look, I will give you that, no problem. But we don't even need that. Here's why: you have a story about what occurred in the past that you can't validate in the present. That's what it is, dude. That means you believe it, and you can only believe it. Period.
Perfect.
I don't.
Might I just please let me add that claim now is that it's understood that why we're seeing the motion of objects is because of the disproportional distribution of mass. So not even distribution of mass. But yeah, sorry.
What do you mean? Expand on what you're saying, perhaps.
Claim that mass, just its mere existence, right? It's this property of being able to distort a fabric of the universe known as space-time, right? It's conceptual, right? It's not even like a physical thing that can be, that's malleable, right? So this is just all theoretical. This is like we were talking about before. practical physics versus theoretical physics. It's due to the uneven distribution of matter in the universe, which is causing that to happen.
Yeah.
Therefore, giving objects a path to take in space-time, curved paths.
Okay. Okay, I think I vaguely see what you're saying. But anyway, do we not agree, for example, that gravity between two objects will pull them together? Are things going to be pulled together? Yes or no?
I mean, you've gone full circle, bro. That's the question I asked you about 2.5 hours ago.
What?
Well, there is a conundrum within that narrative as well that I've noticed. This is just my personal observation, right? That it's claimed that this distortion of space-time occurs because of massive objects. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's huge, right? Because massive in relativity can be tiny, can be big. It's relative to what our size and the thing compared to us, right? Whatever. So if that's what it takes to do that, but massive, and then they also claim in the same breath that massive bodies are forming because of this instance occurring, right? But so where was the massive body in the first instance to cause the formation of the first massive body? It's infinite loop. It's a circular reasoning thing. Like where did it start? Where does it stop?
So your problem is things cannot come into formation without having a massive object. You're saying that's the problem.
Because where was the first one to make that happen in order to form the first thing? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Anyway, so I'll try to gather some useful explanations and references that maybe I can present to you guys another time.
Yeah. Why don't you get a time machine and go back into the past to when your claim was occurring and validate that it actually happened, dude? Until then, you got a fancy story that you can't validate.
But relax. I mean, I came in here, didn't know, what I would...
Well, I'm teaching you something, dude, that your claims, in order to prove your claims, requires a time machine. A literal time machine, dude. That's the only way you can prove it.
Well, relax. I just said I'll try to have something a bit better organized.
Oh, yeah. Your time machine where you go back and witness these creation events? Good grief, dude.
I'm talking about the Earth as being a globe or whatever. Like, simple.
Yeah, that...
This flat.
You're asking a flat earther if the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he's gonna say the Earth is flat.
No. BB, keep up. I'm asking Jetty, who's not coming up of moot, if he
Ask me.
Shut up! I'm asking Jetty if he believes the Earth is flat. Focus now. Remember your question.
Yeah, but he's a flat earther though. His answer is obviously gonna be no. Because he thinks that is the truth. But in order to think that is the truth, you'd have to have facts, like, evidential facts.
Evidential facts, like I just posted in here at 28 minutes after the hour, the Black Swan.
Are you going to interrupt me? Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, like, he doesn't believe the Earth is flat because he's so convinced himself that he knows the Earth is flat. Exactly. When in reality, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not.
Exactly.
And the truth of the matter
is he knows
that he believes the Earth is flat.
The truth of the matter is he knows it.
Yeah, but that's your opinion, though, about what he thinks.
That's not my opinion. We'll have to ask Jetty if it's his opinion. Jetty, is it your opinion that you believe the Earth is flat?
Answer is going to be no, right?
Hey, I'm asking Jetty, BB.
My bad. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Damn. Jetty! Some bitch. Alpha's on moot.
Yeah.
T-Dub, is it your opinion that you believe the Earth is flat?
No.
And science also, science is not an opinion. It's based on facts.
Oh, really? So you're going to educate me about science, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
This ought to be fun. All right.
How is it fun?
It's going to be a lot of fun because you have no idea who you're dealing with.
Okay. Oh, I'm so scared. Like, that's
there's
so
Jetty now. Jetty, is it your opinion that you believe that the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief. It's a fact.
There you go, BB.
Yeah, I mean, I already been knew that. What's your point?
How do we establish facts using science?
Let's say like experiment, logic, stuff like that.
Logic. Experiment.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to need an experiment.
Mm-hmm. Like if I tell you you're a boy, it's a fact that you're a boy because your hormones and everything about you says that you're a guy with the balls and whatever. But if you were to say no, I'm a girl, then that's your opinion. That's not the facts, I'm giving you an example. That's just your opinion that you think you're a girl, but you're a little loop-sided like those flat earthers. No offense, but as I'm saying, like with science, it's proven that you're a boy, and there's nothing you can do to change that.
No, the law of identity. A boy or a girl are identified differently. That would be the logic. Science, natural science, hasn't got anything to do with this.
Yes, it does. Well, what does science say? No.
Science.
What does NASA say?
Science establishes cause and effect for the experiment you spoke of earlier. And by the experiment, we establish the truth.
And
the variable either did or did not cause the phenomena to happen. That's what we do with science. It's not a what is it? Like a boy or a girl. It's not. Science doesn't answer what is, deals with how and why. You can't disagree with that.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I had to take it in.
Okay. Question for you. Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth? Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
I mean, like you said, it's how and why, but not necessarily like it is round. But there is how and why is for why it is known to be round.
Okay, maybe you should have stopped right at the beginning. You were kind of correct. Right? We're not dealing with how and why. We're dealing with what is the shape of the Earth. So we're not going to be using science. Science wouldn't be the tool that we'd use to prove the shape of the object. How would you figure out the dimensions or surface description of a shape?
Depending on like the reason for it being, flat, or the reason for it to be round, or whatever the shape is, there has to be like, some sort of like experiments, like something like that, like find out why the Earth is flat, why the Earth is, if it is, what shape is it,
No.
And through that we can justify what the Earth is. No. To figure out the dimensions or the surface description or a shape of an object, how do you do that? What do you do? Yeah, that's my answer. To figure out.
Yeah, how? How do you figure out the shape of an object? What do you do?
Well, if we don't know truly what the shape of the Earth is, we would try to like find it out by, let's say not NASA, like science or whatever, just stuff like that,
No, not going to be doing.
Through that, we can say if the Earth is flat or not. And that's what they did.
No, we're not going to be doing science. We're going to survey the land. We're going to observe it, and we're going to measure it. If we want to figure out the shape of an object, we're going to look at the object, and then we're going to measure the object. And by looking at it and measuring it, we can figure out empirically what it is, because we can look at it and we can measure it. We can describe it based on what we observe and based upon what we measure. So to figure out the shape of an object, You look at it and measure it.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So, how do we measure the Earth?
How would you do it?
How do we all do it?
Right. How would you do it?
Okay, so first we have to establish a level. Do you know what level is?
Yeah.
What is level?
Level. Level's level.
Level's level. I'm asking you to
Mhm.
describe what level is. Don't use circular reasoning and just tell me that level's level. What is level? What is to be level?
To be in a level is basically like if you're low or if you're high, you know, that's level pretty much.
Okay, maybe I'll
To
help you.
determine where you are at, you know?
Okay, where you are at on the Earth. So to be level with the Earth where you are at, you will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Do you understand what parallel is?
Yeah.
Do you understand what horizontal is?
Yes. Get to the point.
So for you to be level with the world, that would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That would be horizontal. Horizontal being an orientation from left to right. Perpendicular, 90 degrees to vertical, up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. You wouldn't have this on a curved surface.
Why not? I mean,
Because you would no longer be level.
I don't really have an argument to go based off that because
No.
realistically speaking, like it's I don't know, it's too, like for the Earth to be flat, where would be the core, like the magma of the Earth? You know?
Like for the world, no. We're talking about what it is. We're talking about what level is. We're talking about what horizontal is. Let me give
Yeah, I understand all that, but
let
I
me give you
understand all
another.
that.
Let me give you another example. Describe the surface of water when contained and at rest.
I will not.
Okay, which one is it?
Yeah, but I'm gonna get back to what I was gonna say. Pretty much what I'm trying to tell you is I have no argument based off this because I'm not really educated in this in this topic. But what I want to know is if the Earth were to be flat, where would be the core of the Earth, like the magma and all of that? And yeah.
No, you said that you weren't that well educated, so I'll try and keep it simple for you. Core, that would beg the question as the center of a sphere. If you're talking about what's down beneath you, then it's down, just point downwards and down. You're asking me what's beneath the surface of the Earth, where it is. It's down beneath the surface of the Earth. It's not a core. Okay, now you're going to answer my question about how a fluid lies like a liquid, like water, on the surface when contained and at rest. Does it lay horizontally?
No, it stays still.
Pardon?
It stays still.
Yeah, it's still. And its orientation is horizontal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 90 degrees to vertical, up and down.
Okay.
Cool. Now, all water, when contained at rest, is horizontal upon the surface. We get horizontals from the horizon, right? What we spoke about earlier. To be level with the world is to be parallel with the horizon. So all horizontals, the water in your cup, is parallel to the plane of the horizon. It means everything around you is horizontal, out towards and beyond the horizon. All the water there. We're told that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. And we understand that water is observed and measured and practically used, right, for building and construction, for navigation, charting, map making, all of these types of things. Water is used as a horizontal reference datum. So if 70% of the surface of the Earth is a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Yeah, that's okay.
Do you know what mean sea level is?
Yeah, the sea level.
Yeah, so that level, we understand what level means, to be horizontal. That horizon that we observe over that water, that sea, that is horizontal. The horizon's horizontal, the water's horizontal, which is all level.
Okay.
So the surface of the Earth is level.
So there is no curve or anything like that?
No. It's not what we observe. It's not what we measure. It's not what we practically use. We all measure the Earth like this.
Horizontally.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good take. So you believe the Earth is flat because okay, you know, let's say you.
Not a belief.
Not a belief. So, huh?
It's a measurement. It's a measurement. Don't need to believe.
So what do you say? Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it measures that way.
Okay,
if I'm
so
six
in your
foot tall-
perspective on this take is the Earth is flat. Let me say this. Your perspective on your take is the Earth is flat due to the horizontal and the level, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
You notice that level, horizontal, and flat are not curved.
So that's your argument.
Yeah.
But
it's flat, not curved. Axiomatically so. It is self-evident.
If you look at the side chat, I can give you an example of belief.
You don't have to do all that. I can go ask ChatGPT if I wanted to. But
No, just check it out. It's actually directly related to the conversation.
yeah, but I'm not gonna stop you. Do what you want.
The globe
On deck, you scabrous dogs! Hands to the braces! Now bring me that horizon. Drink up, me hearty Joe-ho!
I'll take a shot. But anyway, man, cookie cut and template what you just did, Jedi, because that was an excellent walkthrough. Right through the front door, brother.
Is that the end of the conversation?
Yeah, pretty much. I have nothing to back myself up because I'm really not educated in this field. But it's a good insight to view it that way. There's a lot of to make it seem like it's it is what it is. But
Well, people can break it down pretty basically, so feel free to ask any other questions that you have.
Some of us BB came into this topic thinking it's stupid. It's not uncommon. But
you know what? To be stupid is to not be willing to learn about things. I came in here and I was asking you guys questions, right? And I'm willing to learn. I'm not choosing to be stupid. And just
I'm
because
not-
someone
I'm not
doesn't know anything,
critiquing you.
no, just because someone doesn't know
Feel
anything
like
doesn't
I'm
mean they're
out.
stupid. They just don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's like telling a baby, like, you don't know A to Z because you're stupid. Like, the fuck?
Okay, well, to say that we're wrong, how about that? You came in with the attitude that there was something wrong with us. But
Yeah, you're
I'm just
cutting in
saying-
and out, bro. You're cutting in and out. Get a better
okay.
mic.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's my phone. I'll just leave you to your thought. You need to think more.
Yeah, baby, you did kind of convinced saying that we were wrong because you believe you probably thought yourself that wasn't.
I don't
convinced
I
it.
don't believe you guys are wrong, but I'm just saying,
Well-
like, I have my perspective in this. I think the Earth is round. You think it's flat. I think it's round. Me disagreeing doesn't necessarily makes you wrong. Like,
I mean,
you might
could
be right.
Think you could think all you want, man. You could believe everything you want. That's fine. But
Mhm.
when it comes to evidence, you don't have any.
Evidence, because I'm not educated in this field. I told you this multiple times.
And who is?
What do you not get?
Yeah, who is educated on this field?
I'm not gonna say you guys are, but you have your own perspective in this.
No,
right?
I'm saying who will be educated on this field?
Someone who knows, I'd say.
Yeah, I would like to know who that person is because nobody that supposedly knows comes in here.
You heard it on the grapevine.
That that the Earth is a globe. There's none. There's nobody that's
That's
measured the Earth to be a globe. Nobody has measured the rotation of the Earth. Nobody has ever had gas pressure without a container. This is the thing that makes the globe. This is the thing that makes the globe fall apart. One of the major one is having the gas pressure without a container.
Elbow.
Hold on, I'm talking to BB.
Guys, is that all? Can I go?
Do you understand what's having gas pressure without a container?
Can I say something?
Like the gas chamber? Like, what do you mean?
So in other words, dude, I'm gonna mute you, bro. So what happens is, the Earth, there's gas, right?
The Earth is what? What?
Sorry, I had to mute this guy. There's gas on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying that it's next to a system that is a lot less lower pressure, which they call space, outer space, right?
Okay. There's no gravity in space, yeah.
Right. Nothing to do with that. So, the problem there is that if you have nothing in between those, the gas that's on Earth would spread out to every empty space.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that part?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that alone kills the globe because we will all die.
What does that have to do anything with the globe itself?
There is no container to hold the gas in. In other words, if you're gonna get a can of hairspray, you need something to transport it in, right? You need the gas to stay in there so you can spray it on your hair.
Okay.
Without the container that holds the hairspray, what happens to the gas inside?
Like, goes out.
It goes everywhere, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen to the gas on Earth if there wasn't a container.
Mm-hmm. But have you ever heard of atmosphere or something like that?
Yeah. If Q was here, he would say that's an oxymoron. Because it has two different things. Gas has no inherent shape. And so gas being atmo and sphere being a shape, it's contradiction. Because gas doesn't have a shape, it only takes the shape of its container.
Yeah, gas does not have any shape. Exactly, only to the pretty much. Yeah.
Right. So that saying atmosphere, it's completely wrong. It's just atmo.
So you don't think atmosphere exists as well?
No, there's atmo.
So there is no atmosphere at all.
You understand what atmosphere? You not hear what I said? Gas
What
don't
you said?
have a shape.
It doesn't. I know.
Yeah. So
But if
saying
there weren't to
atmo,
be,
you know what atmo is?
well, what's atmo?
Gas.
Okay, a gas sphere. So
Right. So if gas has no shape, how could it be a sphere?
okay, I think you're digging the word atmosphere a little too deep, bro. Pretty sure they came up with the word because I don't know. You know, like how could we put air in one? If there were none to be, if there was no atmosphere at all, you know, the outside, like the gravity, wouldn't be a thing.
Where are you going with this?
Okay.
Right.
No, you didn't say nothing.
So what happened? Did you convert yet? Are you a flat Earth believer now, or what?
No, I'm not. But I'm
Why?
looking. I'm having a good little insights in why they think the Earth is flat.
Why not? You have to believe. You gotta have faith. You believe in it.
No. What? I mean, why would? What?
Yeah, don't listen. It's a Glover trying to.
Why do you always get muted, Musa? Oh my god.
Earth being a flat Earth has nothing to do with belief. Actually, it actually takes away the belief system.
Yeah.
You believe there's something called atmosphere, in which will supposedly hold the gas.
Well,
there isn't.
Scientifically proven. Like, yes, I do believe. Yes, I do believe atmosphere exists. If not, we'll just,
you can believe all you want.
You know how you
He's
say.
not talking about that. He's
you
not
know how
talking
you
about
say
the
it.
existence. Sorry, he's not talking about the existence of the gas that we breathe, the oxygen and nitrogen. He's just pointing out the word used as atmosphere is paradoxical. Gases don't have shapes, so to put sphere at the end of atmo, which means gas-shaped sphere, is paradoxical.
Okay, if so, what's your take in this? The person with a shitty mic. What's your take in if there is no atmosphere? What is there? What is it?
No, it's atmo. Gas.
Okay. Yeah, not you, Jetty. The other guy.
That's what he's telling me.
He told you what I just said too. It's atmo.
So what do you believe? Then what's your take on this?
That it's fraud. You can't. There's no way to prove it because you can have gas without a container.
There is no way to prove it. Okay, so what's the truth in your eyes? Like, you know.
Are you listening to what he's saying to you?
I am.
So he said you can't have gas pressure without a container.
So you think there is a container surrounding Earth?
I know there is because the compelling factor in the matter is that there's gas pressure.
So why can't you think about the atmosphere as a container surrounding the Earth?
Because atmosphere is, number one, a paradox, like Jetty told you. And number two, atmo means air. Air is a gas. Gases are not containers of gases.
Right.
So do you understand it now?
I mean, I don't know. Really, I don't know.
Does gas expand to fill space? BB?
Yeah, what'd she say?
Does gas expand to fill space?
Like outer space?
Any space, any three-dimensional height, width, length, cubic meter, or whatever volume. Does gas fill space?
No.
Yes, it does.
We just described it with the hairspray.
Let me give.
Because
let me
there's
give
like
you
a
an example.
container.
Let me give you an
Think
example.
about the container as atmosphere. You know, it holds the gas into a shape, and that shape is what it holds it. You know, think about it as your
Didn't you just deny that?
Deny what?
I said atmosphere paradox, atmo, which is gas, doesn't hold gases. Gases aren't gas containers. And you said, yep, you're right.
No, I say yep as in like I'm listening to you. I'm not agreeing with you. Like I said, right.
So show us a gas container.
Search it up. Why do you want me to show it to you? Search it up.
1 second, Jetty. I'll get right back to you, man. I didn't forget about you. I want to see a container made of gas.
Okay, have you ever seen, I don't know. No, like you said, hairspray.
No, hairspray has a container. It's that metal thing that's around it, and you press it, and that's where the gas come out of. Without that metal.
Yeah, but that's mainly droplets and stuff. We don't want to get
gas pressure doesn't need a container. They're full of shit.
Shut the hell up. So, BB, we need to see a container made out of gas. To hold gas.
But what's your point?
To hold gases. My point is that gas pressure must have a container. So you're breathing gas
and that's
pressure.
the atmosphere. That's literally the atmosphere.
No, you're back to the paradox again, BB.
You know that thing about sphere? Yeah,
BB.
the sphere. The Earth is a sphere or something.
Sphere?
Yeah.
Spell that.
Atmosphere. Oh, my bad. Sphere, something like that.
Have you been drinking?
What do you mean? Just you know.
Jesus, BB, come on, man. You got to make this a little easier for us. So, show a container made out of gas.
You know what a container is, right?
Yes, I know what it is.
Good.
Do you see look at what I sent in DMs. You see this? Oh, shit, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, my bad. Wait, hold on. In chat, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'd meet yourself as well. All right, let's move to our town.
I'm listening. Oh my god.
Well, okay. So you understand what a container is?
Yes. Do you not know what a container is?
Yeah, it is. It's a physical boundary. Right.
Okay.
Surrounding a volume, so three-dimensional space. Like, for example, a ball with gas inside, and the leather or plastic around the exterior, a balloon, a tire, a gas canister.
Oh, you can call a ball atmosphere as well. Yeah, you can call that shit atmosphere as well.
We understand in all these examples as a physical barrier surrounding the gas inside, like the gas inside the tire, the gas inside the ball. We understand the ball or the tire is the physical boundary that the gas can't penetrate or cross to continue expanding into the next available space. You understand that's a physical boundary. We're asking you to stop the gas expansion if you take the ball away or the tire away with just the gas that remains.
Yeah, it won't stay still, obviously. It's gas.
Yeah, obviously. This is what we're pointing out. Because gas expands to fill space, doesn't it?
Okay.
Good. So if the Earth, where we are breathing lots of gas, is residing next to a space, the vacuum of space, where there's not a lot of gas, then the law of nature that we've just been describing will tell us that the gas will fill the space.
Wait, ask your question again?
So being as you understand that gas expands, if we're breathing gas here, the atmo, the oxygen and nitrogen, and up there in the sky is an available space, the vacuum of space, then the law will tell us the gas will expand into that space.
Okay.
Good. That means that the vacuum of space can't be real.
Okay.
Is the gas that we're breathing expanding into that vacuum?
There are a lot of kind of gases.
Still here under pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
If we
the
were to breathe into a vacuum, it's basically taking air, and it's hard for us to breathe it. Because why? There's a pressure that's going in, you know? The vacuum is pretty much can't breathe it. So if there weren't to be an atmosphere, that's what's going to happen. The pressure is going to take away the air, and we can't breathe.
Jetty,
do you know what I mean?
Jetty, would you stop over talking her?
What's the definition of pressure, BB?
Search it up. But what I'm trying to say is like when there is a pressure. Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? You're going to speak over me. Can I speak? No.
No, because it's important that you understand.
So if you don't let me speak, you're trying to make me understand. I just want to see it in your perspective and what you think.
Well, then let us speak, for we can show you the other perspective. Shut up.
Right. If you don't let me speak,
no, you shut up. Shut up, because you're not learning when you're speaking. You learn when you listen.
Okay, yeah, that's where I take my leave, right? So you basically shut down what I'm trying to say.
Bye.
You're dull, anyways. Jeez.
I'm old. Okay.
No, you're dull. You can't retain things. You don't know how to understand stuff.
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you should listen twice as much as you speak.
There's not getting through to that thing. I don't know what to call it.
Also, if you're speaking, who's making sandwiches?
No.
Damn, Flatsy.
I'm just being a shithead, sorry.
Well, maybe if Jetty would have stopped interrupting her, we could have heard what she was saying.
Like Jetty asks like one question and then she like rambles on for like 10 minutes. And Jetty's trying to speak to her too much.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh my God, Hush! Really? Does gas molecules not have mass? Really, Hush? How long you been in here? You really want to? You want to say that out loud? That's why you wrote it in chat, didn't you?
Thought you weren't gonna pay attention.
Yeah, thought I'd miss that. I just happened to be looking over there. He's also talking about gravity and pressure gradients. I guess that has something to do with gas pressure. Hush, how long have you been in here, dude? Really? Really? You gonna say that out there? The audacity to say that shit out there after you've been sitting in here for how long? Do you think the power of suggestion is going to convert the people out in text? Is that what you think? Gravity, pressure gradients. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Pressure gradients, QE.
Open your mic.
Nah, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah. Stop interrupting Jetty. Shit.
I'm sorry.
You need to get yourself a new mic, sir, because if anyone talks while you're talking, they immediately crush you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, get a good mic, and then get with me. I'll show you where to turn the compression. Too funny, man.
Also, you got to speak with your chest. Use that diaphragm.
She's questioning whether you got a pair, Jetty.
Fuck you.
I'm just playing with you.
Hush, come off mute. We're going to go through this one. It's going to be, guess what's going to happen at the end of this discussion? Probably not near the end, probably right about the beginning. It's going to go real bad for your agree, disagree horseshit. Come off mute. Come on, take it. Take it like a man. I was going to say something. I held back. I'm not going to do that.
Yo, Huey.
Oh, wow. You feeling froggy?
Yeah, I might leave.
How you think it's going to end, Hush?
It's not going to convince none of you, but that's how it works.
It's not. I didn't hear you. Say that again.
It's probably not going to convince you. You guys' mind is already
Convince
made up,
me. No, I'm not into convincing anyone. I'm into rubbing your nose in it to have everyone see and expose you. That's my mission.
That's weird. Hold on. Get in a good position. But what do you disagree with?
Disagree with? This is an agree-disagree genre, Holmes. We're talking about objectivity. Do you know the difference between objective and subjective?
Yes. Can we talk about the gas pressure?
Now, let's start off with fundamentals. Define subjective. Define subjective. Simple.
Objective is an opinion. What you think. Objectivity is what is. Yeah.
More or less. Subjectivity is based on feelings. Look it up. But you're close. And no, it's basically not what you said. You didn't say feels. You didn't say feels.
But it's an opinion, though.
It is.
Opinions are subjective. It's your opinion
Opinions are an example of subjectivity. All right? I asked you what it was, not an example of it.
Can we talk about gas pressure?
Yeah. Can we talk about gas? Like hot air?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what's mass?
You want the scientific formula for
I
it?
want the definition of fucking mass.
Definition or the formula? Because mass is density times value.
Density is what?
Density times value.
I didn't ask for density. I said define mass.
That's the scientific art.
It's not scientific. That's an equation, you doofus. And you're not defining density. I want the definition. Why is this so difficult? Are you retarded?
Property of a matter to resist changes of the state of motion.
Shut up.
To attract other bodies.
I didn't ask you. Shut up. Shut him up. Sup horny up there. Below Alpha. Shut him up. Put him on mute. This is a conversation between me and Hush. After I'm done with Hush, I'll tear you a new one, Barney. So, define mass.
I'll go with that. All right. Mass is an intrinsic property of a body?
No, it's not. Citation, please.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Citation, please.
Like I was saying, I was asking which one did you want, so here you go.
Well, there's a problem right there. If there's more than one definition of something, that's a law of identity violation.
I mean, it's the same with level. There's different.
No, it's not the same as with level, and there's not different with level either.
It is.
It's a law of identity violation. Hush. Jesus. So, what's mass?
You agree on this one?
Citation, please. That's not a citation. That's a reference.
It has the definition inside it.
Oh, so, okay. Let me say it. Mass in physics, quantitative measure of inertia. A measure of inertia. What's the chemical formula?
But now you want the formula.
Yeah, because it said a measure, so it has to be measuring something. I need the chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin. Listen to what I'm saying before you answer. Chemical formula for mass. Let's keep it simple.
Chemical formula for mass.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we're so off topic.
No, they measured it. I'm using your citation. Quantitative. So something that's quantitative is something that I can feels, right? Quantitative. It's physical. Yeah. It's physical. So being physical, do you know what physical means, Hush?
So would you like a definition for that too?
I already know what it is. I'm asking you what it is. Just roughly, I'll take what you say. Go ahead. What's physical?
Something you can touch. Let's go with that.
It's kind of not that. I set you up.
Yeah, you're just going for like hyper specific definition.
Yes, that's hyper specificity. That's what we're going for here. Yes, exactly.
There should be some like agreed upon term we can.
Yeah, there is, but you provided the wrong one from Britannica. They're high.
Why is that wrong?
Because it's not a quantitative measure of inertia because you can't provide what you're measuring.
Is that all? Is that all what mass is? Because you said the chemical formula.
Yeah, because okay, let's go back. I know this is like talking to my
provided scientific.
Talking to my sister's kids, right? So quantitative measure. If you make a quantitative measure of something, Hush, then that something must be physical. Do you understand?
I agree. Yes. So
in order to be physical, you must have shut up. In order to be physical, that's matter or energy. So you either have to give me mass's chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules of what you're fucking measuring, dude. Follow?
Molar mass, right?
Oh, fuck your molar mass.
Joules aren't mass.
Why?
You use molar mass in the definition. You can't do that. What is mass? Show a picture of it.
Can't use that. Why can't I use molar mass?
Show a picture of because it has. Are you trying to piss me off?
I'm just confused, honestly.
Because mass is what you're trying to define.
We already defined it.
Oh my God. All right, let's kill it quick. You fucking clown. Let's get rid of this right now. So, are you in voice text right now?
Yeah.
You familiar who Max Born was?
Sounds familiar.
Besides Olivia Newton-John's grandfather? He is a Nobel laureate in quantum mechanics. He states, in ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. This is the really important part for you. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, Hush, the word mass has no meaning.
Right.
Get it?
Question for that. I have a question for that.
Okay, but I'm not done. He wasn't done. Max says, other than that, given by formula, but we don't really care about that because that's mathematics. However, he said it. I'm going to report on it here. He says it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. But that's not physics right there. Because in physics, he said, the word mass has no meaning. Follow?
Yeah, I'm following. That's what he said.
That's what he said because mass has no meaning. So when you said mass up here, that's what I was trying to get to. Yeah. Do I agree with your horseshit question? No, because mass is undefined.
Mass is undefined, but it's still in this formula.
It's still in the. We don't care about the formula. Then the formula is wrong too. By the way, that's Max. He should have stopped at just no meaning. He should have stopped right there. He said it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. That's incorrect. The measure of resistance to change of velocity is inertia, not mass. But we don't have to pay attention to that because that's formula. In physics, what we're talking about, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. That's what he said. That's what we're talking about.
So in
Are we
physics,
talking about
mass has no meaning, right?
Yeah, in physics, mass has no meaning, yes.
Is that the same for like science?
Yeah, in physics. Physics is a natural science, yes.
Yeah, like the umbrella term. Yeah.
Physics.
So you disagree.
Physics.
I guess you don't even know that air has mass.
You're asking me if physics is natural science. That's the craziest thing well, it's not the craziest thing. It's up there, though. Yeah, physics is science.
I just said science. Yeah. So in the periodic table, it
Where's
shows
mass?
the amount of mass per each element.
I don't really care.
So
Did I
is
ask
that
you
just
about
bullshit?
Did I ask you about the periodic table?
You're saying mass has no meaning, but that's a
No. Max Born. Max Born is saying mass has no meaning in physics.
So is Max Born the end all be all for mass?
Yeah, he's pretty fucking high up there. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so do we throw out the periodic table then?
You
Because
could throw out anything you want. It has no fucking meaning.
it has no meaning because Max.
That's right.
Max Born.
That's right. Well, not only the Max, he's telling you that right now, but everyone that has any fucking coherency already knows that because you can't define it. You already misdefined it. Or Britannica did.
I was like, which one? Because we bounce from chemistry to physics. There's like different.
Chemistry falls under physics.
There's a different definition in chemistry.
No, there isn't. Post it. Post it.
Posted one. We posted this one.
All right. You're already in a law of identity violation, by the way. Didn't we go over this before?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. We said it was a law of identity violation if it has two or more different definitions.
So okay, but who's picking the right definition if there's multiple?
Who's picking it? Max Born. We're going with that one.
Why are we going with that one? Why can't I pick one?
Well, because you're Hush and he's Max Born. That's why.
No, I'm saying like I pick a source from a different reputable.
Go ahead. Well, you're going to have to demonstrate it, glue sniffer. So I have the negative claim. So listen, I have the non-existence claim. You have the positive claim. So that means you have to provide the evidence for your positive claim.
Yes. Well, we both have to provide,
No, we don't. I'm claiming non-existence of your horse shit. I have the non-existence claim. I don't have to prove non-existence. It's a fucking logical fallacy. You have the positive claim. You have to prove its physical existence. Get it?
Mm-mm.
Go.
I can show you a demonstration.
No, I don't
Like
want
a
a
heavy
demonstration.
gas.
I want it defined first, and then you can demonstrate it.
I defined it.
Huh?
I defined it already.
No, you didn't.
Okay, here's the one I was going for, by the way. This one, molar mass.
You can't use Put him on mute. I'm fucking done. Just mute him. You're a dumb fuck, dude.
You mean you can't use
You're
molar?
a dumb fuck. My God.
Circled right the way back round to it again.
I don't know. It's right. It's right there. Right there.
You are a fucking retard.
Listen,
You
before I
can't
go, let me
use.
just post
Shut up! You can't for the third fucking time. You can't use the word that you're defining in the fucking definition, you moron. My God. Fuck.
Did we skip the definition phase then?
You're a
Go
fucking
through the
idiot.
experiment.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what an experiment is. Fucking clown, man.
Do you want to move on to Borny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
Borny.
All right, dipshit.
Man, can we do this without you acting like that, please?
Shut the fuck up. We don't give a shit about
you
your
can't
feels,
talk to
Nancy.
people like that.
Shut your fucking mouth, Nancy. We don't give a shit about your feels. Provide evidence for your fuckwit gravity and pressure gradients holding
You're
in
using
gas
feelings
pressure
right now. You're
Do
being
it.
mad.
Do
You're
it.
using anger.
Do
Can
it.
we have a normal
Do it.
conversation?
No, because you're not normal.
Well, first, I want to address your entire thing saying that I'm in violation of the second law of thermodynamics because it's just not true.
Yeah,
and
it is
also
true.
what you're saying about
Yeah, it
Max
is
Born.
true.
Max Born,
Yes,
you're
it
taking him
is
out of
true.
context.
What
You're
is the
taking him out
second
of
law of
context.
thermodynamics?
Dude, the second law
What
of
is it?
thermodynamics
Yep.
is
What is
that specifically,
What
if you want to
is
use your
it?
example,
What is it? Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
dude, you can't have a
You're
you can't have
talking
a
right
conversation
through
with
me, you
anybody.
fucking clown. What is the
You
second
talk
law
over
of
everyone.
thermodynamics?
Stop being a child.
What
Talk
is
like
the
an adult,
second law
please.
of thermodynamics? You are not going to overtalk me. What is the second law of thermodynamics? I want the equation and a brief description in less than 10 seconds. Go.
The second law of thermodynamics is that heat naturally flows from hotter objects to colder ones.
Wrong. Mute. Mute him. Nope, that's not the second law of thermodynamics. That's an example of the second law of thermodynamics in action. It is not the second law of thermodynamics, glue sniffer. You don't know what it is my point. I said provide the equation and a brief description. You failed. So how do you know that you're not in violation of the second law of thermodynamics when you don't even know what it is? Fuck stick.
Yes. Fuck stick.
My God.
Never
One big pond. That's the wrong definition of the second law of thermodynamics. Just to let you know. Second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. You can't state that the entropy of an isolated system, you can't do that because isolated systems don't exist in nature. Follow? You're going to have to get rid of that one. Find another one. That one's okay. It's not a definition, though, but it's good. They will enjoy their time with me because they've been with me ever since their beginning. They know who I am. They know the length of my sword.
It's not as gay as it sounds.
I am the damn paterfamilias, son. You'll be okay, Buttercup. Too funny. So, do we want to continue this? Hush seems to be train wrecking himself even more. I'll relent on Mass because you're fucking clueless. So you said gas has weight, right?
Correct.
All right. So let's say we take an encyclopedia. It weighs 2 kilograms. And we put it in an unevacuated vacuum chamber. That means the vacuum chamber is full with air and the encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And we weigh the encyclopedia. And then let's say it weighs 2 kilograms.
Yeah.
And then we all of a sudden like evacuate the chamber. So we're taking all the air, which you said has weight, and we're subtracting it out of the vacuum chamber. So according to you, if we weigh that book must weigh less because we
It would weigh more.
removed. That's right. It weighs more. Correct. So that train wrecks you. You're finished.
No, what that does is
yeah.
buoyant force.
You can't subtract something. They're buoyant force. You can't subtract something that has weight and get more weight.
Yes, because air is a fluid, and fluids have buoyant force.
That's because air has no weight. That's why.
If air has, okay, let's go with
That's
that.
right.
Let's say air has no weight. All right.
No, let's not just say it. It is. I just proven it.
All right. Well, let me provide my demonstration then.
It's not a
So get a
demonstration. You're
container.
fucking done.
No. Hold on.
No, yeah.
You get an open container with a heavy gas element. Let's say boron. You pour
Heavy.
boron
No,
into the container.
stop. You can't say heavy gas because we just proved that gas has no weight.
All right. No, it's not heavy gas, but it's gas. Let's pour boron into it. What's going to happen? Is it going
pour a
to mix with
moron?
the atmosphere? Yeah.
Atmosphere. That's a paradox.
No. We're not pouring it into the atmosphere. Just into the
Atmosphere is a paradox. You can't use atmosphere. Objection, Your Honor. He's using a paradox in his description. Sustained.
We could use atmosphere. I mean,
You can't use atmosphere. It's a paradox.
Atmos, gas, sphere, earth.
No, sphere shape. Sphere's not earth. An atmosphere, the atmo earth. No, it's atmosphere. Atmo.
Sphere, earth. You know what I was saying. Gas takes shape of its container.
We got a container. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Yeah.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Atmos dome. I said atmosphere.
Atmosphere is a paradox because atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Yeah, but it takes the shape of its container.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Can I go back? Hold on. Let's go back to my example.
Go back to something.
Taking boron gas.
Go back to the Stone Age.
Go back to the boron. Kiwi, this guy
We're going back to moron.
Some gases do not float. Do you agree or disagree?
What?
Float? Yeah. Float. Yeah.
Define float.
Some gases go straight
They
to the
fall
floor.
on your foot and freaking hurt your toe.
Yeah, some gases float on water
Yo, Jedi.
until they heat up. Until they heat up, then they move omnidirectionally.
Oh my god, dude!
Jedi, I swear this guy is legit. He tried to say that he wanted to say that the Earth is the container. He literally wanted to say that he was thinking about that. He was thinking about that.
He actually did say it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I said gas takes the shape of its container. That's all I said.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Action in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
We'll have to think of something that's straight back in that statement.
I got a question though. Just real quick. We're on a plane 40,000 feet in altitude. You know how a barometer works, right?
Hold on a second. In a plane?
Yeah, we're in a plane right now.
If we're in a plane, can you tell us before we get to your question? How can you have or acquire pitch data on a globe?
All you have to do is increase in altitude, and the plane doesn't follow pitch. By the way, you can have a
it doesn't
plane pitch upwards.
The plane doesn't follow its pitch.
It doesn't. You can have a plane pitch upwards.
And gases don't float.
Some gases don't.
Just shut the fuck up, dude. It's really bad right now. But no. Okay, we'll entertain your question. Everyone's bored anyway. Go ahead.
All right. So a barometer works by measuring gases. It has like a flat container.
Yeah, it's a container. Yes.
Yes, and it measures the weight.
Measures the weight.
Of the atmosphere. All right, measure gas particles hitting it.
What's
going
weight?
Down.
Define weight.
It's a downward gravitational force.
No, it's not downward gravitation. That's not what weight is. Go look it up. Citation, please. What is weight?
Yeah, you're going to need a ball for that anyway.
I mean, that's what we have.
It's it's not what you have. You're a glue sniffer. So you need to go find out what weight is. Let's go. You should already know this, by the way.
Yeah. Do you want the formula? That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Equals mg.
W equal mg. Mg love you long time. Guess what it's derived from? What's it derived? What's W equal mg derived from?
Well, you could tell me.
F equal ma.
Okay.
But you got a problem right there at 33 minutes after the hour from Richard Feynman, the Feynman lectures. Even though the law F equal ma is false. So, if the law F equal ma is false, and W equal mg love you long time is derived from F equal ma, then W equal mg love you long time is also false.
So you're saying, wait, we can't use this formula.
Correct.
So we couldn't use the formula for mass.
Correct. You can't use
That's
the
not
weight.
even part of my question.
Correct. Well,
That's
you just got weight wrong too. Everything you've said thus far this evening for the past hour, you've got everything wrong.
No.
Yeah.
I can tell you what I got right. You disagree that gases don't fall to the floor.
Yeah.
You disagree with the periodic Let me finish the example.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Fuck off.
Because
we need to move on.
Why does gases?
Why are you?
Down?
How much of a moron are you? True or false?
Come down.
How much of a moron are you? True or false?
Okay,
that's
answer
it.
The question.
That's it. You're done. Mute him up. Unless he goes on mute himself. We'll
Objection. Moron isn't measured in true or false.
He should have said that's a malformed question, Kiwi.
It should have been measured in quantity of moron. How much moron do I have on my hand?
It's not fun.
Holy crap. What's wrong with these Glovers, man?
Jetty, if I came over there to England land and I had a comedy show, would you come?
Oh, yes. Yes. Definitely.
You know what I would start out with?
Go on.
On deck, you scabrous dogs! Hands to the braces! Now bring me that horizon. Drink up, me hearty Joe-ho!
Why are you using nautical terms anyway? He's using squiddly terms.
I'll tell you what, for the next 3 or 4 months, I'm going to pound the shit out of these morons with Horizon. From the Black Swan to the Slope of Dope. Because that Horizon, baby, that beautiful big-ass Horizon. I love that. It says sweet, sweet honey. That's what I'm going to be doing. Yes, sir. Carry on. Oh, by the way, Jetty, before you came in here, before you were with us with BB, I said, "Hey, BB, how can you have Horizon on the globe?" And she goes, "Can I refuse to answer that question?"
That was the smartest thing I've heard.
I was like in shock, like I was gobsmacked. So I acquiesced to her request.
Oh dear. Necros, what? What do you want?
Necros, we love that noise, brother. Why don't you plug that mic directly into a socket?
How funny.
Does kind of sound like he's about to like slam on an electric guitar or something.
Oh. On deck, you scabrous dogs! Or are they dags? On deck, you scabrous dags!
Dags is better.
Scabrous dags? Scabrous dogs. Scabrous dags? What the hell?
Dags, yeah.
Is that dags or dabs?
Dags. Oh, dogs. Dags.
Dregs?
Dags.
Maybe you should replace that word with dregs. On deck, you scabrous dregs!
No, don't take my stuff, man. This is my shit.
Yes, sir. Oh, rather, aye, sir.
I nicked it from Captain Jack.
No, I know you did.
Huey, if gravity isn't real, then what's going on?
if invisible three-toed gnomes aren't real, QE, what the fuck is going on out there?
What causes the movement?
What causes what movement?
Of what?
Like if you were to drop something, why does it go up or down?
Why? The better question is how. Why is non sequitur.
How then?
That's how does it go up or down?
Yeah.
That depends what object we're talking about.
Say a pen.
A pen is more dense than its surrounding medium. So
right. Okay, so buoyancy is the answer then, right? Density buoyancy.
I don't want to say it's the answer.
Density
I know
buoyancy is.
I know what it ain't. Gravity.
So the problem I have with that is when I've been pressed on that, they'll say, well, if you say density buoyancy, if you look at the formula for buoyancy, it's got G in it.
No, it
doesn't. So how does that work?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's got 9.8 meter per second squared in it.
Not its original formula, not from Archimedes, it doesn't.
Well, was Archimedes right? How why is
Correct.
It in there now?
Well, because they kind of stuck it in there. I don't know why they did that, but they did it. It's not an Archimedes formula. Archimedes came up with
what? What's in his formula instead?
You know what? Let's go check it out. Let's learn together.
I like this bit.
Say again?
I like this bit in the show. Let's learn together.
Yeah, because it's been a while since I looked up Archimedes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it right at hand. Archimedes, baby. Should I type in principle or formula? Where is the formula at? We got Fick's law of diffusion. So is this it? Why didn't you give me just the fucking formula, dudes? Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot. F subscript A equals PG big V, where FA denotes the buoyant force applied onto the submerged object. P denotes the density of the fluid. V represents the volume of the displaced fluid. And G is the acceleration. That's bullshit. That Archimedes was, what, 1900 years before G? They tampered with this shit. What's the original one? You know what? This might prove to be hard to find. Right? Archimedes. When did Archimedes live? Let's go back here. Let's go back. I don't even. It has to be 1900 years.
I got the original. I got the original formula right there.
Yeah. Oh, you do. Where'd you get it from?
I got it from. Shoot. It was basically from Google, but I had to look through Lumen Learning.
Oh, okay. FB equals WFL?
Yep.
Okay, the buoyant force, is that what it's going for right here?
Yeah, so...
what's WFL mean? What's WF and L mean?
Yeah, good
Women's Football League.
Say again?
Oh, I got it.
Women's Football League.
I still didn't hear that. You're breaking up. Fix that damn mic. If I have to burn calories to fucking hear you, there's something wrong.
Wait, I think I need to reset. Hang on.
All right, Sonny, you provided this. Now we're going to need to find out what these fucking variables mean in this formula.
It says an object submerged in a fluid, blah, 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 FB, graded the weight. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he was in 287 to 212 BC. Anyway.
287 to 212 BC?
Yeah, it is replaced. If the object is removed, it is replaced by fluid having the weight of WFL. Replaced by the fluid weight.
Wait, what's weight?
Fluid. That's what it says. Having a weight of fluid supported by surrounding fluid. The buoyant force must equal the weight of the fluid displaced. That is FB equals WFL.
Where's G at?
No G in there.
Why not?
Yeah, because G didn't even exist as a concept then.
That was how many years ago? Was that? That's greater than 2,000 years. That's 2,200 years ago.
Or something like 1,900 years. I think you had it right.
Did I have it right the first time? Did I fuck it up the second time?
200 years ago.
22. That's what I'm talking about, Jetty. I knew that was right.
Okay.
All right. So we got it. So G is not in. The moral of the story is G is not in Archimedes' principle because it can't be, because it arrived here 2,200 years before fuckwit G was even thought of. So that's my answer. Where'd my interloculator go?
Here's a little image too. For your amusement and entertainment.
Yeah, but it got G in that sumbitch.
It does.
That's not Archimedes' principle. Fuck that. Delete
Taking that shit out of there. Bye-bye.
Where's my interloculator? He boot scooted.
Interloculator.
That's brilliant. Interloculator.
Did you say the toodaloo? Is that what you said?
Toodaloo to the interlocutor, yeah.
The toodaloo. That's a classic. I got to keep my eye on you, Jetty. Mass of any volume. What's mass? This is all a very muddled composition. It looks like some people were just making shit up.
Mass of any volume, that would be the density of the object, the amount of matter on a specific area.
That's not mass.
Like here is another one. But with
No. Not here's another one. The amount of matter. Hold on, relax. The amount of matter or substance is not mass.
So here's the same
You
thing.
keep on. No. Understand. I need a reconciliation. I need to be heard. You said the amount of matter or substance, and it's written up there. I need you to interloculate with me.
Yeah, the density of the object, like the
You're
other
not
one.
listening still. What the fuck, dude? I gotta say this again. I need some reconciliation because it says the amount of substance. That's not mass. You want to know how I know that? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Because mass isn't the amount of matter.
Yep. The Royal Society of Chemistry. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass.
Na 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 na.
Na boo boo. My daughter used to do that when she was young, man. It was so cute. She said, na boo boo, and she'd run away, and I'd snatch her ass up. I hear na boo boo. I'm moving out with fucking purpose.
Yeah, brother, I don't have many definitions for the words for mass for me. It means the same thing. The amount of something in the same area. Mass of people, it's the amount of people in the same.
That's an equivocation fallacy. You can't do that.
The mass, it's the density.
You can't do that. I said you're equivocating fallacy. You can't do that.
Yeah, like I told you, I'm not a glober. I'm not using multiple.
I understand that. I'm just trying to. I'm not. I know you're not a glober, but I'm just trying to tell you, don't dismiss this. This is very important. They need to define the shit that they're saying. It's a very important point. Hyperspecificity. If we're communicating together, then you're going to have to fucking define the terms that you're speaking to me to make sure that we're on the same sheet of music. Because if you're talking about an apple, but I think an apple is an orange, we're going to miscommunicate. We're not going to communicate. It's not going to be productive. It's the basis of all communication. It's called the Socratic method, and it will be instituted by me every fucking time. Did I over-egg that?
I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request.
You could ham it up a little bit more at the end, I think.
Look, man, I can't get a word in edgewise. Jetty keeps interrupting me.
Jetty keeps interrupting the interrupter.
He's interrupting the interloculator?
Is there such thing as an interrupting interloculator?
Flat Earth.
Well,
hello, everybody.
This is getting fun, man. This is the most fun I had all. That's why I come in here. I was feeling down most of the day, but I'd come in here and I feel really good right now.
Awesome stuff.
Can you have a baller start speaking up and bring me back down to their fucking baltard?
Yeah, Masquerade 3394. Do you have? Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm the interlocutor. Go ahead.
No, that's Jetty interrupted him.
I'm the interjector.
Hey, he admitted it. He interceded for you.
Interceded. I like that word.
I need to go get my little cigarillo tip. Black and blind wood tip. I'll be right back.
Why? I was mispronounced. It's interlocutor. So I was adding some more syllables to that sumbitch. It's interlocutor.
About interloculator.
A later. That's what I thought. It sounds better. I knew it was fucking wrong. That's why I looked it up.
I thought you knew it was.
I did know it. I just added because I can add syllables to words if I deems so.
Aye, man.
So I guess we're waiting for Masquerade 3394 to get a cigar.
I'll be right back. I need to put my headset down, walk out to the car.
I haven't had a good cigar in years. I don't smoke cigars, but back in 2010, we used to sit out in nights in the wintertime in Maryland and smoke big fucking stogies with really good red wine. We'd dip it in, the end in the red wine and smoke stogies, me and my cousin.
What town in Maryland?
It was... Hey, keep the noise down out there. What was the town? Oh, man, I lived there for a year and a half.
I thought Kiwi was yelling at my neighbors.
No. Why can't I? Was
it right across the border from Pennsylvania where you're from?
No, shut the fuck up. No. I'm going to have to ask my wife. She said Bowie.
Bowie, Maryland. No shit.
Yeah, I was there for a year and a half. I was stationed down at Walter Reed.
Yeah, that's way down south.
I didn't spend much time there. Most of the time I did was friggin' trying to get to Walter Reed. Commuting. Fuck.
Yeah, Bowie. We used to go to gun shows in Bowie. There was a big center there with a gun show.
That's a damn lie. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. Oh, Horny's back. I mean, Borny.
I just got back. Put this on. That's not horny. Hey, Kiki Bird.
Hey, it's the cigar smoker. What's up, Mask? I'm going to have to turn your mic up. Hold on.
Oh. Here, let me move this mouse so it doesn't say the computer's asleep. I'm going to walk into the back door.
My God, dude, you sound like a criminal.
Sound like a what?
You sound like a damn criminal.
Especially when he laughs.
Rapist on the way to a girls' school.
I thought we just started a horror flick or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Well, don't mind us, Masquerade.
You know, Bowie's not too far from freaking Greenbelt, where the NASA Goddard Visitor Center was. Did you spend a lot of time there?
No, I told you where I was stationed at Walter Reed, dude. Can't you fucking hear?
I probably visited Laurel, though. I've been to Laurel a bunch.
I quit smoking and I quit vaping.
This is not a personal discussion. This isn't Ann Landers here, dude. I sound like fucking Ann Landers to you?
I don't know.
A little bit.
A little bit. Let's go. What's your position? Is the Earth a globe tard or is it a horizontal plane?
Don't know.
What the fuck you mean you don't know?
Either or. I'd like to say it's a globe.
Globe tard.
I'd like to say globe tard. But either or, it doesn't matter. That I'd say even with mathematics and physics, it would be kind of simpler if it were flat. And be like, well,
It wouldn't have anything to do with physics. Mathematics only in geometry.
but I don't care. I know God created it, whether it's flat, whether it's larger than we know.
All right. All right. Well, you're not a
we're all
total
eternal.
you're not a total dumbass, but okay. Didn't God say prove all things?
Which God?
The only one. Jesus Christ, baby.
No, Jesus isn't God.
We don't want to get into that discussion right
Yeah?
here.
Well,
So-
what's your well? Here.
We don't want to get into that discussion here because it's 24/7. Relax. 24/7 flat Earth. So I don't want to get muted for taking the topic off subject, but let's roll on from you think it could be a globetard, but it really doesn't matter to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that just 2-3 days ago, I've known this, but now it's mainstream news, at least on Alex Jones and if you look it up, underneath the pyramid at Giza, there's 6 shafts, big old things.
This is a family show, sir.
Okay, and those cylindrical tubes going into the earth go 2 kilometers deep, all 6 of them. And then below that, there are bigger rooms than the pyramids, boxes. And below that, there's even miles further. It's provable right now. You look it up.
What's the speed of dark?
The Mars server.
Don't know if I can remember. I'd probably tell you.
It's Mars server.
I tell you
What are you saying, Jetty? You got to speak belly up, dude.
Yeah, I just like it when he said Mars
aliens.
We can't shut Masquerade. Shut the fuck up. I can't hear Jetty.
He's funny. It's just a bit where he said miles further. We can prove miles further. That was great.
Dude, buddy. All right. Go ahead, cigar guy. What the fuck does this have to do with whether yours flat or globe tart?
Flat Earth. This is like talk about an ice wall. Like, well, who built the ice wall? It's like flat Earth kind of includes aliens.
What fucking ice wall?
Umbrella.
What fucking ice
That's
wall?
umbrella. If you want to say
What
the
the
Earth
fucking
is flat,
ice wall? I'm a flat earther. Fuck that ice
Fred
wall.
Bird
Fuck that.
and
Fuck
his
that.
Operation High.
Masquerade. Take a breath. Stop fucking. My God, sir. You got 2 ears and 2 feet. Why don't you roll on out this motherfucker?
Let me smoke this.
That's what she said.
Well, she didn't get high like I did. She was being gay.
What, like? Just like you were. Okay.
We've taken a weird turn here, Jetty.
We really have. Yep.
But y'all don't know about that? About the pyramid? It's 100% provable fact right now.
Dude, look up at the top of this discussion in the VC. The topic of this discussion is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 fucking pyramids.
No, but I was saying, like, so that you could say if it's a flat Earth, like the aliens are fucking around. Did you, like, okay, sorry, not to bring it off topic, but genuine question: did you all see in the news months ago when all those
in the nude
spotted? Yes.
If
Yeah,
we
we're
see
live.
in the nude,
In the news.
oh,
And I'm serious. Like in your lives, did you see all the UFOs being spotted and them saying aliens?
dude, you're gonna get muted here. I'm gonna tell you that the mods are not gonna tolerate this for very much longer. I'm just gonna tell you that.
All right. Well, I was just asking a genuine question. because nobody else wants to, I guess, pitch in and say just talk about flat Earth and not relevant stuff like the pyramid. Like we don't hear anything about aliens, and
like
now
the pyramid.
Pyramids and aliens. What the
like
fuck's
it's
going
like
on?
that's a pretty massive thing to be
Massive.
like. Well, why don't you know about that? Sorry if it's off topic, but damn, holy cannoli, holy
What do you want us to do? Take a survey? All right, we'll get back to you in a
Feels like
minute.
like
I'll
to be like, okay, you like if you don't know, it'll be
He's out. Stop interrupting him, Jetty.
Here, light this back up. It's at the tip, the wood tip.
Do you want high fives so that everybody knows about this thing that's broken out in the news? There are things underneath the pyramids. Yeah, awesome. No one cares.
Oh, that's a problem I see. I think it's a problem.
Why is it a problem?
Nobody cares. Nobody even wants to talk about it, and you get
not in here
shunned or kicked out just for even broaching the subject. And people are like, well, I don't like.
You can go and make a film about it if you want.
You'll see my stuff. You'll know me. The whole world will know me. You'll know Masquerade, whatever it is, 3364, whatever it is, or 94. You spoke with David on Discord while he was smoking, being a recluse.
Brown recluse spiders. You gotta watch out for them, some bitches.
You'll watch me, all right. Surprised you haven't. Not to be, I'm surprised you haven't heard of me.
Do you think the aliens are trying to communicate with us?
Oh yeah.
Of course you do.
Some people more than others. Call it God, you call it whatever. What does that mean? It means more of a drive to do whatever, to learn more. To be like, why were you interested in telekinesis and the third eye? Well, we have a third eye in the center of our brain called the pineal gland. That was a literal eye, like connected to the optic nerve. Pinealocytes act as retinal tissue.
Can somebody deafen me?
Anyway, it's just a fact. And not to be like Egypt again, it's the Eye of Horus. It's exactly. You take a lateral view of our skull, the inside, it's exactly the Eye of Horus. The Egyptians knew about it. The God's eye, the mind's eye.
The Egyptians didn't know what was underneath their fucking pyramids. What the fuck are you talking about?
They didn't know about Christianity, I tell you. I mean, in the New Testament.
What?
Yeah. Jesus said, you manifest whatever is inside your mind, or you're not worthy to go to heaven. You raise the dead before you go to heaven.
Chapter and verse.
There. I'll get it for you.
Okay.
I'll get in there, yeah. What do you believe of Jesus? I assume people are Christian. I don't want to assume people's religion, and I don't want to talk too much or be crazy. David, I am the David.
You don't get out.
You all believe. If with the mods side, unless somebody
don't get out much.
Because I don't know much about flat
Hey,
Earth.
Jetty, that was fucking really good, dude.
Thank you.
Damn. Too much wind, and I don't want to burn my beard. I'm a man. I got lit. About defiling myself. Fire. One time I burnt my beard.
Someone deafened me too.
So that's me like if somebody wants to talk about the Bible. We'd be here all night. I'll be up again for like 22
wrong
hours. It says in the Bible, and I'll get you the verses, that we're supposed to live our lives exactly like Jesus. Now,
Get crucified?
I say, no. It said that he got crucified, that we are supposed to be living like gods on earth, literally, and to have the same power as the Son of God, whom you believe on, and in the name do the powers. And because you believe, you're able to do it, and that's a sign of belief. And if it doesn't happen, he's not raised from the dead. Like it says it. And there's too much scripture, and you put it all in one column of all the scripture of New Testament that says faith alone can save you. Just believe in Jesus with all your heart and soul that he lived, died, was resurrected, and he's alive forever, and he's God. Here, I just forgot what I was saying. Let me light this up real quick. Who were they? Forget they. The other thing, man. When there. I know. Zechariah chapter 13, verse 6. Old Testament.
Am I being hypnotized?
Here, this was it. The government has their way. You know what? They're not going to stop me from lighting this up. I was talking about the powers. Someone remind me if I forget. Yeah, I gotta go inside. Do it. It says you have a column that says faith alone can save you and your family. And that's all you gotta do. You just have to have true faith in him and live good. You don't even live a good life. Just you're dirty and sinful, but he's not. You try. The whole other column of no, you have to do the powers.
Did Kiwi make it awkward in here? Is that why everybody's quiet?
I don't know.
I'm just playing.
clear understanding of where
Did you hear that?
So, Mary, I'm just doing some math. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would appear that her core
Well,
I see we got the dumb fuck chat skank eggs dumbass in here. Chat skank. Dumb fuck. Hello? Black Swan. You get it? Just 5 years ago. Fucking idiot. There you go. There's the measurement. There it is. Earth's flat. Anyone that could fog a mirror, right? Dumb fuck. You and your fucking statute and nautical miles. You don't even know what a nautical mile is, you dumb fuck.
No swearing.
Shut up. Fucking clown fuck. Clown fuck eggs. There you go. Define linear, you abject moron. Let's take a look at this. At Florida State University, distance is measured in linear units, such as inches, feet, yards, miles, meters, centimeters, millimeters, and kilometers. There are many other units of linear measurement, but those listed above are commonly used. What's a linear measurement, you moron? Hey, get Carter, shut the fuck up. Or come off mute. I'll deal with your dumb ass. Get Carter, you are already gotten. Fucking clown. Horizon, how do you have horizon on a globetard, Carter? Yoo-hoo, Carter! How do you have horizon on a globetard? Come off mute. Chat skank. Come off mute. Get your medicine. You got your helmet on?
Thank you, QA.
What's that?
I said I like your abusive stick. I actually like it.
Well, thank you.
You're the counterfeit version of Nathan Oakley, right?
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, you're the counterfeit version of him, right?
Counterfeit?
I'm asking. Do you consider yourself that or no?
Before there was no one. Son.
Don't stop doing what you're doing. I like it.
You got the you got the horse before the cart, sunshine.
Yes, but I like your shtick. Don't stop doing it.
Not a stick. I just tear globetards to pieces, then feed the entrails to my wolf pups. Fucking clowns. They're all retards. Every single last one of them. I've demonstrated over the past 10 years. Every single time. This guy unhinged. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Come off mute. Modus Tollins. I'm shocked you could fucking spell it. How can you respond with the Modus Tollins when I killed your globetard with a Modus Tollins? Glue sniffer. Come off, mute. Take your medicine. Did we get a definition of linear anytime recently? The fuck is linear? Because statute miles, and nautical miles are fucking linear. By definition, what's linear? Come on, you could do it. Fucking idiots. Flatsy, you off the road. Might as well talk to you. They ain't coming off mute. They're not as dumb as they look.
I'm not off the road, and I don't know. I might be roboting.
No, you're good.
Yeah. Ballbusters Tuesday, right?
Ballbusters too. Ballbusters has never been on Tuesdays.
Am I tripping?
QE Live, baby.
What the hell? I mean.
QE Live. That's not Ballbusters, love.
Oh, okay. Sorry. QE Live Tuesday, like normal. I'm excited. I feel like we haven't had it since last Tuesday.
Yeah, you're right. Excited, huh? We're gonna do the Black Swan. I'm bringing the Black Swan to the forefront again. I'm gonna rub their noses in it all over again. We're gonna go back 5 years, bring that shit up to date. They still don't know the argument after 5 years.
I'm going to need a ton of distractions because I have kind of like a nightmare scenario going at home. So I'm going to have to cope with it.
What's wrong?
We're helping somebody and they've moved in with us for the time being and trying to help them. And it's not just anybody. It's my husband's ex.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm like, I can't talk about it when I get home, so I can only talk about it right now because I would hate to make her feel unwelcome. Because I'm sure it's weird for all of us, so I don't want to make it weirder for anyone. But
oh boy.
But my stepdaughter, that's her mama, so it's not like a crazy he's not just like my ex is moving in with us. It's not like that. It's like my baby mama needs a place to stay with
your husband.
His baby, like Charlize is.
So
Yes.
your husband's ex. What's his name?
Sterling.
No.
Oh, you mean his ex? You're a turd. Yeah, it's kind of a nightmare situation for me. I'm so anxious about it, and I know I shouldn't really be anxious for anything. It'll all work out, but it's just it's a bit much for me. I agreed to it though, so I can't complain.
You turning Mormon?
No freaking way, dude. Monogamy. But just a heads up, please don't bring it up when I get home, guys.
Okay.
Just try to keep it,
You should have never said
between
anything.
us.
Shit.
I know. It feels good to get it off my chest. Although I just talked to my husband's mama for like a half an hour. That's why I was quiet, and I just ended the call with you guys because I was in the middle of talking to her. She was helping me, making me feel better. She's just as anxious about it as I am. So, yeah. Yeah, my husband's ex doesn't have a good track record with his family and stuff because she caused a lot of problems when they were together.
No.
And they were unfounded problems. Yeah, there's a reason why they didn't work out. So.
No way.
Although I do realize that most females cause a lot of problems, and
No.
I cause some problems.
The hell you say?
My problems are so small compared to like the stuff I've heard. Okay, like bless Sterling. He has had Arthur. He's honestly just a saint to have to deal with me. I think that I'm a handful, but
no.
From what I hear, he dealt with way like things that he shouldn't have dealt with because he's a good man. So, anyways. Well, you guys just keep me in your prayers. That's all I ask. That'll suffice.
We'll be calling in the miracles. Don't worry.
Who's this Carter moron anyway?
Get Carter. Too funny.
I'm almost home and I don't know whether to be relieved or stressed about it.
Stressed.
Nah, stress won't help it at all. Don't be stressed.
Yeah, that's true. I got to remember that.
There's good stress and there's bad stress. There's distress and eustress.
Yeah, that's why Carter won't open his mic, because he's distressed about his false globe paradigm.
Mm.
What a baby.
He's retarded. Shocking surprise, aren't they all?
Is that thing on?
We are live.
We're doing live. What about Reality Man? Or Carter?
304.
Oh, is that a 304? Dang. Oh, that's Raiden?
We had a bunch of 304s in here today, brother.
Should have pinged me.
Huh.
Is Carter chat skank, or Carter, where you at?
Okay, what do you want, dude? Why are you targeting me?
You're a
Target
clown,
detected.
dude. Get Carter.
I'm still working on my blog, okay? So
Yeah, the blog,
Your
the one he
blog.
mentioned in his chat skank about like coming up with his ideas or arguments, his arguments that he's going to come up with against Flat Earth.
Oh boy.
Because you don't have facts against Flat Earth, you have to come up with your arguments that you make up.
no,
Right.
I just have to, gather all the information, consolidate it.
Yeah, what information?
We'll be good.
What information?
What might that be?
Well, I just started it, so let's see.
You just started it. Oh, what was the first one?
The first one? What are you talking about, bro?
What's the first argument?
What? You brought it up.
I don't have the first argument, dude.
You're not off to a good start, Carter.
Okay, I would have unmuted if I had a good argument right now, but I don't. Okay.
Yeah, we could have told you that.
Yeah, we won't hold our breath.
You got some curving water somewhere? Preferably measurements of curved water over the ocean. That would be
Okay.
really substantial.
Oh, he's got one.
How do you guys know it's flat? Let's start there.
Because your sister told us.
Yeah, besides your sister,
Okay, dude.
water.
So you think it's flat because of water?
Yeah, yeah. What is water?
Well, that's one.
What is the fundamental nature of water?
It seeks level, or it appears to seek level.
Appears to seek level. No, it seeks level. No apparent.
Okay, well, the problem is you can't verify that it absolutely seeks level.
Oh, we can't. Well, let's see what we can do about that.
He already flat smacked
You
himself
can't-
and then
you
backtracked.
can't-
Let's see if we can. Let's
What's
see
the
if we
definition
can.
of level?
I'll bet you we can.
Equidistant from a curved surface.
Equidistant. Equidistant. From what?
From the center of Earth.
Center. That's not how elevation's measured.
Where's the center of Earth?
Hold on. That's not That's not the definition. That's not elevation, dude. What the fuck are you talking
You
about?
asked me. You asked me.
Well,
My
you asked you.
definition.
We asked you, but that's not how elevation is determined. What the
Okay, I don't
fuck,
care.
dude?
I don't care. That's how I define
You don't
it.
care. You just made the claim. That's not elevation. Isn't measured from the center of your globe, tard. For fuck's sake.
Okay, we weren't talking about that. We were talking about water. So
You said it was measured from the center of the earth.
yeah, you said what is level, and I said is measured from it's equidistant from the center.
Equidistant from the center. That's not level.
Why not?
Citation, please.
Why can't it be?
Why can't it be? Because it's not. Why can't it? You're
Okay,
asking me to
dude.
prove non-existence of something, you dumb fuck? That's a fallacy, proving non-existence. Why can't it? Why
No,
can't it? No, yeah,
There's
you
multiple
are.
interpretations
Yeah, you
for
are.
the same phenomenon.
Not no,
That's all
yeah.
I'm pointing out.
Not no, yeah.
You can't comprehend that there's multiple
I
ways
can.
to
I can
perceive
comprehend your dumb shit. Yes. What define level with citation, please?
things. No. How do you know it's flat? Give me a citation.
So we circled, jerked back all the way to how do we know it's flat? I'll tell you how we know
Yeah,
it's
you
flat.
haven't answered.
I'll tell you how we know it's flat. Because we see horizons every fucking where.
Okay.
Yep. And according to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. The Baltard's IQ. Unfortunately for you, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we see in reality horizons every fucking where with a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told by the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religioners that we have a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every direction? Reconcile that, sumbitch.
Well, you haven't actually measured it, and you can't measure it.
Measured what? Horizontal?
Zero slope you're talking about. You haven't measured it.
We have horizons. That's what horizons
You
are.
haven't measured it.
Yeah, that's what
Doesn't matter
horizon.
whatever-
We wouldn't have
It doesn't
horizons
matter with the semantics.
if they
It
weren't
does not
fucking
matter with the
measured. You glue
semantics. Where is
sniffer.
it measured?
Glue sniffer.
Where's the zero
Horizons
slope
wouldn't
measured?
exist. That's the definition
zero
of
slope
horizon.
measured? Doesn't matter what it's defined as. Where's the zero
Yeah,
slope
it
measured?
doesn't matter what it's defined
It's just a
as,
word with
you
a meaning. It doesn't matter what you call
You
it.
fucking
Where's the zero slope?
moron.
Where's the zero slope?
You ever heard of
You just made
Socratic
that shit
method?
up, dude. You made
You ever
that
heard
shit
of the
up.
Socratic method? Vomit, projectile diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck. What's the Socratic method? Yep, you got it, Toby dog. That's what he is right there.
That's what you're doing, and it's disingenuous.
That's what you are. What's the Socratic method?
What you're doing right now, because you can't answer my
Well,
questions.
thank you.
You have to only you
Well,
only
appreciate it. Thank you.
ask
I
questions.
thank you. So, appreciate that. You're debunked.
Okay.
That was easy. Next. Oh, I guess there isn't a next. So, glue sniffer, you said that it was measured from the center of the earth, the elevation. Is that what you said?
Yep. That's another
I'd like to
definition
direct
for the same
everyone's
thing.
attention to 30 minutes after the hour. From his alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the earth. From National Geographic, however, elevation is measured from sea level, not center of the earth. Encyclopedia World Geography, elevation can be defined as a measure of height above mean sea level. From Bygest.com, sea level is the base level for measuring elevation and depth on the earth. From National Geographic, again, education.org, sea level is the base level for measuring elevation and depth on the earth. You're debunked again. That was easy.
Okay, dude.
Next.
Does not matter. It's the
Yeah,
same
it doesn't
thing.
matter anymore. Since
It's the
you've been
same thing.
fucking
You're
had your
making
nose
a
rubbed in
semantic
it, you dumb
distinction. It
fuck.
does not matter.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You said that elevation was measured from the center of the earth. So it's the same thing when they say elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the earth. Yeah, it's the same fucking thing.
They didn't even say that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're a retard.
You made up your own quotes,
It's
bro.
just,
Shut up.
it's
You
just
made up
that
your
you're a
own quotes.
retard. Shut the fuck up.
Just like constructed this
Shut the
quote.
fuck up. What'd I fucking tell you? There ain't no problems for a flat earth, you fucking goober eggs. Your little rotation horse shit. Dumb fuck. You don't even know what fucking rotation is. I'd be shocked if you could spell it. Why is he chat skanking anyway? Why is this allowed? Come off mute, dumb fuck. Show us the measurement of rotation of the globetard. Demonstrate it. You have the positive claim. The Earth's rotating. We're saying it's not. We have the negative claim. You demonstrate that the Earth's rotating, dumb fuck. Right now.
We have
Stop chat
gyroscopes. We have gyroscope measurements.
Shut the fuck
and
up, Carter.
Pendulums.
You wouldn't know what fucking a pendulum was if it fucking climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Just sit down and shut the fuck up. We had enough of your dumb shit from you measuring from the center of the earth. Just shut the fuck up. Eggs, dumb fuck. Come on, come off mute. Come on. Come on, with sugar on top. Show us the measurement. Earth's rotating. Fucking moron. Come on, you wiki Discovery Channel parroting moron. Come on, call up your wiki powers. I'll jack that shit yard. Fucking Babe Ruth would be blushing. Yeah, you know better. You're not as dumb as you look. Next.
I don't know why you Globers can't come in here and just provide your proof. I mean, after all, it's a slam dunk, right? It's a globe. They teach it in all the schools of the land. So bring in your evidence, your proof of the globe. I mean, it should be easy. Just provide us what they provided.
Wiki powers activate.
No shit. What is this world coming to? Holy crap.
Coming to. A load of retards.
Yeah, gone, man.
Ball idiots. It's not like we've been shellacking your dumb asses for fucking 10 years. It's not like anything like that. Fuck.
Just bring your dumbass claim in here, Eggs. Go ahead. Give it a shot. I mean, you seem to know everything about everything, so just come on in and tell us.
He's a retard.
Shh, don't tell him. Don't say that. Maybe he'll forget.
Yeah, knock the fuck out.
What claim? You're a numbnuts, Eggs. What claim? Come in and tell us what claims we made. Go ahead. Should be easy. Remember? Come in and tell us how you tested our non-claims. Right.
Come on, CB. Give us that California click in the background. We need it.
Oh, is that? Am I hot micing?
The Cali click.
I didn't realize I was unmuted. Sorry about that.
I didn't hear it. Is that what they're calling it these days?
That's what I'm calling it.
I feel like that might be somebody else, or am I lighting
It
up?
ain't somebody else. I seen you light up. You've been doing it for the past 3 weeks.
Oh, really? Oh, my bad.
You don't know how to act. Ever since you moved to California, you're fucking lost, dude.
I need to get my act together, Kiwi. Get my boots together.
Fucking Cincinnati to California. Holy shit. Talking about a culture change.
Yeah, well, culture development. That's what we do.
There's no
It's my department.
Ain't no WKRPs out there in Cali land.
Where the Globers at? Where'd that Carter guy go? Or Raiden? White Tiger.
Carter's right.
You're all at the retard convention.
Yeah, White Tiger. I was
Yikes.
wondering about him. It says Jesse, but he's deaf muted, so.
Carter, are you gonna let them talk to you like that, bro?
I already talked to him like that. He's better off staying on mute. Doesn't even know what elevation is, for fuck's sake. Then you better stop using flat earth terms, too. Some bitch.
Yeah, they usually have a hate boner for Quantum Eraser.
Get
Let's
in
put that
line.
thing away.
Get in line. You can't see it anyway without a microscope.
Holy. That guy said microscope earlier, a couple days ago. Oh, was
Yeah,
that yesterday? That was crazy.
Yeah, the microscope guy.
You could zoom in on a boat going over the curve with a microscope or some shit like that.
No, he was looking out into fairy tale fuckwit second law of thermodynamics land with his microscope.
Freaking incredible. We have Anon, Alexander Byrne. Welcome to the panel.
You always come in here late and try to resurrect motherfuckers. We took him to the fucking woodshed.
Oh, you cooked this guy already?
I don't think so. But you do it anyway.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Since Carter chickened out and eggs chickened out.
I see what you did there.
Raiden chickened out. Eggs chickened out. Exactly. I didn't even know I did that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Somebody said something. Hold on.
Oh no, I was just asking if there's any other British asleep right now. Any
Carter, you sleep?
I thought we had one. Yeah, he just woke up.
Who's the Brit?
Raleigh Criterion. That is a good point. Mach 3 with the Blackbird. I think I just did a proof on that. Where'd I put that at?
You said Carter was a Brit?
No, he's retard.
Oh, yeah.
Certified.
I don't know if y'all know. What's a female version of wanker?
A 304.
Wankette?
304.
304 Wankette.
Put that argument at. Shit. Blackbird. Oh shit, I don't even have it.
Well, Anon and Carter.
Put the fucking argument at. Let's deal with this. Keep him busy, CP.
Alrighty, folks. I'll just take a quick look at the panel and shout out the people that are here. We have Grisp. We have Anon, Paraplegic Coffee. We have Carter, Crit, Daz Studio. We have Disinform, Eggs, Elbow TV, FE Batman. We have Flatty Klein, Jenna, Kiwi Buzz, Meticulous, Migo Wigo, Mike, Oblivion, Platter, Plum Bob.
Citation, please.
Exactly. We got Quantum Eraser, Quiet Noobs, Raiden, Rayleigh Criterion, Sunny on the Plane. We have T-Dub, Toby Dog. We have T, Tiger, and whatever the hell that is, Jesse 707. That is the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We are live on YouTube. If you're listening on YouTube, click the link in the description to join the conversation. Express your views on the nature of Earth.
Yeah, come at us with your globe proofs that smarter people than you failed at.
Ooh. And Globers are going to let them talk to you like that?
Yeah, don't mention gravity unless you've got a Nobel Prize in physics.
Anon's profile picture is crazy. Also, you're friends with Clay Underseal. Spinning, space, wobbling, hurling, tilting, wobbling, space, monkey ball, in space. Clay. Oh, Clay. I haven't seen him here in a while. Indio's here. He popped in as he snuck in. Moonstruck 7788 is here as well. Yeah. What's up, Moonstruck? What's up, Indio? What's up, Flatsy Klein? Anon.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
I'm just here so I won't get fined. Nice.
Our monthly due
Classic.
yet?
Say what?
Is our monthly due yet?
Yeah, man. You got to pay the top grifter. I don't know who that is. You got to pay the cult leader, whoever the cult leader is. I don't know who that is, though.
Names.
Apparently, we're a cult without a leader, and we're a grifter that makes no money.
Funny that. I'm just making it up on the spot. They say things I wish to be true. You guys are a cult. Do you know that?
Yeah, it's like that was their messaging after. So if you go on X, I noticed when they all start saying the same thing at the same time. All the Globetard anti-flat earther accounts, they all have unified messaging. It's pretty fucking stupid. I'm serious, man. It's fucking retarded. They all start saying the same things at the same time.
Talk about a hive mind.
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy of the Globetards, brother. They have boards where they meet and then they discuss what they are telling to you people.
It ain't that deep, bro.
Anon speaks.
Bro, we are meeting privately, I'm telling you.
It's not that deep. You guys do because... Hold on. You guys do because Globers have told me they do. So stop.
Of course. We are sent by the CIA, brother.
No, that's not what they said, but they conspire in their little back chats. They used to have a spreadsheet on Google Sheets where they would come in and trial balloon shit in the 24/7 Discord and then write down frickin' answers. I had Glovers tell me this.
Bro, these people
One
with the
accidentally.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is back in the day.
It's crazy, dude. Imagine they have some kind of documentation. That's pretty new for the Flat Earth channel, right?
No, dude. It was so that they could debate, okay? So it had all the answers, right? You ever use a ticketing system? Oh, you probably did when you work at that call center doing tech support on frickin' modems.
Oh.
Yeah, a little script you have to go by, reboot your modem, all that shit. They had one of those.
You are close, brother. You are close.
You sound like you work in an Indian call center.
Yeah, I don't. But I work in IT, so it's not that far off.
You bomba clap.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, there is basically a couple of thousand different a month, but it's basically the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, it just gets escalated to you.
Yeah.
I remember one time I got some freaking Indian idiots and they couldn't help me because they couldn't understand what a intermittent freaking intermittent connection was. I guess the word intermittent was too tough for them. So I called back. Meaning, like when you wiggled the Ethernet cable, it would come on and off because it had a loose solder. So all I was telling him, "Hey, dude, the shit's broken. There's an intermittent connection because there's a loose solder." And I was trying to tell him, "Send another one." That's it. So I went from India and got escalated to the Philippines. So it didn't help either, even though it was a better English. And then eventually I got, someone that spoke English after the 5th call.
So did you call a scam artist to get help for your router? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he called you.
Oh, okay. I'm not a scam artist, dude. I'm actually...
come on now.
No, this is back in the day when they had digital subscriber lines, and their internet went out because the modem they got from Verizon was not working properly. So they thought that I could fix it, and I did end up fixing it by having them send another one.
But Verizon support was in India, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, their tech support was in India, and the Philippines, and America.
Hopefully they had some kind of spreadsheets, no?
Well, when I talked to the American, the phone call was probably like a minute and a half. Hey, dude, there's an intermittent connection on the solder. When I wiggle it, the light comes on and off. Oh, we'll send you a new one. Okay, bye.
Like a professional.
More like a fluent English speaker. Look, dude, you don't want me answering tech support calls for German people.
So what happened now with the Globetards who came with the documentation? Did you finish them or?
No, this is back in the day. This is like 5-6 years ago.
I got you. So you are here since basically multiple years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like their script, like it was useless because they don't have the requisite facts. They got rhetoric.
So if you are here since many years now, do you have some kind of documentation you want to share about the flat Earth?
Oh yes, definitely. Black Swan.
I mean, something written down, if that makes sense, something I can read and study.
Oh, okay, yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I got it.
Your website right there.
GlobeTerminator.com.
Globe Terminator. Okay, give me a minute. I have to check it out.
The whole website? Why'd you give him the whole fucking website, dude? Just give him Black Swan. Fuck it.
Keep him busy.
He said he wants to read.
Just give him a piece of colored tape.
Bro, where did you make that website? In Macromedia? Oh.
I didn't make it. My web designer did.
Okay.
Yeah, all the information is wrong, QE, because he doesn't like the aesthetics.
No, I like it, dude.
Well, thank you. I'll tell my web designer that you like it.
Okay. Yeah, I saved it. Obviously, there's a lot of content which I actually appreciate, so I will come back about that content again, I guess.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, they gave you too much information on that, but yeah, that's something for you to do on your own time. However, I put something in at 54 minutes after the hour that's written up. It's short.
I just want to come back right at this moment, maybe, because I just see you are posting about Nathan Oakley. Someone who is very well... I mean, you have him in the Ballbusters section.
Ballbuster. Yeah, he's a ballbuster, yeah.
Okay, so someone who is very well known for being pretty harassing and screaming around publicly, do you think...
No way.
You wouldn't,
does that make him wrong?
I mean, I don't know if it's wrong, but pretty unpleasant to listen to now.
Oh, dude, what's with the tone
it
policing?
depends on who's listening.
I mean, I don't know. Whenever someone joins and asks him questions, he basically starts to screaming over him and basically not going to argue the points that he gets
Really?
questioned on.
Provide an example. Provide one example.
Like 2 days ago, he was online here, basically kicked me, he muted basically 50 people in this 1 hour when he was here.
Can't mute. Nah, it's bullshit. He can't mute you in here. He's not a mod.
I understand, but he always screamed to you, and then you get muted by someone else. You know what I mean? It's basically.
No, I don't know what you mean.
I know what happened. Even though I didn't hear it, I know what happened. He asked you a direct question, and you didn't answer. It's always the same thing.
Do you want to ask me a direct question? I'm happy not to answer.
Yes. How do you have Horizon on a Globetard?
Yeah, I'm. How do I have Horizon on a Globetard?
Yep.
I don't know. Is there no public explanation for it, or is that something I can Google up and give you the answer, or is there no answer publicly available?
I don't know. Ask Google. Maybe they got an answer.
Okay,
How do they have?
answer.
Just ask them. Ask Google.
So what is the question? How do you have Horizon on a Globetard?
Yes.
So this is what I find funny though. He says, "Do you got any documentation for flat Earth?" Like, yeah, here you go. When you were told the Earth's a globe, did you ask for documentation?
I mean, there is a lot of documentation who says the Earth is curved.
That's not what's in the see. There it goes, right?
Listen.
You didn't answer the question.
Let me finish the answer.
That's why you got fucking muted. Right? Right? What you did there. That's why you got fucking muted.
It's a yes or no question. Yes or no?
Yes. There is
You
a lot
did.
of yes.
In kindergarten.
Yes.
You asked for the documentation in kindergarten.
I mean, we basically had that in school, and you too know.
Primary school. So you asked for documentation in primary school, right?
They gave it to us automatically. No,
Did they?
Didn't you?
Post it in here. Post it in here. I want to see it.
I want to see what they gave you in kindergarten.
Why? I never said kindergarten.
Well, that's when they tell you the Earth is a globe, right? In kindergarten.
I mean, basically, they tell us that our whole life when we get educated, no?
Oh my God.
Yeah, and school starts in kindergarten. So what did you ask for? Or you said you asked for documentation in kindergarten because that's when you started school and that's when they presented to you. So we want to see what they showed you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't have my school maps or whatever by the hand at the moment. Basically, I'm not in school since 15 years anymore. I have Googled. Wait, let me finish the sentence, please. Once before.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm very.
You did.
Shut your fucking mouth.
I have Googled what
Shut your
you
fucking
asked
mouth.
me. It's in the side chat. It's in the side chat. Let's debate
It's
it.
in the side chat. It's in the side chat. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I mean.
So left the foot is now a globetard.
Yes, ChatGPT, dude.
Or bevtard.
You told me I can Google it. Is there a difference?
Probably not much of one.
We'll get to you
Okay,
next.
so I think it's accepted. No. So, do you like to debate the answer from ChatGPT or no?
ChatGPT. Yes, let's debate the answer from ChatGPT.
So hold on before you guys debate the answer. So this is ironic because I just told you that they had a spreadsheet with the answers. So the answers we give you, you're going to feed it to ChatGPT, and it's going to give you the answers for you to parrot back at us, which is the exact same thing as that spreadsheet, which I think is fucking hilarious, dude.
I mean, it's a pretty advanced. It's a pretty advanced
Hey,
spreadsheet.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hey,
Why are you
Indio,
unpolite,
look at his
dude?
fucking
What the
answer.
fuck is going on?
Shut the fuck up. Look at the ChatGPT's answers. The horizon on a globe exists because the Earth is curved.
Oh, God.
Hey, Anon, dumb fuck. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizons that are, and horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0. According to the United States Naval Academy, the definition of curvature is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So your Chat GPT is retarded as you. You got that, Sunshine? Unless you want to refute the slope intercept formula. Take him off mute.
Yeah, he's going to have to. Well, he's just going to ask Chat GPT, so whatever. See what Chat GPT has to say.
Okay,
Let's see what. Are you? Hold on a second. Are you the human representative of Chat GPT? Or are you its lawyer?
I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to Google it? Is it better for you? Do you feel more comfortable than if I ask Google?
Hey, dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. Slope intercept
By the
formula.
way, I have muted this other guy because I'm not getting harassed all the time by an alcoholic 50-year-old on the internet. I'm just saying he doesn't know how to behave. He doesn't know how to speak in a communication. I'm not going to accept this for myself. Okay? It's very well.
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like you can't listen. So you were muted. Huey asked you a question. What I want to hear is you repeat back what he said.
Yep.
To make sure that you were actually listening. Can't complain he was interrupting you. Can't complain he was yelling at you. He wasn't yelling at you yet. So I want to see this. So we're doing an honesty check on you, bro. You don't even realize it, and you're failing miserably. So what did he say to you? What was his argument?
I've muted him. I don't listen. I don't hear him, dude. I told you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, then you're gone.
Yeah, that's a wrap. Fucking that was easy. See how fast they expose themselves? He wants to talk shit about Nathan. About, oh, Nathan's a bad guy. Oh, he yells at people.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because you people are fucking baboons.
Hey, left the foot, Globetard, come on in here. Can he come in here, left the foot?
Get him in here.
Get left the foot in here. Come on in here, coward.
Get in here right now.
I'm going to feed your entrails to my wolf pups.
The name?
Fucking clown Bevtard.
Oh, not a Bevtard. Come on.
Yeah, he's a Bevtard. Did you see his comments up here?
No. Nothing's flat, probably, right?
No, because of mountains.
Oh, God. Because there's molecules and like some molecules stick out, and because, yeah.
Fucking idiot.
And freaking incredible.
Dude, you could buff the earth with a billion grit sandpaper till it was as smooth as humanly possible, and they would still say it's not flat.
He said, left the foot says, you're ignoring how the mountains having height makes the ground not flat. I wonder why you
gotta be
idiot,
joking.
Bevtard. My God. He tried to convince Ranty one day, back many years ago, that the second law of thermodynamics was false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate. It convinced Ranty. These fucking goobers. Right the hand bitch goober. Got his ass whooped by a bitch.
Fuck.
Yeah, you better not come in here. It'll be your ass. How many times now? In the thousands? Dumb fuck. Diary?
You want to try, is this guy still in here? You want to try the Euro trash again?
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Euro trash. You think he's calmed down enough to recite my argument that I put to him?
He didn't listen to you, so.
Oh.
Which, of course, he wasn't listening. I mean, that was obvious. You guys are so disrespectful. How are we disrespectful, huh? What'd you say? Fucking dude. I wasn't paying attention. As if that's not disrespectful. Okay, dude. You're gonna get another shot. You need to control your mic, A. Okay? We're all gonna take turns. Don't get all butt hurt. Okay? Don't fucking tone police. That shit's annoying.
Well, what is toning police? I don't understand.
When you're trying to police the tone of the conversation, dude.
I'm just not getting harassed. Is that okay? Or no?
Shut the fuck up.
Do you feel harassed?
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, put in a complaint. To Indio, do you got the complaint form?
Oh fuck, dude. Yeah, we actually do have one.
You're a dumb fuck.
Getting called a dumb fuck every 2 seconds is pretty harassing, no?
Demonstrated dumb fuck.
Look, why don't you focus? Why don't you focus on the problem at hand? How do you have a horizon on a ball turd, given the fact that the slope-intercept formula?
Well, can you tell me, give me the knowledge, what would be the difference between a horizon on a flat earth and a ball? I don't... Can you tell me that?
One is fucking curved.
I see that.
You didn't figure that out yet?
But should on a ball the horizon just end in the middle of my sight and there's just nothing between?
It would be fucking curved.
It would be curved. That's the
horizon.
antithesis. That's
you would see it curved.
That's the antithesis of horizon because it has a rate of change. This fucker's got me on mute. Just kick him.
Look,
fuck off.
Unmute fucking QE, dude, or we're going to have to flush you.
Oh, then you can flush me. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, dude. Have a good evening.
Wow, dude. How much soy did you ingest just now?
Yep. Soy boy. Bye-bye now.
It's a lifetime of soy, man. It ain't just now.
Now we got 1872, 477, 113. Do you have any globe proof better than that last guy?
Please save us.
1872. Are you there?
He's a 304. He's just masquerading.
So CB.
Change all those numbers. What's up?
I knew that dude was soy when he didn't even have the nuts to make his own statement and use ChatGPT. Anyone that does that shit is fucking cowardly. If you want to use ChatGPT to augment what you're saying, that's one thing. But just using it because you're too fucking cowardly and you're going to be like, well, I wasn't wrong. It was ChatGPT that was wrong. Woman. He's a woman. No accountability, man.
The horizon on a globe is measured with curve. That's what it said, more or less. Oh my God, man.
God, how can you post that and
Because he didn't fucking read it. Even if he did read it, he wouldn't understand it. He just figures ChatGPT got him covered.
Oh, he's never going to read your website, that's for sure.
What a fuck stick. You think?
Oh, because Nathan Oakley, man.
Yeah.
Well, he can get ChatGPT to read it for him.
I should go back and listen to that from Friday and see what he did. Didn't do nothing. Nathan just muted me for no reason because I was proving him wrong. He literally did everything I said he was going to do. It is crazy, dude, how predictable these guys are. There's a factory somewhere just pumping them out, dude. Like freaking the Model T Ford. Anti-flat earther, anti-flat earther, anti-flat earther. Just coming off the assembly line.
With a quality control stamp. Dumb fuck.
Oh, God.
No, it's like the assembly line meme where we have one of those where they're like one part of the assembly line is sawing their head open, the other one's opening it, and then the other one is breaking the light bulb inside the cranium.
These motherfuckers got a candle in there.
Dude, right hand is cooked, bro. Guy's retarded, bro.
I told you he's a bevtard, man.
I can't believe these guys.
Oh, that's right to hand. Oh, right to hand is fucking.
No, left the foot. I call him left the foot. I should have said right the hand.
Dude, remember who used to debate on YouTube? Remember back in the day, dude? Absolute psychopath, man.
He's a stone cold dumb fuck. He used to be on Nathan's show too. He just went fucking dumb fuck quick.
I don't know what happened. He's cooked.
He's retarded. Is what's the problem?
I mean, clearly he's demonstrating it in the chat right now.
Oh yeah, he's a fucking. I told you what he did with Ranty back in the day. He got on there and he convinced Ranty that should be hung by a fucking yardarm that the second law of thermodynamics was false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate.
What?
What?
I shit you not, man. He fucking did it. I wish I saved that recording. But everyone, if I say it to Nathan or any of the old timers, Brian, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yo, read what he just wrote. It's like you live in this false economy where everything has to be curved or flat.
False economy, bro. What the heck?
I think he meant false dichotomy, but still, that's pretty funny.
I think it's a true dichotomy.
Well, I know it's not an economy.
Like, if it's not curved, then what is it? Straight. If it's straight and it's horizontal, then what is it? It's flat. It's just, yeah.
Be careful about that straight. That straight can have a slope, so be real careful in your language.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's, I understand what you're saying, but I think that's bullshit, dude. Anyone that brings that up, well, flat doesn't have to be level. You could have a tipped over table. Like, that's just pedantic bullshit, bro. You know what I mean?
No,
it is, but
it's not semantics. Red's red.
No, I said pedantic. It's pedantic.
Oh, did you say pedantic? Okay.
Yeah, because they know what you mean. You know what I mean? They know what you mean.
Red's Pretendrick did that shit back in the day, man. He did that shit back in the day with some doofus woman looking at a shelf. And he said the surface of the shelf was flat. And then he tilted